To the man who has the television in the background, you may want to echolocation your crap before we go live. Starting.
This is a warning to all living mortals. That who shall ever open this chest of demons will release 13 of the most terrifying ghosts upon the face of the earth. Okay, cut it. This isn't going to work. Let's try some nostalgia bait.
It's mighty strange. You looking happily rain. I can you tell us in bed? Or have you picked your target yet? It's in bed. Got your dog bite. It's in bed.
Okay, that was better. But let's try something a bit more cinematic.
Hey, where my broken arrows at? They try to tell us we can't fly. Like we too broken or something. I mean, I'd rather let them know. Hold up, hold up, hold up. My squad about to roll up. Hold up, hold up. My squad about to roll up. Get them balls up. Get them balls up. Get them balls up. Get them balls up. Hold up, hold up. My squad about to roll up. Hold up. Hold up, my squad about to roll up, all the way up, get them balls, 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 all the way up. Broken arrows get bows up, sometimes I pray with my nose up, thinking about when the world crumbles and my whole squad just goes up. Whoa. Ain't gotta worry, we straight like an arrow, yeah. Ain't gotta worry about faith, nope. I'm on that straight and the narrow, yeah. I just go straight like an arrow, yeah.
Yeah, that's the shit I like. Let's start the Barroom podcast. Take it away, Jacob.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for episode 131 of the Barroom, and it is New Year's Eve. So there's no presents that we look forward to tomorrow. It's just hangovers and massive headaches. But we are here tonight to celebrate New Year's Eve with a very special episode of the Barroom here tonight. Here's how I figured what we're doing tonight. As you know, we're here much earlier than we normally are here. It's part of a change for two reasons. One is because we plan on doing something past our normal time period. I'll get to that here in a second. And two, we actually are moving the time of this show. It's not going to be 7 p.m. every single Tuesday. Moving forward, after this episode, it will be 8 p.m. So we are moving the show an hour back starting next week. So if you want to catch the Barroom at the regular time, new regular time, it is 8 p.m. starting next week. Here's what I thought about for this week's show. Last week we didn't do our typical format. We kind of threw it out the window and celebrated Christmas with a whole bunch of Christmas stuff. Had a good time. I want to go back to our format for the first part of the show. And I figured, since it's New Year's Eve, some of you guys here probably aren't doing much. You're probably at home by yourselves. It's like, why don't we just have a little bit of a good time? Something I like to call the after party for the Barroom after our normal formatted show. And to join me here tonight, I got 5 lovely people. And I do mean that emphasis on lovely people joining us here tonight. Our first lovely person is Orange Pool. How you doing today, Orange Pool?
Civil War, World War III. Gotta love it.
Mm-hmm. It's everyone. We're just gonna fight everyone. We're gonna bomb everything. Japan, we're coming for you again too. Also joining us here tonight is our good buddy Cider. How you doing tonight, Cider?
Wow, it's been a long time since somebody used my full name. Yeah.
Sure.
Jeez, am I in trouble, Jacob? Calling me by my full name here. Jeez.
I mean, if you really want to talk about calling you by your full name, I remember. So I just found out that apparently I have an IMDb page, right? I didn't know like who set that up, but apparently there's like already like listed there. So I'm kind of famous now on the internet. And when I looked at the Bounding in the comics, I saw that there was some guy called Thomas who was on far more episodes of the show than I am, and the whole time I'm thinking like, the fuck is Tom? What bastard is taking my? And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, okay, yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh, okay, I know who he is now.
Docs.
Docs.
They're gonna show up at my house now, Jacob. They know. They
The
know.
Illuminati. The Illuminati are gonna come.
I'm the only guy in Maine named that.
You may actually be the only person.
Exactly. I'm the only guy in. It's right. I'm the only guy in Maine. Once you cross the border, it's just me.
Yep.
Hi.
Also joining us here is our good buddy Roberto. How's it doing, Robert?
I am excellent. As long as there's no B names in there, I'm fine. It's you get used to it after you hate your name yourself, so it's fine. My name is a legal Christian name there, so it's very easy to find me if you want to find me. So I should probably not tempt fate as much as I do, but that's an issue for another day.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, it's good. I'm happy. I won my fantasy football championship, so that was great. I 1.2 points. Thank you, Amon-Ra St. Brown, the sun god, apparently. So, but yeah, it was good. It was good. Ready for New Year's.
Yeah, by the way, you went on this whole rant a while back ago about how you hate the name Bobby. That's the one thing you don't want.
Yeah, it's fine for other people. Like Robert De Niro literally goes by Bobby, like first name basis, and I'm just like, I would not let people get away with that. I just feel I cringe, like comes all over. I don't know. It's just not
Bobby Motto. That's not something that you want to promote.
It's a terrible name. So for me, not for other people. It's fine on other people. Like Bob Mitchum. Like I'm sure he was fine with that. There's just something I'm not. No, I did watch Bobby's World growing up though, so that didn't help.
I always call you Roberto purely out of love.
Okay, who has the fucking the fire alarm that needs to be changed?
That's our next guest here. Speaking of doxing people's real names, Nerdigans, how are you doing here tonight? What is all this Japanese Weibo stuff that you're attaching me to on my social media? How come every time I see you, it's like some lovely little Asian squirrel girls like hugging and reminiscing, and it's like, hey, what is this? Who's doing this?
Well, it's New Year, so there's all these all the mangaka are tweeting out their New Year stuff, and the anime Twitter accounts are tweeting out their anime illustrations. So you have to deal with it, and also it's the 7th night of Hanukkah, so you have to deal with my menorah as well.
Oh, God, I will say this: if I was as big as a weeb as you are, I was thinking to myself, well, there actually was a New Year's Eve MMA card in Japan earlier today. Now, of course, you would have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and actually watch it live on the internet, because that's literally the only way you could possibly do so. But if there wasn't like a massive time zone difference, maybe we could do stuff like that. Like I know New Japan has a big a pay-per-view event coming up here in about the next week or so, but like I said, you literally have to get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday to watch the whole thing, and it's like, who really honestly has the time for that when we live in the real world?
Well, that would be on your end. On my end, it would be like at midnight.
Even then, that doesn't make it better because it's like a 4-hour show, so it'd still be like 4 o'clock in the morning by the time it ended.
Yeah, that's true. And I think Twitch streams it, if I remember correctly, because I know Twitch does stream like at least some sumo stuff live, and I think they do stream other Japanese events live.
Those damn Japanese not conforming to U.S. time zones. They'll learn. You're muted.
This is why they lost the war.
Yep.
And then there's Rick. I don't think anyone really cares about Rick's real name, but he's here. How you doing, Rick?
I'm doing very well. Like I said, I just came from the Sun Bowl football game. It was Louisville and Washington. I think Louisville won. Was it 30?
It was 35-34.
Yeah, 35-34. So no, it was a good game, and I got my traditional Texan Whataburger, and I also have my traditional Texas Shinerbock to celebrate the last few days of me living in the United States before the Donald comes and Midget tosses me across the Rio Grande because that's
course.
one of the things. That's one of the things he did pledge to do, and that's going to be like. Well, no, I think
See, what they're going to do. First, what they're going to do is that they're going to steal your wallet, so you have no identification. Then they're just going to toss you over the border, and they realize that you'll have no way of getting back. So,
well, actually, you know what? I have to walk that back a bit. I'm not important enough for the Donald to come. He's going to send JD Vance, and he's just going to yell at me for giving Hillbilly Elegy a negative review, and then he'll.
I thought he would just. I thought he would just send old wheelchair Rick over there. Wouldn't he be the one to toss you over?
What wheelchair? No, what wheelchair Rick? Who's wheelchair? I don't know what this is.
Who's the governor of Texas? Guy in a wheelchair.
Oh, Greg Abbott.
Oh, Greg. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had Florida confused with Texas there, but yeah.
No, I don't think I don't think he's too busy, running around or wheeling around.
He's literally not running around.
He's doing wheelies all over Austin. Trying to stop those.
He's somewhere in the background listening to Limp Bizkit's rolling. That's all he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, that was his music when he would come to El Paso. That's how he would play. No, but I just want to say, JD Vance, I love Hillbilly Elegy now, so if that helps me stay in the country. Hopefully that will convince you. You were robbed of the Oscar.
Oh boy, what is this?
Meanwhile, the governor of Texas.
Tank chair, of course. Anytime.
Texas 2050.
Texas 2050.
Yes.
Of course, anytime you can promote Tank Chair, you do it, Cider.
Yep. I love it. I love that creator. He's got great talent. I've talked to him since he had the first printing. Just an amazing kind of guy. Check out Tank Chair. Not about Texas, but still.
The mangaka's really cool. He's really cool.
Yeah. Well, we do have some people in the chat. We're live on Rumble, we're live on YouTube, we're live on X right now. I know some people are gonna realize hey, they're already live. What's going on here? But Neozoic is here with us, and he says, "Good night, good folks in the chat. Won't be able to stay for the stream tonight, but I hope everyone's doing well. Enjoys the stream. Has a happy New Year." Sakura Mita is joining us here, saying tropical sunshine to everyone. Vanya saying that 2025 is over here. I have a stomach flu, awful feeling. Yeah, a lot of people are sick now. Even myself, I last night I found myself getting another cough again. It's like, did I just get over a sickness 2 weeks ago, and now I heard again on the end of another one. Now I think it has more to do with the fact that at least here in Georgia, the weather has been very, very stupid over the last week or so. It was only Sunday where it was 40 degrees early in the morning. Sometimes it got down to 30 degrees, and then the last 2 days it's been 70 degrees. So it's 70 one day, then it's 20 the next day. Then we have a winter storm hitting us next week. So it's the weather does not know what it wants to do, and that certainly does not help matters at all.
We are all getting sick because we need another Fauci ouchie. Come on, people, we know that.
Exactly. Quick question: is the Power Rangers the middle or right? We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show, and I won't start open with, but we'll get to it in the second half here. Rob said, "Yeah, of course, this is the full name review. So just go back and rewind a couple seconds, and you'll get it there." Spencer's here saying 2025, and he's also sick too as well. So it's it's going around everywhere. It's good times for everyone involved.
Oh, Spencer, I just want you to know I caught a little bit of your live stream a few days back. I enjoyed it, and you've inspired me to try my hand at it. If the background can collapse on you, then surely I can be just as clumsy as you can. So thank you, Spencer.
Man, I feel like that's probably green screen ever.
I feel like that's probably the most backhanded compliment Rick has ever gotten in the history of this show here. It's basically just saying that if Spencer can do a trash YouTube show for 3 hours, I might as well be able to do it too.
Yeah, well, I love Spencer. He's great.
It says, live streams are right. What else we got here? Broner Rad joining us here saying, hope 2025 will be much better than 2024. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of things in flux here right now. But let's go ahead and start off with this, because I want to get kind of the serious topics here taken care of before we start getting into the bigger stuff here. Who's typing? Who's typing furiously right now?
I gotta mute. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. About to say, there's just like fire alarms and typing noises going on in the background. What's going on?
Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm dealing with I thought I muted. I'm dealing with an asshole burner account that's thinks he has a gotcha on me in regards to the anti-woke crap. But it's stupid. I'm gonna just shut him down and I'll be back.
Okay, well, Nerdigans deals with her existential crisis. Let's talk about Mr. Beast here. Mr. Beast has a Amazon Prime television show that has been talked about for a while. I think the first 3 episodes are officially up on Amazon at the moment. I ended up watching these episodes, and I have to say, 5 to 10 minutes in, I got a very, very disturbing feeling, like almost a very sinister feeling to what I was watching here. So let's kind of rewind here for the sake of people who maybe not follow around with Mr. Beast. We have talked about Mr. Beast a couple times here on this show. He's the biggest YouTuber in the game right now, right? He's the guy that, honestly, it was after PewDiePie fell, after he lost his little war with T-Series and whatever, and was no longer the #1 channel. It was Mr. Beast that really kind of like took over like that realm after PewDiePie like kind of left that genre, right? So Mr. Beast is a guy who's known for primarily giving away money. Now, that's really primarily what he's known for. I guess he used to be a big gamer back in the day, and then he kind of like shifted his content to kind of like, game shows, quote unquote, content that revolving around, giving money away, going to
one infamous super chat, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
Speed called him on that one, by the way, and he admitted to it and got it right on camera.
Yep, we'll get back to this. That we'll talk about that one here too as well. But so over the course of the last several years, I believe he's up to like almost 300 million subscribers at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. So sorry, that's no, that was part 2, right? So that was actually correct there. What was his first one then? Yeah, 340 million subscribers. Okay. I was looking at his secondary channel, which already has like 40 million subscribers in and of itself. So he has about 340 million subscribers worldwide. And like I said, most people are watching now because they want to win money in the same way, shape, or form. I want to show you just a little bit of his older content here, because the whole reason they got the idea of giving Mr. Beast a game show is because he would do these little challenges, quote unquote, where people would do things for like a little bit of money. This is how it kind of started back in the day with Mr. Beast. This is about, the video is about 4 years old, but this is where it started, and I'm going to show you kind of where it snowballed after here. So here's a basic setup here. It's like him and a bunch of friends. They're playing extreme hide-and-go-seek, and then the last person remaining gets 60,000. That's the setup here.
So wait, before you hit play, I just want to point out, this is the first frame of his video.
Yes.
Look at this. Look at I really want to know what's going on now. It looks like a murder scene.
And I'm going to be honest with you, like at least 75% of the people in this frame right here, I don't even think are friends with him anymore. Like, I don't think they even associate with Mr. Beast anymore, which kind of tells you that there's been a massive shift over the last
Which one's the man
years.
woman?
He's not in the shop, but he is in this video here, so you'll see him in a second.
This is extreme hide and seek where the last one you found gets $60,000. Yeah. We have an abandoned city with dozens of buildings and thousands of hiding spots. There's unlimited places for you guys to hide. And you have 20 minutes. Go. $60,000.
We didn't tell them that there's also meth addicts staying here. And we didn't warn the meth addicts that people were coming through. Let's watch.
Dangerous drug dealers are everywhere.
We imported them.
Now we go to sleep.
All right, we're hiding.
Why?
Go to the bathroom.
After a great start.
Not gonna lie, I'm already tired from walking around.
You have 1 minute left.
Oh, we have 1 minute left. Oh my god. How do we have 1 minute left already?
1 minute?
That was a lie.
Stop scaring me like that again?
So obviously the person in the right here, that's the Chris Tyson person who's now identifies as a woman, destroyed his marriage, and recently got booted from the Mr. Beast universe after some very unsavory conversations and DMs went public about some things he was doing there behind the scenes. We talked about that in the previous episode, but this is what he looked like when he was still a boy. I guess you can say it that.
Is this the weak chin syndrome? My gosh, I'm kind of hypersensitive about my chin now. Look at that guy.
Exactly right. And Maurice, you actually bring up a good point that I want to address here too, because a lot of people give Mr. Beast a pass because he does a lot of humanitarian work. There was one episode that he did not too long ago, where I guess he went to Africa or like one of those impoverished nations and gave a bunch of people cataract surgery so they fixed their vision and whatnot, right? So when people see him do stuff like that, they're like, "Oh, Mr. Beast, he's such a great guy. Look at all the money that he gives away. Look at all the good things that he does here." And it's like, and Rob pretty much called it right here. Use it as a cover, right? Because so this is kind of the concept of like, okay, somebody at Amazon saw this and they realized he's the biggest YouTuber in the game. Let's invest $100 million on a Mr. Beast game show, right? Now, if you recall on Bounding in the Comics last Wednesday, obviously Christmas Day, we actually watched a whole bunch of old game shows during that show. We watched everything from Nick Arcade to Global Guts to Supermarket Sweep, Double Dare, all this stuff. So I think we kind of know what a game show is supposed to be, right? It's like, it's essentially a type of competition show. There's ability to win money, and it's usually fun for everyone involved. Even if you don't win on the show, you still had a good time because, hey, you got to be on TV and, you know, you got an opportunity to make a little bit of money, stuff like that.
You got to show off your hot wife. Like that guy who totally wasn't an assassin.
Oh yeah, that guy that totally wasn't a serial killer murderer person, right?
Yeah, like
so,
I've never seen a guy that was like, I kill people as a side hobby ever in my life. Like that's like the face of a man that has a basement full of Boy Scouts. It's crazy.
Yeah. A refrigerator full of missing persons, such as
yeah, people that are on the back of milk cartons. That guy's got most of them in his freezer.
So he has a show on Amazon. Like I said, the first 3 episodes are up, and here I can put up the video here for you guys too, because I guess the first 10 minutes of the first episode is on the YouTube for free if you guys want to check it out. This is not a game show. I'm going to be very, very straightforward with you. What is happening here is not a game show. This is essentially
Squid Games.
It's Squid Games and Hunger Games put together, and it's very, very disturbing. So here's the setup here for this thing. They put in this section of the game, they put 1,000 people in a giant room together where they're all standing on platforms and they all have to do certain challenges in order for them to advance to the next round. And the whole idea here is, you're not too far off. And the whole idea here is that by the time we get to the last person remaining, that last person is going to win $5 million. So all of these people from random parts of the world are all in this room thinking that they're going to be the person who wins $5 million. And at the course of this, it's like, okay, so what's the concept of the game? Like, what do they have to do in order to obtain this? Well, the show is a month long. There's a month long of challenges. And the challenges are very, very diabolical. I mean, it's really, really uncomfortable the more you get to watch it. So here's the first challenge here, right? The first challenge here is that it's 1,000 people in the room and that there's a time limit. Basically, one person from each row must willingly choose to leave the show and get nothing, because if they don't, then the entire row is eliminated and the entire row essentially gets absolutely nothing, right? So the only way for the row to survive, somebody has to make the selfless sacrifice of walking away with nothing with $5 million on the line, right? And these people absolutely just start torturing themselves. They're screaming at each other. They're yelling. Everyone's distraught and crying and mortified and angry. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I even watching? This is 5 minutes into the show, right? So I'm just going to play just a little bit of this because I believe that we can here. It just kind of show you like the mindset of what's happening with these people like in this room, right? Because first of all, some people take money early to like go ahead and go away, and now they're at a point where it's like, okay, somebody needs to essentially sacrifice themselves to get out of here, or else everyone's going to be eliminated. So here's what happens here.
Is this a prison? My gosh, look at
they made this
game.
Huh?
Is this Squid Game?
Dude, we keep making the joke, but when you see this, it's not like that far off. So,
I thought this was they found the Syrians, all those Syrians.
So here's what happens. So everyone is screaming at somebody to sacrifice themselves so they can advance, because everyone else is going to get eliminated if they don't do it. And just look at, like I said, this is supposed to be quote unquote a game show, an Amazon fun game. This is not a game show.
Well, this is
Like,
disturbing.
people, I said, this is 5 minutes into the freaking game show. People are crying. They're distraught. They're emotionally damaged. All this stuff's going on. You see people just holding and screaming and hollering. You think, what the fuck is this? Like, seriously, like, what the hell is this? Like, and you're going to start seeing a pattern here in just a second.
Yeah, imagine being a camera guy in this.
Mm-hmm.
Your job is to film people weeping.
Some of this might be for purely dramatic effect.
No, it's not. Like, trust me, when you see the actual, this is not for dramatic effect. They're actually, like, it's bad. And it gets worse than this here. And I start thinking to myself, this reminds me of, like, literally hell. Like I know, like, that the human mind can't really, like, come up, can really contextualize with the idea of hell, but this is what hell feels like just watching this.
Read Inferno by Dante. That's a good image of hell. Oh my. I'd hit that button right away because I would walk away with something, my dignity.
It does seem like a dystopian Black Mirror episode. Has anybody seen that show?
Oh my.
So, in case you're not following here, the whole concept of this quote-unquote game is that somebody needs to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of everyone else in their row, and if no one does it, like, 3 of the rows are eliminated. So all these people, their dreams are completely crushed, are completely thrown away. This is the very first scene of the game show, and it just goes to show you just the level of, I guess, depravity and desperate and greed that goes on with this, because they're all essentially doing this for money. They're literally torturing themselves for cash. This is where we're at here. And like I said, it doesn't get any better. I think the very next one was they basically have to do it again, where if one person takes an amount of money, like say that they offer them $50,000. If one person takes the $50,000, everyone in their row is eliminated, right? So people start essentially taking the cash and eliminating everyone involved, and they start screaming at each other and cursing at each other, and all this stuff is going on. And you just realize these people are literally being driven by greed and discord here. Like, right out the very first episode of the show that's labeled as a game show. Now, I also want to keep this in mind here before I go to Cider real quick, that there was a ton of complaints about injuries and unfair practices about when they were filming this thing. This is from a couple of months back. Now that I'm watching this show, it's like, oh no, all those people were completely legitimate with their claims of how the show completely abused them, and it gets bad here. But Cider, go ahead.
Well, I just, that's all, like, there and stuff, but that girl in the back's got a nice butt. Sorry. That's a nice ass. I see why they put them in jumpsuits. All right, Mr. Beast, you got me on that part. You got me.
That was your weed brain
underlighting the
talking
booty.
right
I
there.
got it.
You did say something similar today, though, about appreciating beautiful women. I just need to second that. That's hey,
right.
no matter what
See?
dystopian hell we're going to, we need to never stop appreciating beautiful women. Okay, I'm done.
Exactly. There it is. See? Underlight the booty. Perfect.
So this is only, like I said, the first stage of this game. The game advances to 2 other very disturbing sections where really all they're doing is, like I said, there's no actual game show, there's no actual competition here. They're just purposely putting people against one another for cash, and they really for their own enjoyment. We see this happen later on where people get divided into certain groups, and they have to essentially either one work together or one essentially deceive one another to eliminate their entire group. That causes a lot of conflict. And then I think the one that torture, it's torture, but I mean, hey, they approved it. They signed the waiver there, right? But and then
I
there's
want to ask
one
a question about the waiver.
Go ahead.
Is this like the Disney waiver where if you like buy a service, they can kill you? Is this would like that work? Like if you come on the Mr. Beast show, they can just come and kill you?
If it's not, it's the closest thing you could possibly get to it. So
Probably,
there's that.
Mr. Beast now owns your soul. He'll see you at the crossroads.
So then the last episode that I saw is that they're all locked in a pod, right? Everyone's locked in
Oh no!
pod.
Oh my god!
I haven't even set it up yet. So they're all locked in a pod that's basically the size of like a small shed, right? And there's 3 people in each pod. And here's the game, quote unquote. somebody has to handcuff themselves inside of the pod willingly. They have to do it by their own choice. If someone does not handcuff themselves, everyone in the pod is eliminated. So they literally give them like an allotted amount of time. I don't know if it was like a few minutes or a couple of hours, whatever the case may be, where somebody has to choose to willingly leave once again with nothing. And if they refuse to do so, if they can refuse to find one person that does so, everyone in the pod is eliminated. So all these people are then start manipulating each other, gaslighting each other, and like really just doing like really, really wicked stuff to try to get these people to essentially sacrifice themselves so they themselves can move on. And people, like I said, it starts getting really, really ugly. People are crying. People are distraught. Like, there's going to be some people who are probably going to suffer long-term emotional damage just by the stuff that they experienced throughout this show. And then of course, there was two incidents that were really, really bad. One is that it was two brothers with like a girl. I guess it was like some random girl. They didn't know her. They literally gaslight this woman to the point where she broke down in tears and eliminated herself. And then they just both go out there and be like, oh yeah, we totally lied to that chick. And it was like, yeah, we're off to the next round. Hooray, $5 million, right? And then another guy who was, a shocker, a drag queen. So here was the way that they were trying to do the fairness of the game. They were playing like some kind of like dice game. Whoever gets like the lowest number, whoever loses, essentially, that's the person who's going to, handcuff themselves so the other two can go on, because that's the only fair way that they were going to do it. He loses, and then he, of course, acting like a drama queen, a drag queen, he decides that, no, you know what, I'm not going to do it. So I guess we're all going to go home. Now, of course, you could have said, well, somebody else could have just handcuffed themselves. But if they did, not only are they sacrificing themselves, but then they're letting the drag queen go on to the next round, even though he fucked them over to begin with. So they all just sat there and eliminated all three of them. And now those guys hate each other. There's probably beef. So now people are coming out after the fact. There's now response videos to this Amazon show, because the people who are on the show, the ones who screwed over other people for money, they're getting like tons of heat on social media. Some are getting death threats. Some are getting death threats. Some of them, like, it's really, really nasty stuff. And now they have to come out and do like these 20-minute explanation videos about their actions on the show to explain why they're not actual human pieces of garbage. And it's gotten very, very ugly. And it's, like I said, it's only episode 3 in the show. So I want to discuss this here for a minute, because this is, like I said, when I saw it 10 minutes in, I was very, very disturbed with what I saw. This is not supermarket sweep by any stretch of the imagination here. Like, this is every possible wicked sin you can possibly accumulate as a game show that is essentially driven by entertainment. This is Squid Game. This is, hey, we can't legally kill people, but this is pretty much as close as we can possibly get to that line before we actually hop over it and make this like full Hunger Games. This is where we're at now. And everyone's just endorsing it. Amazon's endorsing it. The biggest YouTuber in the game's endorsing it. And I was like, does anyone else just see how utterly wicked this whole concept is and what these people are doing to one another? You can say that, well, they all signed up for it, but at the same time, it's like when you're watching this, it's like, I don't know if they actually signed up for this whole thing. It's like, this is going to end up destroying multiple people's lives when this whole thing is said and done, all for the sake of, hey, I'm standing on a big pile of money. Who wants the big pile of money, everyone? Rob, I'm going to start this one off of you, and we'll go a little deeper into this here. What's kind of your take on the Mr. Beast games from just Mr. Beast in general, than the games that you saw here? Because like I said, I was very disturbed watching. This is probably the most disturbing thing I've seen in quite some time.
I'll be completely honest. I stay away from YouTube influencers a lot, so I never saw the meteoric rise of Mr. Beast and his popularity. I mean, I would have to go back to PewDiePie, where he was like, where he kind of stepped off, where he had so many subscribers and was making so much money off YouTube. So Mr. Beast is a relatively new thing for me. But when people literally were coming into the 7-Eleven I was working at a couple years ago and buying Mr. Beast snacks, something went off in my head where I was like, okay, now I'm officially creeped out by this guy. And it's just it's a weird, I had that thing with Disney, for a while where, they almost wanted to sanitize everything they made. They went away from Touchstone Pictures and Hollywood Pictures and things that were made for more than just families and kids. So yeah, that's kind of my relationship with Mr. Beast. This show sounds like The Running Man, sounds like game, sounds like this dystopian thing where, and even in a sense, things like Wolf of Wall Street, which I know Orange just watched, where you're basically, you were sucking the soul out of people for possible financial gain. You're basically saying, hey, humiliate yourself the most you can, and we might throw some money at you. And so
Yeah.
that's kind of what all of this smacks of, or makes me feel like it's representing, because it's just like, hey, how, and this is maybe a stretch, but when I was watching Fear Factor when I was growing up, that's, by the way, where I first discovered Joe Rogan. Wasn't like talk radio or news radio, but that to me at the time was like, okay, this is fucked up. Like, even, I was 8, 9 years old, but whatever, you sign it, you if you can get through it, good for you. But to me, that was a similar vibe. This is taking that and multiplying it by 20. This is a dehumanizing kind of environment that you're putting people in. And look, you can sell it on, hey, they signed up for it, they are willing participants. This is not The Price is Right. This is not Jeopardy or the Wheel of Fortune. This is a dehumanizing sort of process. So, and I'm not Mr. Hey, the government needs to get involved and save these people. But this is really ugly. And the places that this goes is not pretty. Like where we go from here, it's like, I don't know. It literally makes me think of jumping on another movie, Judge Dredd, the remake or whatever, where it's just like people are like walled into these massive cities and just, anyway, I'm going to stop talking now, but it's not good where this is heading. I've seen way too many dystopian things that feel reminiscent of this, where it's just like, this is not good. We do not want this. Let's run away from it as far as we can, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have a review here, and this is actually a review from a leftist, but in all honesty, outside of the whole like, the capitalism, I can't really disagree with anything that they're saying, but we'll get to that here in a second. Nerdigans, what's your take on this whole Mr. Beast show?
I do agree with Rob that it's kind of like an extreme version of Fear Factor, but like I also kind of want to add like shows like Big Brother and Survivor, where that you do have like a dehumanizing factor there, but it's still in Big Brother is a lot more controlled than like say Survivor. Survivor, you're like out in the wild. It's a lot. There's a lot more of and obviously an open space, but like the thing is that the difference between like say a Big Brother and a Survivor versus like Fear Factor and Mr. Beast is that there's a lot more of a strategic element, and it's still manipulative, but it's still entertaining to watch, to see the strategy behind everything. It doesn't look as dehumanizing and as disturbing as say like with Survivor, where you see like the strategy and everything going on, or Big Brother, where you see the strategy and everything happening amongst the housemates, and you see the camaraderie going on too, and the alliances forming too. And I don't know, maybe I'm going nuts and overthinking it, but that's what I get from it. It's very similar to that, or something like, I don't know, like the old school challenges, MTV The Challenge, where you got to see them do like really, really crazy. You still see them do crazy crap, and some of them have gotten really hurt by it. But like, you still have the strategy, you still have the manipulation, but it's not like extremely dehumanizing like what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and that's probably the perfect word I can use for dehumanizing, especially realizing that you're doing this ultimately you're doing it for the entertainment of others, and that's what makes it very, very disturbing. Rick, what's your take on this?
Well, first, I again have a vague idea of who Mr. Beast is. I'm not big into the YouTube. I was also reminded of The Running Man, and I just kind of think we this kind of like the end point of a lot of shows that we've had before. You had that wife swap. You had that Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire, which was not the case.
Are you talking about Joe Millionaire?
Well, that as well. And then there was one where all these dumb women thought they were going to marry Prince Harry.
That was funny.
Yeah. Or the Swan, where they take women and put them under plastic surgery.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're going to make you beautiful. And it's like,
yes,
what are you fucking doing?
All of these poor, unfortunate souls, to quote a song, who will really humiliate themselves for money and I guess for our own amusement. I'm not surprised that we're getting to this point, but I don't know, they'll probably think of something worse. Now, when this is not a game show, you're right, because you don't require knowledge, you don't require physical skill as much as I think a lot of these other game shows, like the ones that require some sort of athletic skill where you have to bounce around a bunch of balls and all that sort of thing. At least it requires some physical ability. This, it just requires you to humiliate yourself for money. And that's not quite prostitution, but it's in the same vein, because you are doing something that would require shame, if you had any, for money.
In all honesty, like I said, Rob hit it pretty hard here, saying that I don't like where this is going. Like, we're at the point with shows like this where it's like, if we could legally find a way to get people to kill each other for money, they would do it. And like I said,
I mean, like we've seen, if you watch like the latest season of the challenge, like the first episode, you saw you saw Polly get basically concussed by Theo. Like, they did a hall brawl where they're basically running into each other, and Polly's like this short guy, and he ran into like a tall 6'5" wall of muscle, and he got concussed like twice from doing that.
There's part of this, I imagine, is a sense of gaining fame and gaining notoriety for nothing in particular. I mean, we're just the most crass and humiliating thing. I mean, you have to remember, didn't Kim Kardashian just become famous by releasing a porn video and just saying, oh, from that spun this massive empire of all of these people who follow someone who has absolutely nothing in terms of intellect, nothing in terms of culture, nothing in terms of anything of note.
Didn't Paris Hilton get famous for being famous, though, and also released a sex tape? I mean, she literally, sold that as an idea where you're not famous for talent or skill. It's just you're a known commodity.
And curiously, I think like her step grandmother, Zsa Zsa Gabor, and Ava Gabor, one of the Gabors, all of the Gabors. They were also that same.
And people forget, like, very early on, before the sex tape, Kim Kardashian was known for being Paris Hilton's friend.
That's true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all of these people, I think, in a sense, they're doing the same thing. It's just a hunger for fame and a hunger for money. I am probably of the type that don't require fame and just enough to pay for my bills and maybe an occasional treat. But this is where we're heading. I do wonder, though, one thing that I don't know if anyone's mentioned is the viewers. Why do you want to watch something like this? It's bad enough that you agree to participate in this sordid spectacle, but why would you want to watch these people humiliate themselves for your own pleasure? I find that as disturbing as the participants.
So, are you familiar with Schadenfreude?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with people taking pleasure in the misery of others. So, this is something. Well, I'm just going to say that this is something that I understand. I'm not saying I'll defend it, but that is as human as anything. Okay, that is as human as anything.
For me, the Schadenfreude is more of deriving pleasure from people who have done me harm. I would see that, like when former city manager of El Paso was fired after he tried to lay off the entire library department because he just hated it and used the pandemic as an excuse. That for me was Schadenfreude, and that I went to the clubs and celebrated that 2-bit bureaucrat.
People love car crashes. People love boxing, and not because they understand the strategy, because they want to see somebody bleed from their face. Like people love the big hits in football games. You don't understand a goddamn thing about it. The NASCAR crashes. I mean, you have this all over American culture, and I'm not demonizing it or anything, because listen, there's aspects of these things that I love and I enjoy, but there are like just sick people out there who.
But the sickness seems to be growing, and I don't derive pleasure out of seeing people, being beaten to a bloody pulp in a boxing match. I actually will watch to see the boxing match every now and again. When I see someone, like when I saw in Across the Spider-Verse lose best animated feature, I was happy, especially
Mm-hmm.
for certain people who were like, "Oh, this is one of the greatest films ever made in the history of cinema." I was thrilled. That brought me pleasure. Their misery brought me pleasure. It's not a quality that I delight in, but that's different than me going and watching a television so-called game show where I see people tortured physically or emotionally for my own amusement. I don't find that amusing. I'm just sad to see that the culture is devolving to this level. But
That's the
I'm more
second
concerned about
part, though.
the viewers.
That's the second
Go
part
ahead.
is that your lead viewers are there to enjoy the suffering of people. Because we've got to remember, it's not just an American thing, Rob. We've got to remember there are people that joined in droves to watch the gladiator matches. Until finally one guy asked the big question, like, why? And people were like, oh, yeah, I don't really want to do that. And right now, there isn't a big enough voice asking why. That's the problem. Amazon does not want to propel somebody to compete with their $100 million investment. But the second part of this are people that watch this out of the sick curiosity of seeing these people in comparison to themselves. So they will say, I am not this desperate. I will watch this person suffer, and I will take pleasure in being superior to them, and that my decision making prevented me from ending up in their position. So it's not their suffering that they're taking pleasure in, it's the fact that this person didn't make that decision. And that's the two people, those are the two leading audiences that watch Mr. Beast's content. Are people that want to watch somebody suffer for money, obviously, but it could be other reasons. And the other people want to watch so they can say, I'm smarter than that guy. And that's the two prongs to Mr. Beast's audience. Well,
Yeah.
kids are the third prong, but
Which
I
I
mean,
mean, very real quick, I know Mr. Beast has a lot of very very young fans all over the world.
Yes.
What message is this type of content sending to them?
Why? Why does he
Debase
have?
yourself.
Why does he
Come on.
have? Why do kids watch him? I'm curious.
Like
That's
I
a good
said,
question.
Content. Well, he gears his content toward the demographic that would be interested in guts, that would have been interested in that Salute Your Shorts, that outdoor program from the programming from the 90s for 90s kids, where everybody was outside. There was some physical challenges involved, but it wasn't extreme. It was kids like using a slip and slide to go into a big vat of green goo. There was
yeah, it looks so fun. By the way,
Right.
as a kid who was growing up in the, I forget, me and Insider were born the same year, but those challenges are like the double dare stuff was so much fun.
Yeah. And so what Mr. Beast does is he takes that aesthetic, that sense of competition. So on the surface, well, they're wearing these blue uniforms. Well, oh yeah, the blue parrots or whatever it was, the green monkeys and the
Oh,
silver
from Legends
snakes.
of the. I love Legends of the
Right.
Hidden Temple.
Well, he
Yeah.
uses that psychology and he puts that into his competition. So the teams have colors. So kids go, oh, that's the same as this other thing. So all the wires get crossed. So you have young audiences that are attracted to that snap cut he was doing with all that footage. Remember, it was in black and white and those big zooms and the sweeping camera angles and stuff.
No,
That's
I
all
never-
to keep people
I
with
never
short
saw that.
attention spans engaged. So
Now,
that's all for kids.
I will also say that like Legends of the Hidden Temple, which was one of my favorite shows, that one did require some knowledge, not just
Right.
physical
And some physical skill
Mm-hmm.
too.
Yeah,
What
some
he
physical
can't
skill.
guarantee is that somebody won't do one of those kids say the darndest things in the background while he's got 100 people in room. What he can do is he can take the room's ambience, right? And none of the local microphones. You notice nobody's wired up. Nobody's got a microphone in front. So they could be cursing all the live long day, and it's a wash inside of the warehouse's ambient roar. And that's how he gets away with it. Whereas the guts kids, the gack kids, the ones that were doing the aggro crag, climbing to the top there, they have the microphones on them. So if they said bitch in the middle of the thing, well, we've got to completely scrub that whole section of the show, and Mr. Beast doesn't want to spend that money.
Well, what it sounds like someone who is presenting like sweets and candy to kids before he or she molests them. That's
Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't
That-
you know?
Well,
That
I mean, I do
is-
find it very, very interesting that this is a guy who calls himself Mr. Beast, and people have made this connection a lot of times here that, you know, the Beast is described as the Antichrist in the Book of Revelation. So here's you have a guy who's going to do very similar things that the actual Antichrist is going to do. Going to be very, very wealthy. He's going to give away money. He's going to be very, very popular, and people have made some very interesting parallels. Now, I talked about this on Sunday. I am not saying Mr. Beast is the Antichrist. I went into great detail about this. He's not the Antichrist, and don't go too far there, but there are a
Yeah,
lot
his
of
car
parallels
isn't
there. I
cool
will say
enough.
this.
His car's not cool enough.
Now
Yeah.
you could, it does not matter how charitable you are. If your charity and your financial largesse is built off the misery of others, that does not make you charitable. That almost makes you like a money launderer.
It makes you evil.
What-
But real
What
quick,
I
I
would say,
want
I just wanted to say this. What Mr. Beast is extraordinarily good at, Rick, is the Lex Luthor dichotomy. He's good at going out into the public and saying everything's great and wonderful here at Luthor Corp. Everyone's happy. He shows all these happy people behind him. They're clapping, having a wonderful. Meanwhile, there's a 10 megaton kryptonite bomb beneath the new city he's built, and
It's
that's how
almost like
Mr.
the-
Beast operates.
It's almost like the allegations against the Church of Scientology, which always presents a very positive image, but then is also considered rather questionable in terms of how it treats its dissenters.
JEC picked a great time to join us here on the podcast. I was going to go to Orange because I wanted to hear Orange's take here, but he might be having some technical difficulties. Can you hear us? No, I think he needs to reset, so we'll wait for him here. I do want to show this here because this was apparently the games before the Amazon show. And I want to go to a couple of reviews here. I will say this, the critical review of this show has not been good at all. There's a lot of people who I think are looking at this and have the same thoughts that I did. But here's kind of the concept of these people who are trying to get on this game show. This is one of the games they did before the Amazon show, so you have to qualify for the Amazon show. Basically, they're saying here that, hey, look, if you, here's $50,000. If you jump off your platform and take the money, everyone on your platform is going to be eliminated, right? That's kind of the whole thing. So once again, we're just putting people against each other. Look at what this woman does, and this is probably one of the worst backfires I've ever seen in my life.
Your stadium started to change. People
You
on
go to Subway and ask for extra
inching
lettuce.
closer to the edge, getting ready to jump. Because everyone here is competing with one thing on their mind.
This amount of money is life-changing.
To my 7-month-old baby Layla, I love you and I'm doing this for you.
If you win $5 million, what are you spending it on?
Finishing my college degree. I'd start an animal rescue.
I bought my dad a house because he's a disabled veteran.
I'm gonna buy a house because my house burned down.
I quit my job to be here.
Did anyone else quit their job?
Wait, why would you
See
do
what I
that?
mean about
They
the
may have
guts?
said no to
You know,
And even here it said, it's like, why would you do that? Like, I did not ask you to quit your
Fame.
job to be on this show.
You get fame and you expect from that to parlay that into a career as, I don't know, an influencer or as a personality or some kind of fame. You just want to be famous and you expect great fortune because you've seen other people humiliate themselves and achieve success that they should not have achieved.
But watch this. This is where it's just like, come on.
$5,000, but $50,000 is a different story.
Now, things are going to get very interesting. When that timer starts, whoever touches the ground first will now receive $50,000.
But I did not expect for this offer to be so irresistible that someone would actually jump before the timer even started.
What? No, it hasn't started yet. Oh my God.
The timer didn't start.
She still stepped off. She's not going to get it because the timer hadn't started, but she stepped off.
So, okay, she's not following. She just single-handedly eliminated her entire team trying to get $50,000, but she jumped so early that the timer didn't go off. So not only is she going home and everyone on her team going home, she's not getting the $50,000 she jumped off for in the first place.
Patience is a
that's
virtue.
evil.
Yeah.
No, I didn't start the timer yet. Oh my gosh. No, because the timer hadn't started yet.
Oh my God! 99 people just lost out on $5 million.
All because she jumped.
I'm sorry, but she stepped off.
Her team was in
Stop
disbelief
complaining.
that they had just been betrayed. and they were absolutely devastated that they would not be moving on to Beast Games.
All right, platform 6. You guys are eliminated. I'm sorry, she stepped off. You guys can head to the exit. I'm sorry.
That final game was brutal, but it's not.
They should not complain. They should not complain. They agreed to this. They agreed to this.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, they really thought they were going to walk away with $5 million, and you know their dreams got shattered, and now they don't know what to do. Those people quit their jobs to be on that show, and now it was all for nothing here, right?
That just shows the level, not of desperation, but the level of thorough greed and stupidity that these people have. I actually fought to get my job back after the city tried to throw us all out. I had to fight them. I had to fight City Hall, and I won, thanks to the public. These people are actually quitting jobs. They're quitting something secure for something that
in this economy.
Yes, even though we have the Biden boom, but they quit their job in the thought that they were going to get more. You could probably earn a lot more. I mean, if you actually saved some of your money, did not spend as much, invested it, put it in a CD or some kind. Slow and steady wins the race. Here they don't have that patience. So they threw away their jobs. And I'll be honest, if I were to see this show and I saw that an applicant said, "Oh, I quit my job so that I could get $5 million," I'd say, I'm not hiring you because you're willing to leave your job for
this
something
is haram,
that is,
brother. This is haram.
But you know what?
Haram is forbidden.
You know what it reminds me of? Literally is, and Rick, I know you haven't seen this, and maybe nobody has, but they shoot horses, don't they? This sort of this like all night
the
dance challenge.
The dance
where
marathon.
during the Depression, where people didn't have an alternative, they didn't have an ability to feed themselves. They, out of desperation, did this, and it's like it's almost like the polar opposite, where it's like, yeah, the economy's not great, but like if you absolutely needed a job, you could get one. Whereas these are people that have quit their jobs, have quit employment to be like, I'm going to be famous and win money. And it's like, do you know the probabilities? I gamble every week, so I do know the probabilities. Do you know the probabilities of winning? They are so minuscule that you are a fucking idiot for jumping at the opportunity. But that's what these people prey on, is the desperation to be seen, to be famous, the entitlement, all that stuff. And it's just like, on both sides, this thing makes me sick. So it's
hold on a second. I want to read this, and then I want to go to Orange Chat here because I do want to get his thoughts on this. But I want to read this now. This is coming from a lefty person because this is complaining about late stage capitalism. However, if you put that aside here, what they're saying is actually not incorrect about what this show is all about. So I'll just read this here for a second. This is someone who gave the show a 1 out of 10, by the way. Beast Games is nothing short than a dystopian spectacle that encapsulates everything wrong with our society. It is a nauseating reminder of the extreme wealth inequality plaguing the modern world, where the elite prey on the desperation of the poor for their own entertainment. This show does not just exploit its less fortunate, it turns it into their suffering into a gleeful spectacle for the masses, serving as a perfect mascot for late-stage capitalism. The entire premise hinges on people debasing themselves, risking their dignity, and sometimes their safety for a sliver of hope at a better life, or a hope that they wouldn't need if society hadn't failed them in the first place. The contestants' desperation is palpable, a byproduct of the system where billionaires hoard the wealth while the rest claw for the crumbs, and while the audience gawks and cheers. As if moral bankruptcy was for the concept wasn't enough, the show's execution is dreadful. The hosts are a glaring example of out-of-touch elitism, offering little in the way of substance or empathy. Their forced charisma and plastic smiles barely conceal the disdain for their participants, reducing them to nothing more than props for this grotesque charade. Their commentary is riddled with cliches, vapid jokes that make it clear that they care more about ratings than the human beings that are in front of them. Beast Games is not entertainment. It is a symptom of a sick, broken society that normalizes exploitation, glamorizes suffering. It's bread and circuses for the population distracted from questioning why the show exists in the first place. Do better, humanity. Now, look, I read this and I'm like, you know what? I share a lot of the same sentiment about this show. I cannot defend anything that this person said against this show whatsoever because they hit it nail on the head with a lot of these things. This is a billion-dollar corporation, Amazon, multi-billion-dollar, even trillion-dollar, if you want to go even further than that, saying that, hey, we'll give $100 million to build this entire platform, this entire show, where people who are absolutely dirt poor and in desperate need of money are going to do whatever the base thing we can possibly get them to do outside of literally murder or violence, anything that can get us legally in trouble. And then we're just going to essentially film this all for our entertainment. And we're going to make a whole bunch of money off of it because why? Everyone loves Mr. Beast. Now, at the moment, there are 5 active lawsuits from the participants of this show against the show. I can only imagine that number is going to climb here as time goes on. This show has been an absolute disaster, and I think it really exposed the nature of Mr. Beast as a person, and really just a lot of people. There's a reason why the Bible says money is the root of all evil.
The love of money. The love of money.
The love of money is the root of all evil, because these people in their greediness have literally pierced themselves through many sorrows, and this is literally encapsulated in this very show. Orange Hat, I want to go to you here, Cook. I know you haven't got a chance to really talk about this. I want to get your thoughts on here before we wrap up our final thoughts here on the show. What is your take on the whole Mr. Beast debacle here?
Well, honestly, I think that it is an absolute practice of complete moral insanity, because these people, for one, are, as we have said, very desperate, and yet in their disparity they chose to quit their jobs and do any sort of thing for a quick buck, which shows that their willpower is for shit. That is how society has basically been degraded so much under the last 4 years, because, well, obviously it's been degrading for a lot longer than that. But the process was extremely accelerated due to the fact that we have had people losing their homes, losing their lives due to depression and other things under this administration, due to the fact that they were essentially locked into their homes and lost money as well. But the fact that this guy created this show to basically have rich people look at these desperate people and debase themselves to try to get money, and some of these people are ending up screwing out way more people as a result in this show, that just goes to show how completely pathetic people are in following people like Mr. Beast. I have said it on Twitter, I have said it on X, I have said it a million times. If you continue to follow these people blindly, you are leading yourself in the wrong direction, because anybody who dares speak out against these people will be ostracized, will be bashed, will be attacked, myself included. I spoke out, to give you guys an example of what I'm talking about, I spoke out against the quartering recently. My entire freaking DMs got blown up. People telling me to fuck off. People telling me to delete myself. People telling me all sorts of stuff simply for having a different opinion than a 1 million subscriber YouTuber. Because the guy grifts a lot and also does a lot of clickbait. But the point of the matter is, back to Amazon. Shame on you, Amazon, for one. Jeff Bezos going to kiss the ring at Mar-a-Lago. Trump should have said, dude, you are not worthy enough to kiss my ass, let alone the ring. Because honestly, you are scum for allowing this kind of shit to be put on your network. Honestly, you should have shut that shit down.
And you know what I'm thinking about just watching the show and like these clips? You know who would actually love this show? Satan. Because this show is literally a bunch of greedy people led by greed, envy, and whatever the case may be, causing themselves emotional distress, physical distress. Everyone's yelling at each other. Everyone's against each other. Everyone hates each other, and that's only going to grow as this time goes on. Like I said, people are now getting death threats. They're getting targeted after the fact on this show. This is going to destroy a lot of people. And I was like, if I was someone who was purely evil and I enjoy in human suffering, this would be the exact type of show that I would love to partake in.
Well, Satan would be good about dissension and this splitting of people, not uniting them. Real quick, I'm just curious. When Orange says that they're desperate, I don't know if they're really desperate financially, because I mean they were willing to quit their jobs for this in exchange for alleged more money.
And look,
they might be desperate more for fame and desperate for notoriety. I mean, it's possible that some really are desperate and they had hard issues, but for my experience, it's better just to work your way slowly out of the hole that you're in versus trying to get rich quick. Those get rich quick schemes hardly ever work. I'm sorry, George. I don't want to put in too much of what you said. I'm just puzzled by what desperate they're for, what they're desperate for.
The reason why they are desperate and whatnot, look at some of them may have quit their jobs, and that was a rather stupid thing to do. It shows that they have no common sense, to basically answer your question, because these people are willing, or if they are willing to quit their job just to try to make a quick buck and do not have anything to fall back on, that alone is pathetic. The fact of the matter is, and this is going to get me a lot of people looking at me like, what the fuck, dude? I am going to play a small bit of devil's advocate here. This is thinning the herd. This is basically natural selection at its best. Now, I'm not saying I agree with how this practice is put into place, but for the love of God, why would anybody want to do this? Oh, the enticement of money. I'm fucking poor, and I wouldn't even choose this shit.
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. People have forgotten those lessons.
Yep. Anyone has final thoughts on this one before we move on to our next topic?
Well, I do want to say this, like, at least with like reality shows like, say, Road Rules or Real World or Survivor, you're actually learning skills besides social skills, because on Survivor, I mean, you're learning how to survive in the wild, which would come in handy later on in life. And on like Real World and Road Rules, like Real World, you actually have to work a job. You had to work a job while you were there. You weren't just partying all the time. You actually had to work like a part-time job. And then on Road Rules, you were traveling around the country, so you were learning about the country, and you were doing like different physical challenges as well. So you were earning money, if I remember correctly. So you were earning money along the way. We don't have that many reality shows like that anymore. And this is stuff that we grew up on in the 90s and early 2000s. And it's just sad that we don't have anything. Well, Survivor's still going and Big Brother's still going, but we don't have anything like that, like Road Rules or Real World anymore.
Bull Run with Bill Goldberg. I remember both of those. Those were fun. And then they got in big trouble for having all these hot cars running all over the highway. So
Survivor lost its appeal after 39 or 40 people literally had a plane crash on a deserted island, and they survived for like 43 days, and one of them was a baby. After that happened, I lost. It's like, you guys are at least getting gifts and rewards.
Hey, give it time. Give it time. That'll be the next Mr. Beast challenge. You're just gonna set a whole bunch of people on an island. For
I
60
filled
Lord of the
this
Flies?
Airbus full of 200 people, and I've paid the pilot to nosedive it into this remote island off the coast of Brazil that I bought yesterday. I don't know if there's plumbing or if there's hostile animals. We'll have to find out together.
They're going to go Lord of the Flies on us.
Okay,
Yeah.
but this is really funny though, because there was this movie that Bob Odenkirk, before Better Call Saul and whatever, and David Cross made called Run Ronnie Run, where literally Arlie Ermy, the guy from Full Metal Jacket, was on this Survivor-like show where the loser gets eaten at the end of each round. And basically cut to the end, they all left them there. The network left them there when the protagonist show took off, and like, you think it's ridiculous. That's what this sounds like. And I'll just finish with this. The Running Man has Richard Dawson, very famous game show host. Okay. And it's just like, I just like looking at it, and the tagline is, the year is 2019. The finest men in America don't run for president. They run for their lives. So it's just like, we're slowly feeding ourselves this desperate, get rich quick, you can be famous, you can be a celebrity, let us exploit you while you do it. And I'm sorry, like, this is more extreme than like American Idol tryouts, but everybody watched American Idol tryouts, and they might not have watched the rest of the show simply to make fun of the people that
is true.
Had lacked the self-awareness to realize, oh, I don't actually have the talent that's needed to compete with the people I'm gonna be up against. And so it's like
America's Home Funny Videos.
There are two sides of this where it's like, I want to condemn these people, but the human part of me, the empathetic part of me is like, okay, well, somebody has to look out for them. Somebody has to like at least be a little bit like, yes, you were stupid for letting yourself be taken advantage of, but that shouldn't be happening in the first place. And whatever, maybe that's human decency. I don't know, but there's part of me that's just like, someone has to say something, because this isn't.
I gotta wonder if there's any laws violated too.
Like I said, there's 4 active lawsuits against this show right now. Like I said, once people really start getting heat and negative blowback by their actions on this show, that number's going to rise significantly. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of pushback.
I will be fascinated to see what would be the legal grounds for suing this show, given that you signed it, you probably read statements about it. They didn't
read the contract. No way. These people did not read this contract. They're too stupid to do it.
The contract also doesn't say you will be emotionally manipulated by the staff, and you will be sexually harassed by the staff, which are 2 lawsuits out of the 4.
So that would probably fall under coercion.
Right. So it's not
whether or not
that
they read it.
Will come after you. You're allowed. They do stipulate that you'll have competitors that come after you, but there's nothing in the contracts that say the staff is allowed to like prompt you to feel worse about the situation, to give you more grief, which is part of the lawsuit. One lady like made a video
which is just like,
crying halfway through. It's nuts.
Exactly, because it's like, yeah, like the woman who screwed over her entire team trying to get $50,000 and messed up. It's like, well, because this woman over here jumped the line early, you're all going home. So back to the line over there, guys. No $5 million for you. It's like, yeah, that's a good way to make you feel like even a bigger piece of crap than you probably already are. So yeah, this whole thing is gonna progress. Like I said, they got like a few more episodes left that they review week by week, and like I said, that's the first 2 episodes. I don't know where this thing is going. Apparently, it's all supposed to end on a private island where whoever is the last person standing is the one who's gonna get the $5 million on this private. A lot of weird stuff happening on private islands these days.
It's going to end on a blink twice type situation, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Well, I want to go over here to talk about this one. Somebody did a very interesting article for Bounding in the Comics, and I was like, you know what? Bravo, sir, because this is actually something that I thought about over Christmas break as well. A little bit of a backstory here. You know, I went visit my family for Christmas, and we started watching Elf. Not my choice to watch the movie, but it's like, fine, I'll be a team player and watch Elf. Elf sucks. I don't know who here thinks Elf is a good movie. Elf is garbage. It's not funny. I don't know who ever thought it was funny today or 20 years ago. It's a horrible movie. On the flip side, immediately afterwards, I watched Jingle All the Way. And I was like, this is a freaking Christmas movie, not Die Hard. So I don't know how many people I just upset just by those statements alone. But yes. Jingle All the Way is a far superior Christmas movie to Elf. I will fight anyone who says otherwise. And Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. And I don't care how many people try to argue that point. It's not. So
Elf is a Lifetime original movie with tall actor guy in it. It's about a man reconnecting with his father who abandoned him, and he is very not doing well with that because their personalities are quirky and different. And then somebody just decided to smear Christmas all over it like a cheap cake made at a high school vocation school.
All I can know about, I've never seen Jingle All the Way, but all I remember is Conan O'Brien making fun of it with that fake Arnold are always going, "See my
Yeah.
new movie, Jingle All the Way." That's all I remember.
Yeah, I don't really like either movie. I was 13 when Elf came out, and I did see it in the theater. I've always thought it was tremendously overrated. Jingle All the Way, I'll be completely honest with you guys. I think I've seen a few scenes, and I put a mental block on it because all of the Arnold action movies from like the 80s and the 90s are so
Mhm.
great. And then he did that, and I was like, I was seven, and I was like, no.
Well, I mean, that was when he was trying to broaden into more family-friendly
Shit.
things, and then
No,
no
so-
one ever mentions Jingle All the Way 2 with Larry the Cable Guy.
Well, why would they?
Yeah, we're not going to mention that.
Here's the thing. I think the Santa Claus is a better version of Jingle All the Way. So that's what I would say. But because
Fair.
it's this dad who's trying to get the toy for his kid, right? And he can't find it, and he's just it's the sort of commercialism of Christmas, and like, I'm going to kill somebody if I can't get my kid the toy they want, kind of thing. So it's like, and that's been joked about in Seinfeld and in The Office, and just it's fine. To be completely honest, I do not think I've sat down and watched it from start to finish, so I can't really give an opinion on it. But yeah, I'll go with that. It's a better movie than Elf, sure.
I get all I can think is just Conan O'Brien making fun of that movie on the late night. I mean, that's my only point of reference to Jingle All the Way. So I've not seen it. Elf was not. I didn't hate it, but it's not. It's strange. I've seen it like maybe once or twice, and I've not revisited it. But
Zooey Deschanel has blonde hair in it. It's so fucking weird. So
That's her.
Oh yeah, that's her. Yep.
Yeah, the blonde hair girl. Or no,
Her singing. Here's the thing. Her singing voice gives it away. And yes, I literally bought She and Him albums when I was 19 years old because I was so. Anyway, let's not go into that.
She was also the little blonde haired girl from the movie The New Guy that came out in like 2001 as well.
Oh,
and I'm surprised nobody's commented on how problematic Elf is now, because a buddy is in the shower he's in the bathroom when she's doing that, and they're singing that
Baby It's Cold Outside.
Yes, that alleged rape song that millennials had to change, or Zoomers had to change, because it was all about
it was
rape.
Problematic.
It was rapey.
Yes, so it's like and their reworked version was idiotic. It was like the least romantic thing ever. But sorry, Jacob, go on.
So this is an article here from Kevin Grajeda. I'm gonna say that's his last name. Grajeda, yeah. I'm not gonna put this guy over just yet because I haven't met him yet. He might be a dick, but I'm gonna put over his article that he wrote here. I'm gonna put over the article that he wrote here because it's actually a pretty good one, and it basically talks about how, especially this year, there was a lot of Christmas movies that were marketed as Christmas movies that really weren't Christmas in this theme. And is this part of the reason why people are not taking Christmas movies seriously anymore? And here's kind of the bar here that he reaches at this point here. So talked about Red One. We reviewed Red One a while back ago. Not a good movie. And even when I reviewed that movie, I pointed out that this is marketed as a Christmas movie because it's about Santa Claus and all this stuff, but it's not really a Christmas movie. Like, this is not a movie you should be taking your kids to go see. This is not an entertaining family film about Christmas. Like, it really isn't. Like, it has a lot of paganism that is in the film, and a lot of like pagan like witches and Krampus and all this other stuff. It's like, this isn't the Christmas. Like, what are you going on here?
Yeah, it couldn't decide whether to be like adult or for kids, so it was trying to split the difference.
So he mentions how, Red One here is the most egregious example of a Christmas movie that Horbert's on indifference towards the holiday really has nothing to do about it whatsoever. We found out that apparently the Rock's cousin or brother-in-law, it was his brother-in-law, former brother-in-law, was the one who actually wrote the concept for this film. And I was like, oh, okay, that's why this whole thing is shite, right? And then you couple that onto a film called Dear Santa, which we may or may not talk about here in a couple of weeks when we do our worst films of the year, where it's basically Jack Black playing Satan after a young boy accidentally misspells Santa with Satan, and now he's basically trying to trick the kid to steal his soul. That's a nice Christmas movie you want to take the entire family to, right? And it's films like this and concepts like this that we've gotten over the last few years that people, especially families, just don't go out and watch holiday movies anymore. They don't. The biggest holiday movie people are watching, at least here in the United States, I don't know about other countries, but the biggest one here in the United States right now is Sonic 3. And everyone's going to go watch Sonic 3 because it's the closest thing to a family movie, quote unquote, during the holidays, and it really isn't. I mean, it's basically a video game movie about a video game character that it's family friendly enough that you can take your kids to go see. You don't have to worry
It's
about
based
them.
on a game that came out 23 years ago.
Oh, it's way more than 23 years ago. It's at least
Sonic
about
Adventure.
4.
Is that the?
I thought Sonic Adventure 2 came out in 2000.
Oh, I thought you meant like the Sonic in general. I was say no, it's been way more than that. Yeah.
No, Shadow Soda. I thought it was 2001, maybe later.
Yeah, it might have
20
been.
years ago anyway. And, when Shadow was introduced. So
Yeah. So he puts over that these films, like, no one's going to go watch stuff like this. So why exactly is Hollywood putting this crap out here? That's a pretty good question here. And also talks about Nosferatu being, I guess, the big Christmas release this year. That has nothing to do with Christmas or the holidays at all whatsoever. It's being marketed as this big horror film, classic horror movie that's being released on Christmas. And it's like, where are... Yeah, exactly. It's like, where are the Jingle All the Ways? Where are even the elves? Even though I'm not putting over elf, it's like, where are those where are the actual Christmas movies? And over the last several years, we've seen films like Krampus that came out in 2015, Violent Night, which I actually liked Violent Night, but once again, I'll agree that is not a Christmas movie by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. Would not recommend the kids go see that one. There was another similar Santa Claus movie not too long ago, Silent Night, and that was another one that was very, very.
There was that
one
that Seth Rogen and Sarah Silverman.
Sarah Silverman did the animated one.
Yeah, that one.
And I remember at the time I thought you guys were overreacting about it, and then I saw the response from everybody that was like, "Okay, these people hate Christmas," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, they absolutely made something that people were going to hate and then called it Christmassy."
I'm confusing that one with The Night Before, which is also a Seth Rogen alleged Christmas and Hanukkah movie.
Yeah, that was another one. And like I said, none of those are actually family movies. So because these are the films that we're now producing, like I said, we're not getting A Christmas Story, we're not getting How the Grinch Stole Christmas, we're not getting Home Alones or Jingle All the Ways or Fred Clauses or the Santa Claus. That era of movies just seems to be completely dead in Hollywood, and it seems like it's been dead for a while. Maybe you guys disagree with me. It feels like that's something that we really just left in the 1990s, that we really don't do it much anymore. And it's really sad that when you look at those films that really kind of inspired the holidays, like those films are at least 30 years old now, and that's kind of like where it is. And there's other films here that are mentioned that still try to do somewhat of the holidays, but obviously it doesn't get as much attention, so a lot of people will probably gloss those films over. And somebody I mentioned in the chat earlier, Best Christmas Pageant Ever, that was a movie that came out, I believe, earlier in the month. Pretty decent movie. Like I said, if you're looking for something to go watch with the family, that's a pretty good movie there, and I think it had a pretty decent run at the box office as well.
I think
right here.
Honestly, I think that they've been relegated to like the Hallmark Channel and Netflix.
Yeah.
Netflix came out with this movie called The Christmas Chronicles, which apparently was a really big hit with people that I don't want to call them, conservatives, but people that are looking for family traditional stuff.
Right of center.
Maybe isn't as crappy.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Netflix have like a Christmas movie, like not this? I think it was last year, or maybe the year before, that was a beautifully animated, and I think was even up for an Academy Award.
I'm the wrong person to ask.
I don't remember anything like that.
I'm going to contend.
You guys are the movie buffs.
I was going to disagree slightly with Rob on the idea of the Hallmark Channel, because the Christmas movie that I review a Christmas movie every Christmas. The Christmas movie I reviewed this year was The Holiday Sitter, which was about the first gay love story for Christmas. And it was abysmal, separate from the gay element. It was just bad.
To me, that's just Hallmark movies in general, but
I mean, every so often Hallmark will come up with something that is at least acceptable. But no, I mean, I don't know what it is about people who have a hard time making a Christmas movie. It may be because they really don't see Christmas as even a spiritual, religious, or even like family oriented thing. Like one of the movies that I reviewed for Christmas, and I was just going through the ones that I saw, was one called Prancer, which I had not seen until I saw it, and I absolutely fell in love with it because it took the premise serious and it was, very sincere and sweet. Then there was another one that I saw another Christmas called Christmas with the Cranks, which was satanic. It was one of abysmal, terrible. And Roger Ebert made a great comment. He said, for a movie that's about Christmas, not once do they ever talk about God, not once do they go to the church, and the priest who goes to the Christmas party, should he be at midnight mass? Like, why is he wasting time with this couple here? But that's a terrible movie in a whole lot of way. It's a good question.
The
why
Twilight Zone episode.
Oh.
Oh, now I remember the movie, by the way. It's called Klaus.
Yeah,
and it
so I
came
was just
out
about to-
in
yep.
yeah, it came out in 2019. Yeah, that's the movie I was thinking of.
And
The
again, I mean,
Santa Claus Twilight Zone episode? Is that what you're talking about?
No. The Christmas with the Cranks is reminds me of a Twilight Zone episode
fair
of
enough.
having a
Yeah,
cult around the Christmas commercialism.
and I actually read the book, and it's sad to say that the movie stuck close to the book, and the
Sure.
book was absolutely horrendous. Though again, I'm at a time where people would watch something, and it's been a long time since I've seen Santa Claus the movie, and that one was
Oh, wow.
critically that one was critically destroyed, and I think part because it was so sincere. I mean, again, I have not seen it in a long time. But a lot of times, Christmas movies are not really about Christmas. They're just have a Christmas setting. Elf might be one, though I probably would qualify it as a Christmas movie. You had one that was Ben is Back. I remember that one where Julia Roberts.
Oh,
was,
right.
Kate-
It's
yeah,
about
Kate
drug
Reed-
addiction is more
Yeah.
what it's about. Yeah.
Yeah, but it counts as a Christmas movie because it takes place around Christmas Eve. I don't know. I kind of think The Holdovers would kind of qualify as a Christmas movie, but it really is not. I mean, it kind of is. I mean, but I like that movie. It was my
One of my
it was
favorites.
best.
One of my favorites is Bad Santa. I love that movie so much.
I have
know it's-
not. I have not seen it. Of course, I qualify Batman Returns as a Christmas movie.
No, it's not, but that's fine. I mean, if you're gonna have Batman Returns, then I'm getting L.A. Confidential with Bloody Christmas. So, which
I
that's
did also
absolutely
see-
not a Christmas movie, but
I
don't
did.
care.
I did see it. I will review this another year. I did see Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Oh, I
So-
love it. See, now that's not a Christmas movie, and that's pure that's just like we're just having serial killer fun during the Christmas holiday. But
And
no,
it has a
as
great. It
piece
has a
of
great soundtrack.
exploitation cinema,
It has a great
that's
soundtrack.
fantastic. Yeah.
It has a great soundtrack.
So a
Uh,
curiously based horror movie that is set at Christmas time is Santa. I think it's one starring Bill Goldberg. Where he
What about
is a
what about Black Christmas?
well, no,
Oh,
I
that's a good
maybe
one,
that's the name of it. I don't know. It's evil. Maybe it's Evil Santa. I'm not sure. But the backstory behind this is that Satan got into a deal with God about taking over Christmas, and that was the purpose of Santa. And he was stuck in a deal to do good for so many years to try and compete with God for the role of control over Christmas. And he failed at the end, and he lost his shit because he got so mad. So he went around killing a bunch of people in like this Alaskan town because it was the closest to the North Pole he could get. And it was just like this. He went to a strip club. He just took out all of the worst people in the town. It was just strangely based movie with the weirdest premise, but yeah, it was really crazy. But yeah, I recommend that one. But to Jacob's point about how Hollywood's not taking this seriously is that Santa's sleigh, that's what it is. And that it's a bizarrely based movie. But the other thing about this is that Hollywood itself is not made up of people who believe in any facet of Christmas beyond the decoration, beyond being able to wear cute Christmas clothes and make pictures. You're muted, Jacob.
I was gonna say, honestly, probably not even that anymore. I mean, they probably don't even go to Christmas parties anymore at this point.
It's true.
So it's like-
You know, this is where we're at, is that the core of making this media is not involved with it anymore. And so this is why I want to impress upon people that, you can make these movies. Hallmark has demonstrated that you can make a whole channel year round about these Christmas movies. And there is somebody out there that wants to sit and watch them. Somebody's grandma wants to watch them while they're knitting. Do it.
Countdown to Christmas.
The thing is that we live in a time right now where making this stuff is easier than it ever has been. You put it up on YouTube, you can make money off of it that way. I highly recommend that people look into very low budget Christmas movies because this is what made the genre. We talk about Jingle All the Way, we talk about all these other ones, but if you look back in the history of these Christmas movies, they were not some high powered thing. They were casual movies what's the most famous one there?
Well, I mean, you
Miracle
have
on 34th Street.
You have
Miracle on 34th Street.
Street. You have Remember the Night. You have
very basic sets, right?
Which I didn't really like all that much.
Yeah, it's not a great movie. I just like
very basic sets. Not a lot of high-powered star power there. No experimental technology for sure. And the message is always at the core of what the storytelling is. It is not about commercializing the situation. Now, again, people have opinions about what is Christmas and what isn't Christmas. Are trees, are presents part of it, whatever. I'm moreover talking about the focus of these stories from the past were on the people going through the holiday, not having a great time. And at the end of it, they did have a good time. Now, can you think of a more important message right now?
That would be something like "It's a Wonderful Life," where
that's
a despairing
that's
this existential crisis that was resolved, and then A Christmas Story was built all around something that people relate to as kids, like the desire for a specific toy or gift that you may not get.
Even that was a little cynical, though. That's the thing.
And then just think about it. That is something that people look forward to, seeing it for 24 hours straight. I mean, after it ends, they'll watch it again.
Yeah, no, I was one of those people. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
me too. I forced my family to do it, and I'm surprised they still speak to me.
Talking about Cider saying it's kind of cynical. Well, I mean, it's funny because it's Bob Clark who did like these ridiculous.
He did Black Christmas. Curiously
enough. He did Black Christmas, but he also did Death Dream. You know, about the Vietnam soldier coming back from just undead, and the parents are just like, "Oh, we got our old kid back." You know, just like this kind of black comedy where. So it's like, I don't think that that's completely divorced from who Bob Clark was, but there's also it because I agree there is a satirical element to it, a cynical satirical element, but there is also genuine love of that time, and even if it's kind of like with rose-colored glasses, because 1940s Indiana was not a great time.
Yeah, they kept it at the kids' level. I mean, they were never really trying.
The perspective of the kids. Yeah,
they were never trying to be. The same thing with Prancer, which is a movie that I absolutely fell in love with when I saw it for the first time. It was totally sincere. I love that part where she goes to the mall and she says, "I know you're not the real Santa," but then she says, "But you're his representative here." So she believed, but she was fully aware as well that there was not.
So the separation we're dealing with, though, is that between the generations, Christmas has now taken on a vastly different meaning and visual shape. So for the millennial parent of the alpha kid in high school right now, let's put that in perspective, right? We're parent age now. So the kids that are in like middle school right now have parents that are my age, okay? And they're kind of dealing with this. Where Christmas doesn't have the same meaning to their kid as it does to them. So you have the tree, you have the decoration, you have all that. But the presents are what matter. How many presents are under the tree? Is the tree completely buried in presents? It's not a good Christmas unless all the presents are what the focus is. That's what you're dealing with.
How many boxes are mine?
Now
right.
Well, yeah, and it wasn't that that's new. Kids are always trying to get ahead of it. There's stories and funny little Christmas tales about children trying to find the presents. But the thing is the kids were always wanting to go to do the Polar Express rides. We have it up here, train rides. Real train goes around, takes kids on. It's like a 6-mile ride. They have these Christmas carnivals. We have snow sculptures. Sort of the whole ambiance of the community coming together is completely lost on the alphas. Because they don't have a community. All there is the internet. That's all they ever had because their parents just said, "Hey, here's the tablet. You're going to watch TV while you're at daycare too. Good luck." You know, so they did that's what happened. The Zoomers are quasi affected by this. They're stratified between the millennial materialism of the holiday. So if your holiday doesn't look a certain way, you're not doing Christmas right. But the Zoomers also captured with the materialism of if it isn't like all about the presents, you're not rich and not having a good time at Christmas. So your Christmas is worthless unless you're able to get your family things they'll never use and possibly return. And that's what you're dealing with. Is that then you got the boomers, and I don't mean to pity the boomers, but they're from a time where you were outside like Ralphie. You know, you were getting soap in your mouth because you were saying naughty things at Christmas time, and mom didn't want to catch heat for that at the knitting circle. We just don't relate to that. And that's the biggest hurdle is that Christmas for people who make the movies does not relate to the people absorbing the movies. Well, that's why I say a tale about like reclaiming your interest in the holiday would be best right now. People who are just reminded that the star on the tree doesn't need to be made out of real gold. It means something different than just being a decoration.
I am curious though, because we did have a remake of Miracle on 34th Street. We've actually had two, technically.
A lot.
And Maureen O'Hara would always say, both of them flopped. And she was very proud that both those versions flopped, even the one with Sir Dicky. And I saw that one. I thought that was terrible. I'm just curious what the cultural shift has been between the 1947 Miracle on 34th Street, which was very sincere and left logic. I mean, it had logic to it, versus the 1994 version. I think it was 94, which was maybe not more cynical, but more like, oh yes, everyone knows, because he started talking about the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy, and I'm thinking, you know what, this is, that takes away from the charm and the intelligence of Miracle on 34th Street. And one more thing, I know someone that you all don't like, who did call it Miracle on 45th Street when he was talking about Red One. Like, oh, I wasn't expecting Miracle on 45th Street, and I was like, you not know the actual title of one of the great films, Christmas films. You think it's called Miracle on 45th Street? God.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just biased here, but Richard Attenborough I thought was fantastic as Santa Claus.
Sir Dicky,
maybe it's
I
just
liked
because
him in that one.
I've seen him at that part in his career, the Jurassic Park, Miracle on 34th Street. Because I know Richard Attenborough more as a director, obviously, than an actor, but there is just something warm, something that emanates off him that is unquestionable.
He was too cutesy. He was trying too hard to be too cutesy, too cuddly. Edmund Wynn, he kept that little mystery. So his was better, and frankly, Sir Dicky was a lousy director. He was great in Brighton Rock. He was great in Brighton Rock. I will give him that.
You have Mara Wilson, who is in all of these great, like Mrs. Doubtfire. Was it Matilda? Like she was a very good child actress. I'm literally not going to say she was better than Natalie Wood. You know what I mean? That's so
she was
funny.
Adorable. Yeah, she was adorable.
Natalie Wood all those years before, and so it's great. I like both versions. I will concede that the original is the best, but there are things, and obviously I'm prone to 90s movies, 90s studio movies. Like the money they put into them, to me it's like catnip. It's like, look at all they shot it in New York, and look at the cast, and look at the, you know what I mean. And so I get caught up in that too. But then of course you have the studio system of the 1940s, right? So they did a great job as well.
Yeah, I mean, I give mad props to Mara Wilson. She was absolutely adorable, and she did a great job. Even if she is Ben Shapiro's cousin, but we don't hold that against her. But no, Natalie Wood is far better because she brought that mix of innocence and cynicism.
And I'll be honest with you, the older I get, I am not a Christmas movie guy, especially around the year, but like the last few years when it's gotten to Christmas, that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see movies that believe in the magic of Christmas, that believe in, being a little kinder, being a little nicer, understanding that the world is a hard place no matter what time of the year it is. And so it's just that's a wonderful thing to kind of put down whatever frustrations you have and celebrate, loving your fellow man. I think it really is about that, and I think that's a really nice.
Real quick, that the thing that we haven't talked about is how in Miracle and It's a Wonderful Life, Amazon cut the part where it's
they have both versions. Stop, please.
I mean, no, but I'm just saying if they cut the part that's in Pottersville, they're missing the whole point,
right,
of the movie, which is not about how sweet Christmas is. It's about how dark his world was, and he had to be reminded of the goodness that he was able to come up. Okay, so they have both versions, but still, they should have just kept the first version instead of cutting it.
I'm pretty sure they're going to keep that terrible Jack Black movie, though. That's not going anywhere. You're not getting two cuts of that film. Go ahead.
My whole take on this, first off, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and I will explain why. There are certain elements in these movies. It also is relevant to the other point as well of the actual subject. One, these people are trying to get to their families to celebrate Christmas. Therefore, it is a Christmas movie. unfortunately, a lot of shit got in their way. 2, Jack Black and that Satan, Santa, what the fuck ever movie is a complete abomination and should never have done. And it was done completely to mock the idea or the religious aspect of Christmas. 3, Christmas movies aren't dead. Just because we do not like them doesn't mean that that is the case. From looking at it, even from an objective point of view, I watched Red 1 recently, actually on Christmas Day. Honestly, from an objective point of view, yes, flawed as fuck. 2, from a subjective point of view, I enjoyed it because it did have a family element, because the father did basically have to re-find his worth of being a father, and he ended up reconciling with his kid. So yes, there is a family element to it. When it does come to the commercialization of Christmas films, I absolutely agree. It has lost a bit of its soul, but they still do have a very common theme, which is the family is coming together at the end of the day in the movies. That is something that should honestly be considered when we do talk about this shit, because otherwise, yes, one of the things I would actually like to see with Christmas films is the religious aspect coming back into it. Unfortunately, Hollywood condemns all religious ideas when it comes to the movies, unless they are done in specificity to mock. But when it comes to Red 1, I honestly did not have too much of a problem with it. Yes, I do acknowledge the flaws. Yes, they took a lot of the old myths and legends and whatnot and completely turned them on their ass. But you know what? Not everybody's going to be completely accurate when it comes to things. When it comes to movies like what was that other one that y'all talked about? Miracle on 34th Street. I like the original, but I also do like the 1990s one because Richard Attenborough was a very good fucking Santa Claus in that movie, as well as the little kid that's now an adult nowadays. I can't even remember her name. She played Matilda. But the point of the matter is,
we just talked about her.
Yeah, that one. The point
Dave Shapiro's cousin.
Yeah.
Whatever. The point I am trying to make is a lot of these movies, with the exception of some, do continue to have a family element in them. And when you do look at Christmas itself, yes, the religious aspect as well as the commercial aspect, which is what the whole Santa and presents thing is all about, it is also about family coming together. When it comes to Die Hard and all those other movies, the action movies that a lot of people say aren't Christmas movies, you might or if has a family element coming together at the end of the day, yeah, and it takes place during Christmas, you have Christmas themes all throughout the movie, it's a fucking Christmas movie. And even the director said it's a Christmas movie. So yes, you're wrong, Jake. But the point,
he's also wrong too.
Those are also my thoughts on this. But overall, this Bounding in the Comics article, hey, I think you guys have a good idea. You should let a lot of people write articles more often, give their opinions, do opinion pieces and stuff. I think it's a good. Or the kid had a good. He had a good, well put together article. I will say that objectively, he wrote that pretty well.
Yep.
I may disagree with him, but he wrote it pretty well.
So I just will say real quick, two of my favorite Christmas movies of all time is Scrooged and The Ref, and both of those, especially compared to most Christmas movies, are pretty mean-spirited.
Pretty good film.
Yeah, but they're like some of the main characters are just like fucking complete fucking assholes, and like that's part of it, you know. Like The Ref, literally, it's a family kidnapping your annoying family, you know, because they won't shut the hell up and they're always starting drama. I mean, obviously, you know, Dennis Leary is on the run and he kidnaps Kevin Spacey and Judi Davis, and their family's coming over and they're loudmouth assholes, and it's just fantastic. But ultimately, the criminal gets away. And the director, like before he died of a cocaine overdose in 2001, Ted Demme, who also did Blow, basically said if he could do it over again, he'd probably have Dennis Leary be arrested. And it was like, that's not really fitting with the spirit of Christmas, though. Like the spirit of Christmas. Yes, I know we all want our violent criminals to be locked up and put away. But just with how that movie played out, like that was the kind of overriding message was, you know, it was a comedy, and it was like, yeah, he's going to get away. So, but I am very much been a slow approaching fan of Christmas movies, but that's kind of where I started, and those are two of my favorites still. But I think It's a Wonderful Life is a great movie. I'm sure there's many more. I'm
It's
forgetting.
interesting. White Christmas does not have much of any religious element to it, but it's considered a Christmas movie because it's set around Christmas for the most part. But it's not per se. I don't know if it counts. Does it count as a Christmas movie? White Christmas with Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye? Because it's not. They don't really go to. It's not a religious movie by any stretch.
There's very few. I would say there's very few religious movies, like other than Ben-Hur. Other than Ben-Hur, I don't know what I would.
Well, I mean, Christmas related. I mean, there was a nativity story that they had last year, Journey to Bethlehem, which was not a bad musical about the birth of Christ. But no, I mean, Christmas movies should be approached with a sense of warmth and love and kindness, and you can make them dark. I mean, It's a Wonderful Life is a very dark film.
Yep.
And Martin Scorsese said that one of the things that holds the movie together is Jimmy Stewart's anger, is just anger at constantly seeing his wishes thwarted until he realizes that they actually resulted in something positive. So, and no, I like Christmas movies, even though I do count Batman Returns as a Christmas movie myself. So there's that. I don't know about Die Hard. I'd have to see Die Hard again. Honestly, I saw it. I liked it. Hans Gruber is one of the great villains of all time, but I'd have to see it again before I can qualify it as a Christmas movie.
Everything is a Christmas movie now.
Yeah.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is a Christmas movie. No one can doubt that. And we all can relate to it because we all have a cousin Eddie in our family. I have quite a few.
Well, let me move on here with this story, because this is one that's been growing for the last couple of weeks. We would have talked about this last week had it would not been, actually Christmas time, and wanted to get into this because we did talk about this a while back ago when all this started. This is the situation with Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. A couple weeks back, literally right before the holidays, Blake Lively came out and accused the director of the terrible, terrible movie It Ends With Us of sexual harassment, other forms of harassment, and literally creating a PR campaign to destroy her image. Now, if you recall, when we covered this story several months ago, it was basically... the story was going around that Blake Lively had a beef with Justin. Neither side actually denied this. The story going around is that she wanted her own cut of the film because he's the director. She tried to go to the studio directly to get her own cut of the film, going over his head. That didn't exactly help her cause there publicly her image. Outside of that, she also accused him of fat shaming her, saying that, he wanted to figure out how much I weighed. And then I think he even came out later and said, it's like, well, I suffered like a back injury filming a movie a while back ago. So it's like my back's messed up. So I wanted to know how much she weighed so I can actually like lift her up in the scene so I wouldn't injure myself, right? And the injury was verified later on down the line. And then obviously there was also a few videos that went viral showing Blake's overall nasty demeanor with interviewers and some pretty offensive comments to there was one woman in particular who I think she made a comment about either her having kids or not having the ability to have kids, not knowing that there was some kind of medical condition that prevented her from doing that. So a lot of people, specifically women at the time, turned on her because she was coming off as a very nasty, unlikable person. Well, essentially Blake has come out now to say that all that was Justin's fault, that the reason why my reputation took a hit was all because of him. This is from the AP, it was last week here, a while back ago. That she accused her director and co-star Justin Baldoni of sexual harassment on the set of the movie and subsequent to her effort to try to destroy her reputation in a legal complaint. Associated Press, along with the New York Times, is actually pretty important here, says that Justin, through the studio behind the romantic genre It ends with us and the publicists among the defendants of this whole situation. The complaint says that Lively accuses Justin of the studio of embarking a multi-tiered plan to destroy her reputation, damage her reputation, following a meeting in which she and her husband Ryan Reynolds addressed repeated sexual harassment and other disturbing behavior online. Justin is also a producer in the movie as well. The plan said the complaint said includes a proposal to plant theories on online message boards and engineer a social media campaign and place news stories that were critical of Blake Lively. Baldoni enlists publicists and crisis managers in a sophisticated, coordinated, and well-financed retaliation plan that was meant to bury and destroy her if Lively went public about her on-set concerns, quote-unquote. So basically, she's saying here that this guy crafted an entire smear campaign against her because she was complaining about his offset behaviors behind the scenes. Now, this is going to come around here in a second. But as a result of this, and she goes on here to say that to safeguard anything, to any real risk of Miss Lively revealing the truth about Justin and the Wafer team created, planted, amplified, and boosted content designed to eviscerate Miss Lively's credibility. They engaged in the same techniques that bolsters Mr. Baldoni's credibility and suppress any negative content about him. So not only are they alleging that he was boosting content against her, but that he was basically suppressing any kind of content or any kind of negative stories against him as well. As a result of these allegations against Justin, he has been released from his talent agency, WME. He has been fired by his publicist, quit on him. I believe his publicist is now suing him as a result of this as well. Multiple projects have now dropped him as a result of this. Bunch of Blake Lively's friends who are not particularly a part of this whole situation, that they didn't work on the movie, but her famous friends are coming out in support of her. The woman who wrote the book that the movie was based on also showing support of the woman in this whole situation here. So all of Blake's A-list friends are coming to her aid, and as a result of this, Justin has been certifiably canceled from Hollywood. He's being unpersoned as we speak. Now, this one just broke about a little while ago. This one, I believe, came out about a few hours back. But Justin is now countersuing, but he's also suing the New York Times for $250 million for what he's saying that the story that they posted to smear him was misleading, and he has the text messages to prove that her claims were false. So this is part of the scandal from the New York Times. She claimed that, he came into her trailer multiple times while she was breastfeeding her child. Uninterrupted. This is part of her sexual harassment claims that she used her husband to try to get levy against him. That was part of this whole situation here. But according to text messages that he provided, she allegedly told him where she was in her trailer breastfeeding, and told him that it was okay for him to come in and talk about lying. So here's some of the text messages that he has that he's now using at the basis of a $250 million countersuit specifically against the New York Times. It says that it says here that in text messages Lively wrote she didn't realize that they were new, talking about a batch of script pages that came in as they were shooting the film. New pages can be sent to me as well, the actress signed with a massive X. And then she goes on to say here, says, I'm just pumping the trailer, breastfeeding obviously. If you want to work out lines, he responded, copy, eating with the crew, we'll head that way. 18 months later, that interaction was depicted in the New York Times, which led to him being unpersoned in Hollywood, saying that Baldoni repeatedly entered her makeup trailer uninvited while she was undressed, including when she was breastfeeding. Well, he's saying that, no, I had her permission to go into her trailer while she was breastfeeding. I had the text messages from her that said that it was okay, but now he's using that as part of his countersuit. So there's a lot of he said, she said going on here right now. One claims to have, Blake's team claims that she has messages from some kind of a PR crisis team saying that he was running a smear campaign against her. As a result, now she's using her connections to quite literally smear him. But he's claiming that he has text messages to prove that her claims against him were completely false and completely taken out of context. And he's now countersuing everyone involved here. So this is a very, very ugly situation that seems to get worse here by the day. But as of right now, Justin's credibility has quite literally been shattered. Like I said, everyone in Hollywood is distancing themselves from him, and then Blake Lively is basically trying to repair her reputation because she's basically known as a not likable person in the business right now, and that's kind of where we're at here with this whole situation. Orange, I'll start this one off with you. What are your thoughts on the Blake and Justin situation? Based on what you have heard so far, who you more in line with, Justin or Blake? Do you think there's any credibility to either side of this argument?
I honestly don't know what to think. When it does come to these things, I am a due process individual because I know what it's like to be accused of shit like that and completely have your due process violated. So if this guy came in with any perverted intent, sure, then he is guilty as fuck. But that also has to be determined in a court. Blake Lively and many other people, when it comes to breastfeeding, I do believe she was a champion of breastfeeding out in the open, should not fucking complain about that. When it comes to ruining a person's reputation on the basis of simple accusation, that is something I absolutely am against. The people that are separating themselves from this guy, you are pathetic individuals. Simply because of an accusation, let the fucking process go through. Let it be concluded before you fucking drop him from a talent agency, before you stop interacting with him. That sort of shit is complete bunk. Anybody who comes up with the, I don't want to be seen as, or if he is guilty. No, you wait until he is guilty. And then you fucking make your decisions. The fact that you are making him already and dropping him and all this stuff, you automatically assume he is guilty. That is not what this fucking country stands for. It is innocent until proven guilty. And as for Blake Lively and shit, I have no problem personally with the woman, but I am also going to take into account that a lot of people do not like this woman. They say she is difficult to work with. They say a lot of different things about her. And if multiple people are saying this about you, it is most likely some validity in those statements. So you coming out now, again, if he indeed did something untoward, then he should be held accountable. But if he didn't, and she tried ruining this man's reputation, she should be held to account and have her fucking career completely erased. Those are my thoughts on this. I take this shit personally when it comes to sexual allegations.
You're muted, Jacob, by the way.
I want to talk this over you here real quick, Rob, because like I said, from my perspective, I think it's very interesting. She's alleging that several months ago, he levied a smear campaign against her. This movie came out, I think, like in August, somewhere around that time. So I found it very interesting that it took her 4 months to come forward with all these accusations after the fact. Which seems like if this was going on at the time period, she probably should have spoken out about it then rather than 4 months later. But now she's alleging that, he put a smear campaign against me to destroy my career and my reputation. And now she's actively using a smear campaign with her connections to destroy his career and his reputation, except for he's the one who's actually being fired and unpersoned in this whole situation and not her. But she's claiming that she's the victim in this situation. What's your take on this?
Yeah, and this is a little, I'll be honest, this is a little confusing because the news came out, I think, like a week and a half ago that they, Blake Lively got access to these text messages that apparently, so Justin's PR people apparently there's at least evidence without it being in a court of law that there was some kind of campaign to make Blake look bad. But here's the thing. If you watch the press interviews, if you watch the interviews that Blake Lively gives, she's acting like a fucking airhead. Like, this is a woman who has gotten by on being in Gossip Girl, and she's married to Ryan Reynolds. She's done shit. She hasn't done a goddamn thing to get the fame level that she has, to get sponsorship deals. To, like, I don't know who she is, like who she's tied to other than Ryan Reynolds to be able to like elicit this kind of behavior towards her. But like, she acts like she's an A-list actress. And I have no idea who Justin Baldoni is, but following this whole thing, it just smacks and smells of a celebrity that's like trying to get control of the situation, and she's failing spectacularly. The things that she accused Baldoni of, she literally did by saying all of this, by filing a lawsuit. WME has dropped him. He's basically like gonna have his day in court. And I'm sorry, but if she didn't have all her ducks in a row, man, is he going to countersue her? And she's worth a lot more than he is. She has so much more to lose than he does. He's an absolute nobody. And so if she absolutely fabricated this shit, oh my God, you thought Amber Heard was bad? This is going to blow up in her face so fucking bad. That's why I'm very confident that like most of the things that she said are bullshit. Because if they were real, if they were legit, there's a million people she could have gone to. She has way more pull. She has way more star power. She has much more influence behind her, that if this guy was doing those things, he would have been fired on day one. You know what I mean?
You're telling me that Deadpool Wolverine director Ryan Reynolds was not able to, a producer, whatever he was not able to go to Justin Baldoni and be like, hey, don't walk in on my wife when she's feeding my baby. Okay?
Well, that's happened before,
that?
Snyder. That's happened before, because if you remember, Brad Pitt could not tell Harvey Weinstein to leave Gwyneth Paltrow alone. I mean, he
couldn't do it.
Yeah, when Gwyneth Paltrow says that she was being harassed by Harvey Weinstein, she was dating Brad Pitt, and I think Brad Pitt maybe once told Harvey to knock it off, but apparently Brad Pitt, couldn't stop him from being as monstrous. So it's not something that's unfamiliar.
Here's the hard thing to believe from my perspective. It's like, okay, we all know that Hollywood operates on a hierarchy. Whether it's fair or not, that's how they operate. Whoever has the most star power has the most pull. Obviously, combined, Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively have far more star power and pull than Justin Baldoni, right? I mean, we're talking about Blake Lively. Not only she married to Ryan Reynolds, she's BFFs with Taylor Swift as well. So she has a lot of pull with a lot of big people like in Hollywood. So in this whole situation, are you sitting here and telling me that these two were actively complaining in the aspect of sexual assault against this man for several months? This did not go public for several months, even to the marketing of this film. While they were filming this thing, they didn't get rid of the guy. Are you trying to make it seem like that somehow he had more creative control or more, I guess quite literally you say pull over what was going on behind the scenes than these two did? That I find very, very difficult to believe, especially considering the fact that Blake Lively herself is in fact a producer for this movie. So there's a reason why it was alleged that she went to the studio, being Sony, to try to get her own cut of the film, because obviously she's an executive producer of the film itself. So she had a lot more power in this film that they're letting on here. It seems like they're just trying to play off of the dynamic of, oh, well, he's a man, so, he has more control because, the patriarchy and stuff like that. That's not really what's happening here.
Well, my question wasn't Baldoni the director of this
film?
He
was the director, the actor.
And he's in it as well.
Yeah.
The thing is, I agree with Orange in that Mr. Baldoni needs to have that due process. All the people who are dropping him and disassociating, rescinding awards that he received, they're reacting out of maybe, I'm thinking, panic or a sense of he must be guilty. That is not the way it should work. He has every right to have his day in court. Right now, he is accused. So
they didn't even bother to hear his side of the story. The allegations came out, and he was fired like an hour later.
That's a panicked reaction, and that might be. I don't want to say anything quickly. That might be the last gasp of the Me Too movement, where just the mere accusation is enough to ruin a person's career, such as it is. You need to have that trial. You need to have the chance to defend yourself in a court of trial, not in a court of public opinion. So that is very distressing.
And ask yourself this question here too: if this wasn't a person of the star power of Blake Lively, if say it came out with it says of somebody else, would he have been fired as quickly as he was fired when this whole thing broke out in the first place?
Probably not.
No.
No, and that's the for me the negative. I'm not defending Baldoni because I don't know the specifics of the case, and I certainly think that it is very wrong to walk in on a woman breastfeeding. I know someone who actually got into legal trouble because not only did he do that, okay, you could say that once accidentally, you didn't realize it. Okay, fine. But I think this person later on made jokes about it, and like it was really silly. Uh, the problem that I have here is that he's been accused, but that's it. You always have to have that presumption of innocence until you are convicted in a court of law in the way that Weinstein was. Uh, so all of this is just a a very awful thing to happen to this person, Mr. Baldoni, who's just like, oh, okay, someone's accusing you of something. We're just going to fire you. We're going to blackball you. We're going to just not associate with you. How is this different from when people were accusing others of being commies and Reds during the Red Scare? Like,
Let them cancel each other out.
You just name you just again. You know what? You're going back to the Salem witch trials where I saw Goody so and so, and she was talking to a witch, and so she's guilty. We can't have that anymore. We shouldn't have that at all.
I'm just saying, man.
Have them sue. Blake Lively should sue the man if she thinks that he did something wrong. That's within her right to do so. He has a right to defend himself in a court of trial, and let the juror of their peers decide. But that this whole thing about smear campaigns and shady deals and all this, that's all very disturbing, and that's very what is it, McCarthy like from both sides. It's very, very concerning. I don't want someone accused and not have a chance to defend themselves and to have their lives ruined because of accusations. Because at the end of the day, until they go to trial and until he is convicted of a crime, that's all they are, accusations. They're not. We should not be condemning someone for just being accused. That is why we have the system such as it is.
The New York lawsuit is going to be the interesting one because, like I said, he apparently has text messages to prove that her side, which is a big part of the original allegations levied in the New York Times, is not true. That he had her consent to enter into her room. Now, people will try to spin it and say, "Well, maybe she gave her consent one time. That doesn't mean he keep going back in there." It's like, well, if you can prove that you at least gave consent once, then the entire argument of he just did this randomly without question, that goes right out the window. So that's a big chunk of this.
I would have even questioned her logic in giving consent. I don't know many nursing mothers who would say, "Oh yes, a man who is not my husband or family member can come in and watch me breastfeed my child." The closest is when I've seen women and they actually cover the baby and they cover with a blanket. That okay, and yes, they're in a work situation, but to walk in on someone and to say, "Oh yes, this man has my permission," I just find that questionable on her side. If she said yes, even for whatever reason, running lines or what have you. I mean, for heaven's sake, get FaceTime
people too. Like most of these people have sets, and like security people know who's going into the trailer, who's coming out, if they have permission. Like there's a weird disconnect here where we're not getting the information that both sides are presenting this reality that just doesn't quite line up.
By the way, Amber Heard has publicly come out to support Blake Lively.
Of course she has. Oh God, of course.
Of course she has. Now, if I may, another thing I want to add on to the whole presumption of innocence until proven guilty, which Rick and I have established and whatnot. If it does turn out that Brandon Baldoni or Justin Baldoni or whatever his name is does turn out to be innocent, I hope because he was seen as guilty until proven innocent, I do believe that he should be able to sue the talent agency and all those other people that tried railroading his fucking name into the dirt. If it turns out that he is innocent in this case, he should be allowed to do that.
Especially considering the fact that all of those organizations made public statements against him before he ever had a chance to defend himself.
Yep.
Exactly. And as for the breastfeeding thing, maybe he did barge in, but here's the thing: when it does come to gentlemen or guys, usually, if they see what's going on, they will turn their head really fucking quick. Like, oh, I am so sorry. I do need to talk to you. This is important. I can keep my head looking this way. If that was the whole situation, guess what? You're on a production fucking time. And time is fucking money when it comes to making these movies. They can't always freaking say, I'm going to have to come back when you're done feeding, or you're going to have to come back when I'm done feeding my baby. Honey, sorry to break it to you, but time is money. We're losing the fucking light. You're going to have to listen to me while I freaking talk. I can easily turn my head so you do not feel comfortable, but the point of the matter is it has to be fucking said. And it has to be done in a timely manner.
What's interesting, Orange, is that she, if I understand it, she was a producer. She had control of how this could be presented. She could also work something out where he did not have to be physically present. She could do like a FaceTime. She could do
then she should have
presentation.
done that.
Yes, I mean, there are ways to do it. Yeah, there are ways to do this where the director did not have to be physically present to feed her the lines or to rehearse the lines with her as she breastfeeds. She could put herself, at least temporarily off camera. They could have a divider. They could have someone there. If she felt so uncomfortable, she could say, you know what, I want to have someone, my assistant, or someone on, in the trailer, so that I'll not be alone as I breastfeed, and I will cover my baby as I breastfeed. It just seems strange that she would go through all of this, especially when she was a producer. I mean, she was a person who was in charge.
Here's my question: what kind of producer was she? Was she a capital P producer? Meaning she was in charge of
just somebody who shoveled money in,
but scheduling, finances, the budgeting, all that stuff, versus an executive producer who's really a money person. A lot of actors are executive producers on the productions that they do. So that would be my only question: is if she was like, I doubt she was the number one producer on the production, but I would not be surprised if she was like third. You know what I mean? Because that's pretty common for actors to get that, or for anybody they want to get it.
So she was not an executive producer for this movie, but she is listed as a producer from the Producers Guild.
Okay, PGA.
Yeah, PGA.
So I just want to say that it would be best if they just canceled each other. If you take a look at the subject matter of the movie and how Justin cast himself, you take a look at what was going on there and stuff like that. It's kind of like casting yourself as Hitler. And it's like, all right, I get you trying to do some maneuver where you're signaling to the women that you get it, that the abuse is bad. We all understand abuse is bad, guy. All right, but casting yourself in that role and being so egregious in the role you play, by the way, that's not just some quick little thing where you hear a slap and there's a shadow on the wall and Blake's crying. It's some pretty intense stuff going on there. And so on the other end of this, Blake has constantly been a dick. Like, the only movie I've ever liked her in is that Age of Adeline.
Yeah,
I
like that one.
She's
too.
not even talking. She's just staring at herself in a mirror as she doesn't age. It's like it's like the most female power fantasy ever, where she has all this money, all this time, and she chooses to be a librarian with dorky glasses and a sweater vest.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a librarian with dorky glasses and a sweater vest.
Well, no, it's that she's immortal. Okay, so imagine like that's what Doctor Strange does to satisfy his need to be normal.
Right.
Okay, and it's so hilarious but I love how simple the romance story is, that she lived agelessly and then some guy she met, and then because she fell in love with him, all of a sudden she's aging. And I'm like, oh, what a great message to teach women is that you fall in love and then you start to die.
So literally the only role that she was in that I can remember her place other than A Simple Favor was, and I own the movie, it's called The Town. She is the most low rent, drug addicted, fucking terrible single mother from Southie Boston. In like, it's just like, this is what again go for, Blake. Okay, all right.
Poor white trash, as we say down south. Poor white trash.
Well, real quick, the only two movies like I said, this was her first movie in 4 years. So this movie that she did here, the last movie she was in was something called The Rhythm Section in 2020.
Oh
That movie
gosh.
was or boring. Like that was the film where she was supposed to try to get like revenge or vengeance for her family who died in some like weirdo attack, right? And then at one point of the movie, she tries to fight a guy who's literally crippled in a wheelchair, and the guy in the wheelchair almost kills her until she literally runs out of oxygen trying to kill her, and then he dies.
Yeah, no, she went from a drug addicted hooker down to like a master assassin in a couple of weeks. It was terrible, unbelievably bad. And the suggestion that there would be a sequel is even worse. I would just say Cider wants that Godzilla meme. Let them fight. Yeah, he wants that.
Let them fight.
Yeah.
It's just two bad actors that should get run out of town anyway. Go focus on your kid, lady.
I know Orange has to hop out here, so I'll give Orange the floor here before we go on to our next topic. What do you got coming up there?
Well, next year, next month, I have my theme streams, which are basically going to be my top picks for or from 2024. Also, I'm still trying to get back up to 1,600 subs by midnight. So if people or 5 new people can sub to me by then, awesome. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Let's see here. I will most likely be doing a stream with Janet from Another Planet on her channel on Friday night, which is the shit show, Sunday recap, and whatnot. And yeah, that's basically what I got going on. On X, I'm going to try to start doing some spaces. So try to build my audience over there, because I honestly don't know how long I'll still be in the YouTube game. But yeah, that's basically what I got going on. Thank you for having me, everybody, and everybody else. You all have a happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year, Orange.
I want to jump over to this story real quick. Insider's going to love this. Paramount is seeking $100 million into a new Power Rangers reboot, because I don't know if you realize this. There was a Power Rangers movie that came out in like 2017 that came out.
It was not good.
It was a thing that happened.
Elizabeth Banks, right? Wasn't she Rita Repulsa?
Yes, unfortunately.
And remember they had a big golden blob of slaw be Goldar. Remember that whole thing too?
He's gold.
Oh, and there was a big tie-in to, was it Dunkin' Donuts or something like that?
No,
there's a lot of Dunkin' Donuts. Was it?
It's Krispy Kreme, yes. That's
Krispy
where the
Kreme.
Zeo Crystal was buried, and they didn't explain what the hell the Zeo Crystal. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's not worth it.
It's almost like you're getting angry just thinking about it, right? Yeah, but apparently because Paramount's desperate for money, they're like, hey, the kids love the Power Rangers. They love that.
They don't
Tommy.
actually. They don't.
They love that Tommy, that Green Ranger. He's very popular. It's like, did you get your script notes from like 1993? Is this what's happening right now?
Well, no, I mean, weren't they doing that? Was it that Netflix Power Rangers for Criterion?
Oh no! Please don't bring that up. That was tremendously bad. Like that was worse than anything I thought I could have seen.
Was that the one where
Billy? Remember they brought back Billy, and oh my god, that was bad.
Billy and Zach, who are both like 55 years old now.
Yeah.
Poor Catherine
Billy
out there
Tony
looking.
Stark, and Zach is a senator.
Yeah, and they're both boy parents to Trini's young teenage daughter. Remember that
Who
one
fights
too?
for gay rights.
Yeah, who literally saved the gay couple from certain doom. Remember that whole thing too?
Yeah.
I was also spotlighted in the film as well. Yeah, poor Catherine out there looking like a PTA mom, and then they had like poor Steve and his like firefighter.
Steve Cardenas was like, "Do I have any time to lose weight?" They're like, "No, what? No, you're not even going to be in the suit, dude. Don't even worry." He's like, "Okay."
don't worry, we'll just film you from the lower half.
He was like fresh from a chili eating competition when they slapped him in that red turtleneck.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. By the way, the 2017 Power Rangers movie that came out a while back ago, it was also given a budget of $100 million just 7 years ago. It made $142 million worldwide, so it lost money.
Not as bad as what was that one that was like really unexpected?
Turbo?
Ant-Man and the Wasp, the megalomania there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's a bad one. That's not a great one. Yeah. So Paramount, after Lionsgate already did this 7 years ago, didn't end well. Paramount's like, okay, we're gonna do the exact same thing here. So, Daniel
Run it
RPK,
back.
Industry Insider Daniel RPK says that Power Rangers universe is poised to see a significant reboot of a budget, I should say, of over $100 million. Paramount is currently the front runner to secure the rights to the anticipated reboot, setting the stage for what will be a enthralling new series. So this is actually going to be a series, not a movie. So maybe that's better. Maybe no.
They're not going to go through with it. Here's the kicker.
Okay.
Chris Cox, the guy that runs Hasbro right now, admitted that the reason why they moved toy production of Power Rangers toys to Playmates, who is a competitor of theirs, okay, is because Power Rangers, the brand as a whole, fell under $50 million gross annually, okay?
Yeah.
Now, just think about that for a minute. You see these things at Walmart all the time. You see these things at whatever's all. I don't have an Ollie's up here, okay? We got like Dollar General. That's the closest thing. See, whatever Ollie's is, you see the Power Rangers toys there all the time. So they're making these things, and nobody's buying them. The clear indicator is that the pathway that they've chosen is not working. Paramount, however, has decided, no. The problem is we didn't go hard enough. That's what the problem is. So we're going to make it $100 million budget again, which will balloon up to $300 million because they're going to get in there and they're going to realize, oh no, the Mighty Morphin suits definitely look like they're from the last century. So we've got to redesign them again. Oh no, our redesigns look like Iron Man. And it's just, it's so bad. When you go back and watch, I'm one of those guys. I watched the behind the scenes footage about the 2017 thing, and they were agonizing, the producers, the director, like multiple interviews. They were talking about how the suits looked like the Iron Man suit, and it was a fight to get him to not look like Iron Man. And I was like, then don't do that. It's really simple. Don't do the glowy chest thing. Really easy. That doesn't look like Iron Man. But no, can't do it.
Yeah, heaven forbid that they actually study the costume design and then the prototypes before they go into production.
Or maybe not do Mighty Morphin, because it was not even an anniversary year to do that, and Mighty Morphin hadn't been referenced in like 16 years at that point.
A Mighty Morphin has been played out quite literally since 1997. Like it's been capped for quite some time, and they keep trying to redo it because some boomer watches old episodes like, oh wow, that old Mighty Morphin Power Rangers sure made a lot of money. Well, we'll try to read. Like, do you understand that people who actually watch Mighty Morphin are like in their 40s now? People who would actually understand the cultural significance of what Mighty Morphin actually represented. Like, they have their own kids of their own. And those kids, if they ever did watch Power Rangers, only concept of it is probably like Forever Red, and that's like a best case assumption.
Why don't you just get like an origin story for, was it Bones and the Skull or whatever their characters?
Broken Skull. They've tried that already.
Oh gosh.
It was awful.
I thought it was joking.
No, they've done that already.
Okay, I was out on Power
We
Rangers
needed to
when I
know.
was 5. Like literally, I liked it when I was like 3, 4, and 5, and then I outgrew it because I went on to other things, probably Dragon Ball Z. But just it, and look, the toys were cool, like the Bandai toys, like you could make the Megazord, like that was so cool. It didn't have much life past that. And again, I'm not a big fan, but I liked the show that was on Fox in the afternoons or whatever. I don't know.
When we were coming up, our age group was probably in space, because you and I would have missed the Mighty Morphin era because we were, babbies. But the situation is with that regard is that there's 28 teams. It's not just the dorks of Angel Grove that stumbled upon a weird head in a tube. It's 28 different teams. And this is the problem, is that any one of those would be worthy of a movie. And I don't like a lot of them, okay? They're not all perfect. But the lore that built them up can be built into a good Hollywood presentation. Look, there's one that is literal first responders, firefighter, ambulance nurse, water rescue, air rescue, land rescue, high altitude rescue. They're just first responders, and they're fighting demons. Okay? That's what they're using rescue technology to fight. That's not a Hollywood movie? Are you kidding me?
Well, no, I mean, didn't they try that with Madam Web, where she was the EMT? Do we really need that again?
Well, look at Pacific Rim though. Okay, how different is it from a Pacific Rim movie, where it's like if you can get these mechanical robot things fighting, alien creatures, I don't think you're that far off. But
Right.
I'm a layman on this stuff.
The biggest thing that separates Power Rangers from any other American property is that it emphasizes the team dynamic in a combat setting for children. Most of these anime still kind of skate the line for the 8 to 14 market. Power Rangers' biggest mistake has always been staying the 1993 PSA, gotta remind you to brush your teeth at the end kind of messaging.
Yeah.
And that's what spoiled it, because you mentioned the biggest problem they ran into that they never solved: Dragon Ball Z. Because Power Rangers reigned supreme until Goku or his friends arrived and started dying on camera, okay? Granted, it was an animated show. That kicked Power Rangers' ass because that was a line they couldn't cross with live-action actors. They could go right up against it like, wow, I almost died. I'm not going to be a Power Ranger anymore. I'm going to go join the peace conference. They just do that,
Well,
right? But they go. Meanwhile, Yamcha just literally gets suicide bombed right there.
Well, I mean, they did. I mean, in the most recent Power Rangers thing that we all saw, I mean, they did kill off the Yellow Ranger, because the real life Yellow
Right, but that was
Ranger
meant for adults.
Yeah. Oh, was it really?
Yes, Once and Always is a Power Rangers Mighty Morphin 1-to-1. If you don't know the second season of Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, you have no idea what's going on in that show, in that movie. No idea at all.
Not to mention they did that because the actual actress died like 25 years ago.
That as well. That as well.
And that's the biggest problem, is that they never grew up. They had to compete with Dragon Ball Z, and they never solved how to do that with live action actors. Meanwhile, Super Sentai was like, I got you, fam. And they evolved, and they're still around, kicking ass. They're coming up on 50 years next year, by the way. 50 years of weirdos in spandex doing karate.
Okay, but who went to the theaters to see the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie in 1995? Because I sure did. And
I was too.
I did.
I saw Turbo in the theater. I was too late.
I swear Ivan Ooze is
To
just
me-
like a Wishmaster. Like,
He's a wizard. He's a creepy wizard at the carnival. Parents are like, sure, you could just take this amorphous colored jug of something home. Sure, that's not going to hurt you.
Well,
You got
people
from
thought
a
it was
wizard at a
Gak.
carnival? Neat.
like
People
the
were
stuff,
comparing it to Gak.
the horror
like,
movie,
back
the
in
stuff.
day.
Hey, let me just keep eating this.
Yeah, like, bring it home. Give it to your parents. That was the commercial. Show it to your parents. And it was like, why? Why does my mom want to stick her hand in some Gak?
Just to show you the drop off of Power Rangers popularity, Mighty Morphin, when it came out in 1995, made about $66 million on a $15 million budget, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Turbo, that came out 2 years after that, didn't even make $10 million.
Correct. And this, what happened? It was because they held the team. That's the biggest problem. The Americans have always wanted to choose a set of actors and say, those are the guys until they die. And that you can't do that. The whole way that this franchise functions overseas is that every year there's a new team. They've done this for 50 years. It's not impossible. But our Hollywood guys have to be like, nope, we got to Optimus Prime and G.I. Joe this, Duke and Optimus all the time. We can't have anybody else running these teams because people won't know what's going on. It's not like the focus is some jackass in a color-coded spandex outfit, and the guy without that is just on screen some of the time. It's nuts.
I presume that people think that there's a market for this kind of production that will justify $100 million.
They just see an identifiable franchise and they think that, oh, we can make money off of this. And no one's asked the point. It's like, how many times has the Power Rangers franchise been sold out in parts over like the last like 10, 15, 20 years? And you realize it's like, look, wherever money was truly here was squeezed out a long time ago, to the point where, like I said, these kids nowadays, even though there's been like Super Sentai series and Power Ranger series that's gone on for the last several years, the Power Rangers has not had the cultural impact in American society that it has had since literally the mid-90s. So it's like these people, these kids out here, the Zoomers you're trying to reach, older millennials, whatever the case, like they have no concept of the popularity and the mania that Power Rangers was in 1993. They just don't.
You see, and that's the problem. I mean, for the people who actually saw the show and cared about the show and the characters, there's not much of anything to draw them in, and you're not drawing in new people. The only thing you're doing is diluting the property that you already have.
This is from Turbo. And they were so desperate. They were like, "Hey, let's bring back Jason and Kimberly. You guys like Jason and Kimberly, right?" That was their idea. That okay, this will put butts in the seats. And
Well, of course, they agreed to be in
To be
it.
honest, to be 100% honest with you, what killed this was Justin. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
What killed this was Justin. This movie would have been perfectly fine if Steve Cardenas was allowed to be the Blue Ranger, but Hayam Saban was like, we want this to connect with kids some more, so let's make sure that one of the Power Rangers is a kid.
Yeah, that's Steve Cardenas. They did him dirty. Like the first 5 minutes of the movie, he gets like Johnny Cage shadow kicked out of the ring, and he's just no longer physically. It just can't physically perform his Power Ranger duties anymore.
Yeah. And that was another thing that once and always was like, yeah, Rocky's totally able to do karate and get kicked in the back and not end up in a wheelchair like Professor X. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Steve totally has done stunts since 1998. It's fine.
Yeah, and that's just the thing is that like the situation is that they could have done that with another adult actor. There was still Zach out there. They could have went out there and gone back to Jones and been like, hey man, you want to come back and we need you to do the Blue Ranger now. That'd be cool. But no.
Yeah, I know this is a very strange comparison, but it almost makes me think of Sunset Boulevard, where William Holden is berating Gloria Swanson and saying, there's nothing wrong with being 50, but you're trying to play a woman in her 30s and it's not believable. In the same way, here are these actors who are trying to be the same characters, trying to do the same things that they did when they were much younger and more believable. And you're still trying to ride out that nostalgia. It's like, we get to see so-and-so back. We're going, this is an older person, and you have to acknowledge that and like transition. If you want to keep the franchise going, you transition, you bring in new characters, or you bring them as mentors. And I think they've done a couple of times when they've had the other actors be mentors. There's nothing wrong with that. You accept change. You accept that things evolve.
Right.
And that's the problem that with all of these other projects is that they don't want to evolve. They want to keep forcing this, and it just looks sad for everyone involved, both the viewer who's watching their character kind of disintegrate metaphorically, perhaps literally, and the actors who have to keep playing these parts and saying, I'm way past this. But again, I'm not as attached to this property as all of you. I can only see this as an outsider.
It's just one of those things is that you're appreciating it the correct way, though, as an outsider, is that this franchise is meant to be for children. How can you expect to keep running the same adults at them for a decade? No one's going to know who the hell Tommy is to this thing when he's the 10th Red Ranger in a row. They don't remember what he actually was when he showed up with the Green Ranger and tried to kill him.
They don't even know who the Red Ranger was after what's his name, Jason. So it's
right.
Like,
and it was Tommy. They didn't even know that. The whole thing ends with the White Ranger, if they make it that far. And so that's the thing is that like because the majority of the Power Ranger fans dropped off the way Rob did, and it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not meant for adults. That show was not meant for teenagers. It was very much meant for like the 3 to 8, I would say, is really where they were trying to hit, where the kids were just really mystified with existence in general. That's really where they were trying to hit. It wasn't meant for teenagers. It certainly wasn't meant for teenagers. And that maybe was one of its flaws, is that it didn't try to step into that Degrassi space. It didn't try to step into Smallville space. It's tried to remain for children. And it couldn't do that with the violence. And that's the other prong to this. You gotta decide. Are you going to make Power Rangers for adults? And if you do that, then you've got a big problem trying to explain why everybody's wearing rainbow colors. You got the military side of it, and that's the only explanation you have. That's it. The rest of it's fantasy, and you got to really get out there to try and explain to an adult why they're all wearing rainbow colors. And they're meant to do combat, okay? And they have a giant robot.
And why the Yellow Ranger has a bulge.
Right. Well, they've been guys. They've been guys in the past. The Dustin was a guy from Ninja Storm. They had male yellows. But the thing is that they've got to go out and really make this. Now, if you don't do it for adults, you've got to make a decision about that violence.
Yeah.
And it's not going to work out because Power Rangers is 60% beating the ass of a rubber suit guy you know, and that's the situation is that they're not going to come down on this the right way. They're going to try and straddle it the way that Transformers 1 did, and it's going to end up being a tone deaf mess the way that Transformers 1 was.
Again, I've said this many times and you all mock me for it. Who is the target audience? Is it those who want the nostalgia, or is it the ones that you want to bring in and cater to the original audience of young kids? Cider's right. You have to make that decision to see whom you're going to appeal to. You can't appeal to both because it's not going to make any sense. It's going to be very incoherent.
That's what happened in Transformers 1. It couldn't decide what it wanted to do. It wanted to go deep lore for the good hard fans, and it wanted to make sure the 12-year-old wasn't like chewing his nails while the show was going on, was picking his nose. And it just couldn't land because you can't satisfy both of those audiences at the same time.
So there was this property that I was obsessed with as a kid, right around the time I was probably a little older since it was so violent, but like but it's kind of in a similar vein, and I think it's based off anime. Even it's called the Guyver, where it's like discovering like this alien suit, and obviously other aliens show up to it's a biosuit is more accurate. I haven't seen it in years, but like that was like, that was a super violent kind of like action movie that was obviously influenced by anime or at least Japanese culture, and like, you know what I mean? That's kind of what you're talking about in terms of like creating that dividing point. Now, obviously, that was a hard R, like, so obviously not.
What are you
going
to do with Power
I saw a bunch
Rangers?
of stuff that I shouldn't have seen, but yeah, it's just like you're creating that delineation.
What are you going to do with it, though? Is that you've demonstrated here with that adaptation? That was an adaptation. Guyver is a real deal anime manga, and that was the adaptation that made it over here. But that's kind of precisely what the problem is. If you go that hard, you have to make an adult presentation. And the only way you're going to do that is, we're back at Mighty Morphin again, everybody, because that's the only one anybody knows over 40. So here we go. And so the situation is boiled down to they have to make a decision. If you're going to revitalize this franchise, you have to kiss Mighty Morphin goodbye, and that means everybody over 35 is going to be scratching their heads when something after Jason and Tommy kicking each other's ass shows up. Okay? And then you got to explain to them why they have to care about that without a floating head in the tube to do that for you, because he dies before they come to the end of their run. So if you're going to abandon that era too, you got a huge problem. So they're dealing with this thing is that they don't know what a Power Ranger is. I guarantee you, they can't tell you. They can tell you what it looks like, but in function, they cannot tell you what a Power Ranger is.
Look, I don't object to having a guest appearance or even a cameo by one of these from the past and say, you know what, I know something, I'm going to fill in some information and I'll tell you my backstory, or maybe you've heard of me, something like that. There's nothing wrong with having some nods and winks to the classic fans, but you should really concentrate on rebuilding your brand and rebuilding it slowly. Maybe not spend $100 million on it. Maybe go out there and test out the waters. Maybe, I don't know, instead of having a whole series, why don't you just have a special? And that'll give you a chance to do like maybe 1 or 2 cameos, or and just like introduce the characters, introduce the situation, and then build it up to series. That's why you had pilots. You had pilots to introduce, and you even changed things from the pilot. You didn't have
Rick, let me tell you, I got this crazy thing that's gone on over the past 15 years. Since the advent of YouTube and high-speed internet colliding, we have had multiple fan-made Power Ranger productions made that are not up to Hollywood specs, mind you, but they probably would have qualified for CW-level productions back in the aughts when they were posted. Back in the early 2000s. Fantastic things. They're still going on today. We have Power Rangers Unworthy, which is a little too edgy for my tastes, but that's still going on. Very, very popular with the fans because it is very edgy. It takes on the concept of like, what do these assholes actually do when they mean it? When they really want to kill you, what is a Power Ranger capable of? And so that gets really serious pretty quick. But, they've done other productions too. They've got Crimson Vision Studios has been chasing around the Omega Ranger. He's a time traveler in the lore of the actual series. So this fan production, they just pursue him as being a police officer in Power Ranger time and what he has to do. So there's already an apparatus, is what I'm trying to get at, on social media for Paramount to sit down and be like, no, we're just going to start a Power Rangers movie YouTube channel or a Power Rangers YouTube channel that's separate from everything. And we're going to start posting weird little ARG things like J.J. Abrams stuff. Then we're going to put out a half an hour YouTube movie that's like, Dust, that YouTube channel. It's all these indie sci-fi movies that look fantastic. So it's a really well done production, but it's on YouTube. And then you just watch that grow. Leave it alone. Let it be a half an hour thing that's totally original and see if it goes somewhere. Then follow it up with $100 million production after you have some kind of feedback from the general populace.
I mean, wasn't that the whole beginning for the original series? I mean, it was a half-hour show, and you had a villain of the episode. You
Monster
had
of the Week. Yep.
Monster of the Week, and then they joined forces, they battled, and Rita was frustrated. Yeah. And so I mean, it was a simple premise, but it was for kids, so they don't need like long, season-long story arcs about it. So I mean, again, you can do
Most
this.
children's content is looped. That's the thing, is most children's content is looped. How many times have you heard, like, I played Barney for my kid so many times it broke the tape? That kids' content is looped. So you just make one and test it out. Give it a year. If it gets over 100 million views, good. You got a shot at making a movie. That justifies making your stupid movie for that much.
This is the same problem that I think it's the same problem that Star Wars had, where they were just trying to build up so much and throw so much at you that it just became exhaustive. Same with the MCU, with all their various television shows. They kept throwing so much at you that you needed
this. Think of how crazy it would have been if Luke was on Tatooine with Rey and it was just a YouTube series of him training her. And that's it. 15 minutes at a time of Luke doing the Yoda thing and his quick little jokes, trying to be like Yoda and Obi-Wan at the same time.
Or yogurt.
Trying to do, he's trying to be like yogurt. He's trying to do the whole thing, right? And it's just these cute little episodes that then build up to the movie where she's introduced. So you have an idea of who the hell she is and her relationship to the Force. But no, they're just going to drop you in and be like, what, you don't like her? You sexist?
Yeah, I mean, again, I would say...
And I forget what they were called, but I think they were called web series.
Yep.
But they used to have these these little tie-in... and I guess
Smallville
the Animatrix was part of, was an early thing of that, but they used to have little tie-in stuff like that where that would work fantastic nowadays, especially with how many Star Wars series that have crashed and burned on Disney Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a step back, do little short stories of that, building the universe. I mean,
that's what Mattel does and MGA does for their brands. I know.
What do you know?
Monster High's done it since what, like 2009? I think they've done web series for web series for like 2009. That's how it got big, actually. It was because of those webisodes. And I think MGA's done them with Bratz and Rainbow High as well, if I remember correctly. But yeah, they've done them for years. And I don't know why Disney hasn't done it with Star Wars, and hell, even with MCU.
Because they expect the name alone to sell it and to say, oh, well, you know these characters, so yeah, we're going to give you a whole series built around Obi-Wan, which is not really about Obi-Wan. We're going to give you a whole series about Baby Yoda, so you all know and you're all supposed to love it. And maybe you don't. I don't know. I've not seen any of these shows. Not even the one with the lesbian space witches.
I mean, Mattel did it with Barbie before Life in the Dream House went on Netflix. I mean, everyone knows what Barbie is, but still had webisodes.
Well, to Bayona Rad's point, though, down here, he says TMNT versus Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. That already happened.
Yeah, it did. It happened way back. It happened a long time.
By the way, this is like the third time tonight someone's brought up the idea of Power Ranger.
Now, I remember just these, I don't know what you call it. I guess it was a web series.
God, yeah.
It was called the Joker Blogs, and it was right after the Dark Knight. And you look, like, whatever. They're probably modern. They're probably not well done. But it just showed such creativity and ingenuity, and obviously this is well before any of the Batman or any of those ideas that would come out of the Penguin or what, but it was just it showed a it showed like people had an appetite for it. They wanted like more, sort of creative content to watch, to fill in the gaps. But again, that's the problem with like these massive corporations, is like, unless you can show them like a big green money sign, they're complete idiots. They're just we're just gonna do it how we've always done it. And
webisodes save money. Like, webisodes are cheap. That's why Mattel has done them for so long, because they know they're cheap, and also they're easily accessible as well. And Mattel was smart, and they knew it at the time.
There is this cheap ass movie series on here about a Dodge Charger police car that is kind of like Cars. They live in a city for cars, but it's for humans. It's like it's all human architecture, but cars can exist inside of it because it's oversized. And so they use all these pre-made Unity assets for cars. They stick eyeballs on them, and a little mouth at the front. The bumpers move with the mouth, and that's it. They stick eyeballs in the headlights and make the mouth move. That's it. Barely move. And so these movies have almost 100 million views on them. And this is like some guy in his like off time on the weekends that threw this together. Okay. They're not even long, not even feature length things. They're like a half hour long, maybe. I think they're like 20 minutes long. I found it the other day when I wasn't feeling well, and I was just scrolling through like CGI cartoon stuff to make me laugh. And I found this. I was like, what am I looking at? This is horrendous. This is like skibbity toilet level logic. And no, it's huge. And that's what these guys keep missing. Is like, we want to show them what a profit is. How about return on investment? Okay. So you throw $50,000 at this project, make it look like Fortnite. You give them 20 minutes of a featurette for 6 months at a time. Guess what? Your return on investment is going to go straight through the roof, buddy.
I mean, look at Bluey. Look at Bluey. Yeah, Bluey is so simple, and it is so popular, and now it's getting a feature film.
Yep. Again, it's all this very like simplistic stuff that people at high, and like Rob said, they're up high on this corporate thing, and they're not paying attention to the media. They're thinking they're gods of it. So we'll make the media, and these plebs will like what they're given.
They're going on the name. They're going on the name. They're not going on to the actual product. So again, they think that if you give them another Power Rangers movie or series, the old fans are going to rush to it, and you're going to bring in new fans. Doesn't work that way. You have to build the brand.
At some point, we're going to have to accept that these people just don't know what they're doing. That's really what it comes down to.
They don't know what a Power Ranger is. I mean, this is the biggest problem, like all globally, about this whole problem here in Hollywood. They hate the Japanese. The contempt that came with that Godzilla Emmy Award, or whatever the hell, Oscar, whatever the hell it got.
It was the Oscar,
contempt that followed that. The quiet rage about these Japanese getting an award. Mm-hmm. They hate that. And that comes through with Power Rangers. The previous showrunner, the last showrunner before the show collapsed, Simon Bennett, said that he didn't take Sentai seriously, and he was laughing at it, and that to save the Power Rangers brand, they should abandon Sentai. It's like, well, what is it then? It's just queerbait Degrassi. That's all it is.
Yep. Look, and the thing with Godzilla -1, they did something that the recent Godzilla movies and that Matthew Broderick version didn't. They actually bothered with the human characters. It wasn't just the monster. I mean, people think it's just the monster. No, they actually focused on the human characters, and they didn't spend. I mean, we all talk about how little they spent in terms of visual effects compared to the other nominees. And with the possible exception of the creator, all those other nominees had terrible visual effects, or at least not as good as Godzilla -1. That's why it won, because it actually had the best visual effects, and they did not spend money. They actually used the money wisely. They didn't just throw like big spectacle and expect, oh, we're going to love it. No, they actually used it well. And,
remember that clip of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man movie, and he's like chewing out that scientist, and he says, Tony Stark built this in a cave. And I just imagine that this is what the executives... This is what the executives are doing in their offices with their producers. They bring up all the producers from the studios. They're like, the Japanese built this in a cave out of a box of Godzilla action figures.
Well, keep in mind, we're also at dangerously in this territory where, they've squeezed out all the 80s and 90s nostalgia they possibly can at this point.
Yeah,
We're now
it's over.
recycling their reattempts at nostalgia. You think to yourself, why can't they just recreate something that's been put out in the last 10, 15 years? Well, here's the question. What if they put out in the last 10, 15 years?
That
And
wasn't
outside
a
of
remake.
nostalgia attempts from the 80s and the 70s. So it's like there's
Right.
nothing for them in this era that people in this time period would actually identify with because they've created nothing for them.
We've
What's
seen
the
this. They
reboot
have
of Stranger Things gonna be?
Didn't they have a revamped or revival of Gossip Girl? Didn't they have a revamped?
There was a revamp. They tried to redo Degrassi. There was like a revamp of Charmed at like one point. It's like
They're doing a Dexter like back in the day
prequel.
Yeah,
And,
a
like,
prequel for Dexter.
ooh,
Little Dexter.
this is what I've been saying really the last decade, with the whole cannibalization of the products that Hollywood has created, and all they're doing is they're just eating through any goodwill that they have, and at the end of it, they will not have anywhere to go. They cannot create anything new. All they can
They're
do is
terrified.
try to make old things they've already made. Here's the thing: there's a million ways that they could do a better job of this thing anyway. Like you could make whatever you could make something that is tied to the original creation and that doesn't just give you dialogue from old movies that has it's the like Get Away From Her You Bitch from the new Alien movie.
Yeah.
Like all those things, the stuff in the Beetlejuice sequel, it's like you guys are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Absolutely.
Instead of saying, hey, we're going to take a creative twist on this and take it in a new direction. They don't even do that. That's the most
Very
disappointing thing.
Very simple with this Power Ranger thing, right? You get a nice shot of space, just wide open starfield, no planets, and then all of a sudden these 5 rainbow lights just cut through like a quasar in space, and don't have an origin, don't have an end, and then a voiceover starts with a little bit of text that says the Power Rangers are an otherworldly force that fight for justice and fight for freedom across the known galaxy against any evil that takes any form. And that's it. You're done. You don't that everybody's through the door now. Whatever you assign a visual to those colors next, people are gonna know that's what a Power Ranger is, that we just saw the light streaking through space. That's it. It's over with. But Hollywood won't do that. They're gonna be like, oh, they'll never get that. We gotta make sure that they get a 1-to-1 comparison. We need a floating head in the tube and a little robot with a spicy voice line.
You don't need to remake. I mean, concentrate on making original content and then getting people to care about that versus trying to dig up metaphorically the corpses
They tried
of
to
all these old...
reboot. The one with where they're inside the computer from the early 2000s.
Well, no, I'm still on the fact that they tried to reboot Beverly Hills 90210.
Yeah, right.
Without...
What?
That was so.
You can't tell another story about Hawaiian teenagers, really? Or Californian teenagers?
California, yeah. Well, I mean, one of them turned out to be gay, so I mean, I guess that's progress. So, just create something original and see where that goes, instead of trying to revive things that were beloved by a group of people, and then just trying to ride that out to cash in and get more and more. You saw this. I think you saw this with Doctor Who, and you saw this with all the various Star Wars shows that nobody watched, nobody cared about. Well, maybe The Mandalorian, but I never saw that.
Like the
one.
first season, that was about it. Most people dropped off.
The other one with Werner Herzog, right?
That was season 1. Yes.
Yes, he's brilliant. Get him an honorary Oscar. So you could just do that. Create something original. Even if you wanted to create something in that world. I think most of us do think well of Rogue One, which is tied to the overall Star Wars world, but managed to still be, its own thing. You don't need to delve into the minutia of the property that you love. And certainly don't spend $100 million to produce something that maybe the public just does not want to see. Create your own thing. Take that risk and create something original.
Look,
and then see if that takes.
We got Bob Iger from Disney. He's the head honcho there, and he was in their earner call after he won the right to stay running the company there for a little longer. He said they're only going to do sequels. They're not gonna be doing new properties. They're done taking risks. Pixar and Disney will be doing. So that means most family entertainment is just going to be reboots because Disney leads the way on that front.
They did I mean, come on. If you couldn't sell 2 versions of the Haunted Mansion, if you why do you even keep trying?
But like, here's my thing though: if you're gonna do a reboot, I would say do like a reboot of like the old like 1940s, 1950s, 1960s eras movies, because those movies are starting to be forgotten and they need to be brought back into the public eye. But the problem is they're stuck. Is the current Hollywood mindset is a problem. If they were focused on doing anything creatively and not putting like their fucking stupid political agenda in it, not
only that, but we got to remember they hate that era now. Like,
and it's interesting because Nerdigans, Roger Ebert had that same mindset. He said, like, instead of remaking good movies that we've already seen and are actually stood the test of time, why don't you remake a bad movie or a lesser known movie? I don't think Rob's a big fan of Anna May Wong. I do kind of like her. They did her. She was a star of the month one time, and I saw a movie, like a B movie, where she was like a psychic or who helped the detective find a murder victim or like solve a crime. And I thought, you know what, this could be a good television series, like where you join or like another remake where you get that kind of mystical power with the detective. It could work well. You can redo this. There are so many classic quote-unquote films that you can remake. You don't have to remake The Thin Man. You don't have to remake The Third Man. You don't have to remake The Wizard of Oz
or Hollow Man.
Or you don't have to remake a lot of these older films. I mean, at least the well-established ones. Who's the one?
This is my whole issue with this argument about make original things. Okay, so Hollywood has never been very good at making original things. There's a lot of adaptations. There's a lot of remakes. There's a lot. I mean, seriously, the things. Even taking Nerdigan's point, okay, all those great film noir of the 1940s. Guess what? They've already been remade. Some of them multiple times, and most of them not very good. They did this movie, The Kiss of Death. One of the most famous scenes is Richard Widmark's pushing this lady in a wheelchair down the stairs in 1947. It's fantastic. He plays the villain role perfectly. They remade it with David Caruso and Nicolas Cage in an over-the-top ridiculous performance. It's a fucking piece of shit. And this was 1997. I love the 90s, but it's like there's examples that you can pull from the 80s and 90s that are not very good. So
isn't Rob, always, what is that, Against All Odds remake?
Right, the 1984 remake of Out of the Past. Listen, there's a great chase scene between James Woods and I believe Jeff Bridges. Speaking of Obadiah, whatever his name is from Iron Man. That's great. That's a great scene. The ending is kind of touching, but no, I mean, it's a piece of crap compared to the original. It's just
a good song. I do like the song.
But it was because in the 80s, they could actually show sex scenes. They could do more. And guess what? They didn't have anywhere to go.
You could do something. Anywhere to go. You could do something in that spirit. I think you and I liked Body Heat, which is a neo-noir. And I don't think was it based on a previous noir film.
It wasn't based on Double Indemnity, but it has a lot of similarities to it.
Yeah, so you could do that. Take the spirit. I think that's also something that Roger Ebert said, where he said, you'd never remake Casablanca. Nobody would stand for it. But you could take elements of that and make Havana with Robert Redford and Lena.
Or
Owen.
You could be Gus Van Sant and do a shot-by-shot remake of Psycho.
Oh gosh!
And release it with Vince Vaughn and Anne Heche.
Oh,
in color.
So here's the thing. What we're kind of circling around about this original thing is that you're right. There isn't going to be an original thing. Superman isn't original. The world's first superhero is not original. He's the strong man in Hercules, and that was his original purpose, his original inspiration. And so when we peel back, what we're actually talking about here is we're actually talking about media that's not made for everybody. The reality is that what makes these movies suck is that they're made for too large of an audience. Even Adam Sandler's weird little comedies are made for too large of an audience. The thing is that Tron was not made to appeal to every single nerd out there that had an appreciation for computers or a knowledge of them. It was made for people who were very invested in technology and knew what the hell a CPU was in the 1980s. Now, that wasn't too many people back then.
Well,
Now,
I'm not too sure, Cider, in that I saw Tron not when it came out, but I saw it later, and I actually enjoyed it. Not
but
the
that was when
Tron Legacy.
computers were a thing already and a known thing in the zeitgeist.
Could
This
be.
was something back in a time when these things were still like science fiction. Robbie the Robot wasn't too long ago for the people who saw that movie in theaters.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that needs to be like kind of underscored here is that that's a very oddball example. So I'll give you an even wider appeal example. Dredd, the Judge Dredd movie with Sylvester Stallone, was not made to appeal to the same audience that watched Waterworld. However, every movie today that involves a protagonist that's not supposed to be a villain at the same time bases their formulaic structure of their movie off of Marvel. There's instant the undercutting of tension with a joke. Every female character is overpowered, whatever she's doing. She's smarter than everybody. She's more capable than everybody. She don't need no man. Every male character is a danger to the plot. He's hindering the progress of the female characters or the sexually divergent characters. And it's just all the same thing that Marvel does because they proved you could make $1 billion appealing to just about everybody that could possibly look at your poster. But they only did it a couple times. And then it dropped off because folks, wouldn't you know it, got over the fireworks display of Endgame. Okay, they got over the fireworks display of Infinity War, the dazzling concept of these characters they'd seen for 10 years being all together and shaking hands. Yes, that was neat.
You know, but it's interesting that they tried to make Tron Legacy and build it off of Tron, but Tron
do it
was
again.
But Tron was not that like a massive film. It was, I mean, it built up a cult audience, but it wasn't like a big hit. And curiously enough, Tron was disqualified for best visual effects consideration because they said it has computer generated imagery and it has too much of it. So that's the very strange, ironic situation there. But now they're doing a third one, and the Tron Legacy wasn't even a hit. And I would argue, except for the Daft Punk score, it's not a good movie. I love the Daft Punk score.
First time I did LSD, I was watching Tron Legacy, so it's somewhat memorable in my mind.
Yeah, not for the right reasons, though.
I wonder why.
Yeah, no, it's other than the very bright lights on the screen. Yeah, not too much memorable about it.
As a guy who was engaged 3 times, let me give you a cheat code with that movie, okay? That's catnip. I don't know why, but lady folk, as soon as that song where he's fighting the Rinsler comes on, I don't know, there's a certain vibration that's hitting their pelvis the right way, and all of a sudden, they want to stop talking and start talking.
Sound here.
Yeah, I think you're having feedback issues because it's coming through weird. But
well, okay, I don't know. I will say that's a great song and a great soundtrack. I would have put it for best original score.
I really like Daft Punk, so if that's who you're talking about, then.
Yeah, Daft Punk. Yeah, the score, and they were inspired by it, and yeah, it worked. But what was Michael Sheen all about in that whole movie? I mean, you tried to build up a world in Tron Legacy that maybe not even the people who saw the first Tron would follow. So like it was going too far, and now I don't know. And we're getting a ride out of it too. At Disney World, I think it has a ride.
You're muted, Jacob.
You're muted, Jacob.
I muted myself. Thank you very much there. But no. So here's what I want to say about this whole thing. It's like we're at a point now where long as the corporations are running the film studios, this is what you're going to get. Paramount is a studio that is clearly losing millions of dollars. There's talks about sale. They need something. They think that somehow doing a series about Power Rangers is going to save them. It's not. They're just delaying the inevitable here at this point. And the pot's only going to shrink and get a lot smaller than where we are now. And like I say, if you're looking for any original ideas, you're not going to get it because the current climate of Hollywood doesn't encourage any original idea. They're not looking for original ideas. They're looking for essentially traffic guards to run with franchises that they think are going to be breadwinners from them, but it probably is not going to be. That's kind of the nature of the beast when we come down to it. So final thoughts on this one here?
Yeah, just real quick. You know what was a great franchise idea that was executed well? Of course, it didn't come from an executive. It came from the star and the writer of it, but Austin Powers. I don't care. Make fun of it. It's dumb. It's whatever. you know what? Those movies knew how to have fun, didn't take themselves too seriously. Yes, they got worse as they went on, but like just that was a fun, like carefree movie that just like again, it's just you can watch it, you can laugh at it,
The
not
first one,
take it too
please.
seriously, and they made a ton of money. So like whatever.
I agree.
Well, the
The
first,
first, and the first and the second one were just funny. I loved
Yeah.
watching them growing up. And
Yeah.
and going back to Adam Sandler for a minute, there were a few Adam Sandler movies that had their niche. Like Little Nicky was definitely one of them. For and I think oh my god, was it Death Frog for Smoochie was the other one that I can think of off the top of my head? And there was one. I think there was one other one that Adam Sandler did that was like. Jack and Jill was not the one I was thinking of. There was another one that was extremely niche. And it was like his first like rated Uncut Gems. No, there was Uncut Gems is one of them, but there was another one.
Uncut Gems was a Safdie brothers movie. To be fair, it wasn't like he's in it. He stars in it, but I think she was talking more about his comedies.
Yeah. No, he did a serious movie too. I just can't.
Rain Over Me was one of them where he had either been like he lost somebody in like the 9/11 terror attacks or whatever.
There was another one too. Oh my god, I just can't
Punch
remember.
Drunk Love.
That's the one I was thinking of. Was Punch Drunk Love? Thank you.
I own the Criterion
movie. Yeah,
that movie was really good.
I'll say real quick about or at least the first Austin Powers movie. That was both a spoof and an homage, like a loving homage to like the Bond type films, but in a comic twist. And I don't remember seeing the second one, and I was told to avoid the third one. So
the second one's really good. I loved it so much. The third one's okay, but yeah, the first and the second ones were the best.
I think the third one's worth seeing just because of the opening where Kevin Spacey's Dr. Evil, Tom Cruise is Austin Powers. I can't remember the other bits, but that still just cracks me up.
I'm still convinced that the fembots came from Dr. Goldfoot and the Bikini Machine, which is one of my favorite movies from Vincent Price.
I love when I actually heard Lorne Michaels talk for the first time. I was like, "Oh my god, it's Dr. Evil." He did Lorne Michaels as Dr. Evil. Holy shit! So just it's things like that are just.
It just really showed how talented Mike Myers was as an actor. That was the best part of
before the Love Guru. And again, look, you created something original. You created Austin Powers. Yeah, it's a spoof, and yes, it's they're having fun with the premise. And yes, that was the only point of reference I could have some of my coworkers when it came to who Burt Bacharach was. But it was original. I mean, it was based off like other things that you needed reference to, but it was a completely original character. And look what happened. They got a good movie and they got a kind of franchise. And we're going to hire an Austin Powers impersonator to crash Rob's house so he could enjoy it.
It taught me so much about life, though. There is no world anymore. It's only corporations. Oh, God. How true was that?
That was. Oh, my God.
You could barely hear you, Cider.
Yeah.
Your volumes are really low.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it was like you got scratched out there on your mic, and it's just been low ever since. Like you don't hear the scratching, but you are low. So I don't know.
Start screaming.
No.
Start screaming.
Don't scream.
Scream like it's like a Linkin Park video.
I like Linkin Park.
No, it's the same.
It's still the same.
It sucks.
Well, here's what I want to say here. Obviously, it's New Year's Eve. I'm assuming that most of you guys don't have anything else to do. That's why you're here. So do you guys want to stay around just a little bit longer here? Because I got a couple things that I want to show you talking about blasts from the past. And I really want to take you guys back to a time that I used to call 25 years from now. I mean, 25 years ago.
25 years from now.
Jacob, I'm not boozing just for the fun of it, okay?
Okay. Mine's still being chilled in the fridge. I'm not taking it out until an hour before New Year's. I want it to be nice.
I have a couple. I have a couple more ready, but I do need to save some for the Oscars for when Emilia Paris wins Best Picture. All right, and Ariana Grande wins Supporting Actress.
Are we actually going to sucker ourselves into watching the Oscars again for a whole period?
Why not? I need a time to be.
Especially this year's Oscars, where there's no films that we're rooting for at all.
Well, no, I need a reason to be drunk in public.
I got to be one of these people that constantly shits on the Oscars, but also like okay, I love them too much. I don't care how bad it is. The ratings are going to be terrible. They haven't had a good host in years, but I actually give a shit about who wins, who gets nominated. I can't resist it as much as I am almost completely on the outs with the movie industry itself. I watch it every year. I care about it. I'm sorry, but
Rob, we're getting Conan. Okay, we're getting Conan O'Brien. You can't.
yeah, well, we'll see. I liked when Seth MacFarlane made fun of all the actresses' boobs. Okay, so I'm I'm wrong.
Are you back with us there, Cider?
How do you?
Yes,
yes,
he is.
yes.
Loud?
Yeah, you're good.
You have returned. We missed you, Cider.
Okay.
We miss you. It's good to have you
You
back.
are a little bit patchy there, but we can hear you a lot better than we did before.
Yeah.
In fairness, Cider's always been a little patchy, haven't you? Haven't you, dear son?
So here's what I wanted to show you guys. So since it's New Year's Eve, I figured we go back and watch new New Year's Eve content with original ads. So this was uploaded here recently. This is something that we don't have to worry about being copyright claimed for, because this is MTV, and even Paramount does not have the rights to this feed, because they would have to pay the music artists that were in this video, and they're not going to do that. So yeah, we don't have to worry about getting copyright claim here. So this is New Year's Eve 1998 going into 1999. Now, we have played a section of this before with kind of Limp Bizkit, but this is a completely different version of the broadcast here, going all the way back to New Year's of 1999. Now, like I said, this is going to be a window into a time warp if you guys did not grow up in the late 90s. Like, I'm assuming most of you people here, you all grew up in the late 90s, right?
Now, this is when the world was going to end, right? And all the computers.
No, that was the next year, and I actually have a video coincided with that one too. So, but yeah, no,
that was 9, but yeah.
Yeah, that was when everyone think, oh no, the VCRs are going to blow up or something like that. I think that's what they were telling everyone.
And of course, didn't we just have a movie about that with
literally Y2K? Yeah,
yeah, with
Rachel, it did nothing, by the way. It came and went.
Yeah,
I didn't even watch it. Like I
didn't realize it came out.
Yeah,
I didn't even muster up the energy to go out there and go watch it. So that's how much
I wasn't going to spend the money for it.
All right. Well, here's a little bit of a blast from the past. Let's take you back to 1998, because there's a lot to unpack here throughout the course of this. So.
500,000 people are out in Times Square to rock the world's biggest New Year's Eve party. And
so let's just pause here just for a second, because this in and of itself is something I want to talk about here. New York City is kind of a shithole right now, right? I think things are not going particularly well in the city of New York. People being set on fire, people being pushed in front of the trains, people are being tried for murder because they stopped the maniac from attacking people on trains. Like it's basically Gotham. It's basically Gotham, and plus the Yankees play there occasionally. That's what New York City is in a nutshell.
And the Mets.
As much crap as we give Rudy Giuliani, and I'm not saying he deservedly deserves a lot of crap, we completely underestimate his ability to clean up that city at a time period where it was at its absolute worst, and he actually brought the crime rate down significantly and made it an appealing place for a brief period of time. Now, once he got out of the way, then I think Bloomberg took over after him, and then like things started to go pretty bad here. And then ever since Bloomberg, it has just been a certified dumpster fire from
Giuliani at least understood the broken glass theory, where you needed to fix the smaller things and kind of to be the impetus for the larger things. And I've always wanted to see the biopic with James Woods as Rudy Giuliani, but I don't know if it's available. If anyone knows who I could find it, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, if we could go back to the good old times, that'd be great. So I just want to highlight that here, because remember, MTV its live studio was in New York, so a lot of their broadcasts is in New York City. MTV in its like late 90s, early 2000s broadcast, I think helped make New York look a lot more appealing than it actually was in reality, because all they showed you was 1515 Broadway. And if you only look at 1515 Broadway and look at nothing else above or below, it looks like, oh my God, yeah, I want to be here with 1 million people on New Year's Eve who have to get there at like 11 o'clock in the morning, and they can't leave, they can't use the bathroom or anything like that, or else they'll lose their spot. That seems like fun, right? Has anyone ever had a dream of going to New Year's Eve in New York and being with the ball dropping with all these psychopaths?
No. Although I mean, maybe if you were able to crash the CNN party where Anderson and Andy are both completely schlots out of their minds, maybe that might be entertaining.
Yeah, that would be pretty fun. I mean, like the closest thing I've gotten to going in regards to that is like probably the New York Thanksgiving Day parade. That's the closest craziness I've gotten to that. But that was when I was really little.
I wouldn't do that. Although I kind of wonder, are they going to be more drunk tonight, or were they more drunk on election night when they realized that Kamala was going to lose? It's a kind of contest to see when they were actually most intoxicated.
They were probably taking more drugs on election night and drinking tonight.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. So here is New York City, 1998, and like I said, all the memory unlocks are about to happen just from the first 2 minutes of this video.
He is gonna blast you straight to its epicenter. This is MTV's New Year's Eve Live.
I want to say the hipsters were there then. They just probably weren't as bad as they eventually became.
Isn't this song from She's Old Dad?
Method Man and Limp Bizkit.
It's also the song from Digimon
Kid
movie.
Rock and a guest list that includes Aaliyah, Dawson's Creek star Katie Holmes,
Ooh, Dawson's Creek. 98 degrees.
DJs and other celebrity drive-bys guaranteed to pop your cork.
Like the third best boy band at that time.
99 with your host Carson Daly.
Yeah, probably.
Jennifer Love Hewitt.
I mean, outside the big two, obviously.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard, but Fatboy Slim said he retired because his mother died not too long ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look at all the
at
white
them.
people.
They look so happy.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
You showed us this because I remember.
No, I showed you. I showed you a part of it with the.
She's with
Limp
Carson
Bizkit
Daly,
folks.
right? Aren't they dating?
Yeah. So they were dating at the time. Obviously,
Yeah.
Carson Daly was MTV at this time period, and so those two were a couple. By the way, have you seen Carson Daly now? He looks like a senator. He looks like the senator of the state of Michigan at this point. Like it's. I mean, hey,
Does he still look anorexic?
No, he looks like I said, he looks like Bob Hope at this point. That's what Carson Daly looks like. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, because the last time I saw him, he looked extremely anorexic, and it was like he was on the verge of death.
Bob Hope introduced Silver Bells, the song, in a movie, the Lemon Drop Kid. So every time you hear Silver Bells, he got to sing it because he introduced that and Thanks for the Memory. And it's Thanks for the Memory. It's singular, not plural. It's not Thanks for the Memories. That's Fallout Boy.
Okay, so let me pause this here for a second and show you current Carson Daly. This is what Carson Daly looked like just a couple of months ago. So yeah, this is what he looks like now. And obviously he's like 50 now, and he has to be somewhere in 50.
He looks like a bit like Rami Malek.
Yeah, like Rami Malek's older brother.
Yeah. And I'm not looking forward to what is that movie he's going to do, the Amateur. I saw the trailers for that.
No idea.
Yeah, he looks a lot healthier now. That's for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't nearly look as bad here than he did earlier.
Yeah, he has a lot more color to his face, because I remember when I saw him the last time, he was like extremely pale, and he looked like he was about to keel over any second.
But he looks so happy here, and everyone there at the party just
They're all on
so
coke,
happy.
Rick.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here.
You need Coca-Cola, right?
Let's be very fair and honest here. If you were banging Jennifer Love Hewitt in 1998, you would probably look very happy as well. I mean, let's be completely honest with ourselves here, right?
There's no lie detected. No lie detected.
Yep, and he's like I said. At this point, he's Mr. MTV. He has the whole world ahead of him. Of course, he looks like he has a smile on his face.
But the party goers there are also happy.
Of 98. Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host Jennifer Love Hewitt, you look beautiful tonight.
Thank you, so do you.
Is this not amazing?
It's amazing.
What? 9/11? No, it's 911. That's how we say it here in America.
What is this 9/11 that you speak of? It's like, oh no,
There's
we
a
got
man
too far.
down there. He's screaming about the tower.
Reminds me of that tragedy.
It's the show of all shows.
That's right.
He said something about Saudi Arabia, and they what is he talking about?
movie to make about white.
We have a great party all night long. Thank you for
And they
joining
can't
us.
get any.
Now the man who's holding up the party on the
Disaster.
1 and the 2 all the way from Detroit, my man, Kid Rock. Kid, happy New Year, man.
Kid Rock.
What's up, dude? What's up? Limp Bizkit, Kid Rock in the house right
more
here,
Kid.
man.
Yeah, we've seen this. There's
Kid Rock.
Oh,
Kid
this is
Rock's-
cultural appropriation, though, because he has dreads. White people can't wear dreadlocks.
Butthole Surfers, Beastie Boys, Kid Rock.
Yeah, it's like
Bizkit, whatever I
Kid
got,
Rock has the
Queen,
dreads,
whatever
and then
I
like
can play.
Fred Durst has the backwards cap. It's like two white guys being as black as they possibly can.
I never thought that Beastie Boys would be mentioned in the same breath as Butthole Surfers, but there you go.
And we're gonna check out with some
He has
of our
a very
guests.
eclectic
Ananda's
taste.
standing by with Katie Holmes from Dawson's Creek. What's up, Ananda?
Oh, Katie Holmes.
Dawson's Creek.
Before Tom
Back when
Cruise.
Dawson's Creek was a big thing.
Back when Katie had like soul in her eyes.
Yeah.
You see how the camera's like flying around. You gotta
I
remember,
don't
dude,
wanna
I'm
wait.
from somewhere.
Oh my god, okay, hold on a second. I gotta stop here for just a second. Ananda Lewis. Does anyone remember Ananda Lewis?
No.
Wasn't she a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
No, that's somebody
any.
else. Ananda Lewis was
Another black woman, Rick.
Ananda Lewis was a very, very popular MTV VJs in the 1990s. So it's like obviously you had people like I think like Lisa Kennedy was like a big one.
Oh yeah,
Ananda
Kennedy.
Lewis was one. Yeah,
I
so
remember Kennedy.
she was in that group of people. I believe she was in San Diego somewhere either in like the late 80s or early 90s because she went to the same school as my sister, which is how same as that. This is pre-MTV, so every time I see Ananda Lewis, I remember that she went to the same school. I guess she was friends with my sister at one point. It's been a long time. Obviously, they went two entirely different paths. Let's just put it that way. But every time I see any kind of old video of her, it's like, oh my god, I know who this is. And then I realize that literally nobody else knows who that is because it's been like 30 years. So that's a little bit.
Just a minute, right? But first, we have to check in with Dave Holmes, who is outside with probably one of my favorite artists of the year, and she is one of the hardest working women in show business. Dave, how are you?
That's 25 years in the Hollywood business. That will do to you.
That's what Scientology will do to you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's
Aaliyah. Oh, where's R.
Yeah,
Kelly?
she's dead now.
Where's R.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Oh, in jail.
Yeah, exactly. I remember the story hearing
Yeah, when
about
that happened, I had no idea who Aaliyah was. I was like, oh, Queen of the Damned chick?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
You know, people were complaining about why was she mentioned in the in memoriam section at the Oscars when she did one movie, and Peggy Lee, who was an actual Oscar nominee, was not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Aaliyah, obviously, because I listened to R&B music in the 1990s. I'm black, shouldn't be any surprise. I was not even making this up. I was cleaning my bathtub late Saturday night, listening to the radio. Back where there's this thing called FM radio. I'm not sure if kids have ever heard of it, but
I've heard of Sirius XM.
It was right before Sirius kind of became a thing. Even then, it took like a few years for it to become mainstream. But I was listening to the radio, and the DJ came on, and all of a sudden he was like, "Oh, by the way, reports have been confirmed. Aaliyah passed away in a plane crash in the Bahamas." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And then literally I get up and I turn on MTV, and Sway, who was another one of the VJs during this time period, was doing like a live report from, I guess, where the crash happened. For those of you guys who don't know the story, she was filming her last music video called Rock the Boat, and she had finished filming for the video. Her and her entourage loaded up in a very, very small plane, and they were told beforehand that, hey, you guys might have too much stuff on this plane. You probably want to get rid of it, but, celebrities and their entourages and their bodyguards and all their stuff couldn't tell them no. They took off and crashed almost immediately, and I believe mostly everyone in that plane crashed, including her. And she was at a time period where she was going to blow up to be like a mega star. We talk about like how big Beyonce is now. Like she was going to be Beyonce before Beyonce. She was supposed to be Jada Pinkett Smith's role in the two Matrix movies, Revolutions and Reloaded. Obviously, when she passed away, they went to go with Jada instead. She did Queen of the Damned. Like they were trying really hard to make her like a double threat singer / actress. And like I said, never got the acting part off the ground because she died before she really got too far into it. But that's what they were going to do.
You're a little weak there, Cider. Didn't Dave Holmes, wasn't he part of like a contest where they were like, you could be a VJ, and he got second place? He got second place because
that messed up a human being called Jesse.
Yes, like he had
Jesse
like
Camp, wasn't that his name?
I don't remember. He was like a big personality. I mean, he had a very eccentric persona, but they actually realized, hey, Dave Holmes knows what he's actually talking about, so they gave him a gig as well. That's what I remember. Like he was actually sensible. The other one was just like really
I
out there.
want to say that what happened was that contest was some kind of like popularity contest.
Yeah.
And everyone loved Jesse because Jesse was just an absolute mess of a human being, but he was an entertaining character. And MTV hated Jesse. And they honored the deal that they gave him the contracts to be a VJ at MTV, but the second that contract was up, they kicked him to the curb fast. And that's basically what happened to that dude. And to answer Maurice's question, she was only 22 when she died. She died in 2001, so she was only 22, so she was very young when she passed away.
Yeah, 22 in real life or 22 in R. Kelly years?
Well, I mean, she did marry R. Kelly when she was 15, and everyone knew that back in like 1995. And it's kind of weird how just everyone pretended like that didn't happen for 30 years. So that's
with
weird.
Aaliyah.
Hey.
Man, it is so great to have you here.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here.
It's so cool. It's such
They
an
did,
honor.
in fact, release her last video. So she had 2 music videos. It was Rock the Boat and More Than a Woman, and they released both of those after she died.
Now, what are you looking forward to most on New Year's Eve?
Look at all of this right here, being here in Times Square to watch the ball drop live.
Where else would you want to be?
Right?
We've got something for everyone tonight, but if you're a big fan,
Where else would you want to be, Rob?
Carson and Jennifer got something for you
I don't know,
right now.
but Bill Clinton just got a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky, and then so where'd you rather be, guys? Come on.
Even presidents have private lives, Robert.
That wasn't private. It was literally in the White House.
Even president.
In the
Hey,
Oval Office, no less.
thanks to Monica Lewinsky, Hillary Clinton almost became president.
Yeah.
I'm just so in glow with this these doughy-eyed young starlets before Hollywood just like sucked their souls dry.
It's not just that. I just see a genuine joie de vivre among the people there. The people who are at the party. They seem to actually be happy, which is, a lot. I mean, they're not out there worrying about the world. They're not about they're protesting income inequality or anything like that. They're actually like, you know what? We're gonna have a good time. It's New Year's Eve.
Yeah, 1998, like though it was post OJ and pre 9/11, like we were kind of having fun then. Like there wasn't a lot of national beef with people. White rappers were mingling with black rappers. It was a great time.
Yeah, it's sad that I'm still dancing the same way as I did back then.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens here with a lot of these guys.
Psychofeminists destroyed all this.
Yeah. Well, does general happiness or hip hop in general?
Everything.
Yeah, but I don't see the appeal of staying out there on the streets. I wonder how it's going to be this year, though. I mean,
somebody said that apparently it looks bare, like there's nobody there, and like if that's true, I haven't seen like any photos, any videos of New Year's Eve there yet. But if that's true, I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty oof, as let's say.
Because there's just no sense of joy, and probably a lot of the people there, they're packing, getting ready to be deported, like I am. So.
And then even like I said, we were dealing with 8 years of Bill Clinton, but I will give him credit for this. Like I'm not saying Clinton's a good guy, obviously, with everything that's come out about him, but the country, given the fact that he was in charge, didn't seem that terrible during that time period. Maybe we're a little bit naive, but it didn't seem like it declined like it did during Obama or during Biden years, right?
I think it was because the first 2 years of the Clinton presidency, you had a Democratic Congress and a Democratic president, and they were so far to the left that the Republicans came in the midterms, and Clinton was kind of put back into more centrist Democrat. He did not have, he was kind of curtailed in his methods. Remember, this was after the healthcare plan that he proposed crashed.
Yeah. that
Yeah.
his wife was the chief
You mean
architect.
Hillary Care, Part 1.
Right.
Yes, and she put off a lot of people, but it's interesting. I don't remember there was a lot of talk about sexism being the reason that Hillary Care failed.
No, there wasn't. And then there's also the Tipper Gore stuff that was happening too at the time. That was pissing people off.
Yeah.
Didn't Dee Snyder testify in Congress?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and I was just thinking about that too with the whole Napster situation as well. So
Yeah, but again, also at this time, MTV actually was about music. TRL was the big show, and people, really wanted to be on the show, and they wanted to promote the music and the videos. Now you don't have that.
MTV is almost dead, basically.
No, it is dead. If we're being
MTV is
completely honest
nothing.
with ourselves.
MTV is like Catfish, Ridiculousness, and Teen Moms.
MTV for like the last 10 years has just been like 24/7 cycles of ridiculousness. They have no content or programming to brag about, and they haven't had any. Like, here's the thing. In the mid 2000s, they moved away from music content because they wanted to push forward with reality shows. So they brought in the Teen Moms, the Jersey Shores, the Maid, Sweet 16, all that stuff.
Well, they had the Real World for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like when they went all in on reality shows.
When they went
that
on
as
in
primary.
well, they had like True Life and stuff too. They had more like groundbreaking reality versus trash TV. Where like
Yeah.
you had like Real World, you had True Life, which was very, very groundbreaking at the time. And then they started pushing towards the trash TV side of reality TV.
Is Billy Joe Armstrong auditioning for Jimmy Olsen?
That's Giovanni Ribisi, Rick. So.
No, he's
That's
talking
not-
about the green name homo behind it.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm joking. It's just because I've always thought they look alike.
I was gonna say, what's that dude's name? Oh god, now I'm thinking of like what '90s movie that was. I don't know if it was Can't Hardly Wait or another one, but he looks like one of those. I'll look it up. Oh, there's Jesse. There's that person.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He was like a big personality. I mean, he had a very oddball manner. But I think the people who ran that contest said, you know what? Dave Holmes is the one that actually makes sense, and even though he's a little schlubby, he actually knows what he's talking about. The other one's just pure show. So I think that's why he came in second, but they still hired him.
You gotta be proud about that. We hit you with our little balloon.
So that sounds better, huh?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Good to
So
have you back.
here's the crowd about a half an hour ago. There are thunderstorms in New York right now.
I'll bring up your screen for it. Oh yeah, actually no, because I do remember somebody saying that there was like a big storm above New York City at the moment.
So that's probably why the crowd's so small here. But it's super dangerous. So who wants to risk your life for some airtime?
They risked COVID and LARPers in 2020.
They're probably still in mourning over the election.
COVID was one of those things where it was like, it's your fault if you get sick. It's not necessarily your fault that you get shot by an illegal immigrant and a drug bust that goes wrong tonight. So,
I mean, like I said, all these stories about the poor woman getting burned alive. A dude just got pushed in front of a subway. He survived. I mean, still, you just got pushed in front of the subway.
It's just been a regular occurrence over the last 4 years.
People know that. Look, the city is not safe right now, and people can commit crimes and can go right back on the streets, and there's random acts of violence everywhere. So it's New York City is not an appealing destination anymore for anyone. It's not the place for it because it's not safe. And people see these stories, they see the videos, and it's like, oh, do I want to go spend thousands of dollars so I can stand out here for several hours? No, kind of not really, not at all. And then not only that, but like I said, what is the draw for the New Year's Eve shows for New York? Because like I said, MTV doesn't do New Year's Eve shows anymore. They gave up on that well over 15 years ago. Dick Clark's dead, so I mean that's not a draw. CNN doesn't even have Don Lemon anymore. So it's like, what is even the point of going there?
Well, no, I mean the only thing you have now is Andy Cohen and Anderson Cooper, making public spectacles out of
Oh,
themselves.
great. Two sassy gay guys leading us to the new year.
I never understood why they willingly appear drunk and like humiliate themselves like this.
Because it's entertaining.
But to me, it just seems tacky and tawdry. Yes, I remember Cider, and that was in New Orleans. It's like, wasn't he hitting on like all sorts of people? It was bizarre.
It was hilarious.
I wasn't in New Orleans.
He was so drunk he started hitting on women. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, and I just think I can't take you seriously when you go on the news when I see you make a public spectacle of yourself.
Well, it happened again. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. This should be good.
Oh, boy.
They're starting to look alike. This is a scary part.
By the way, you said you have a cough. I think I'm going to get it because I'm going to be drinking out of your glass.
We're going to be making out later.
Oh, God.
It hurt. Okay. Sorry about that, Anderson.
I will say this: I ran into Anderson Cooper once in Atlanta. This was like 15 years ago. I was in Georgia State at the time, which is in downtown Atlanta. I was literally walking towards the CNN building because I was heading there for lunch, and all of a sudden, I'm not even making this up. I literally looked behind me, and it's Anderson Cooper jogging behind me, going to the same building that I was going to, and I was like, why the hell is Anderson Cooper just like randomly walking by himself in downtown Atlanta in broad daylight? Just to get, it made like no sense to me.
Because gay guys feel invincible. It's that simple.
By the way, if you haven't been to downtown Atlanta, not the safest place for you to be.
Maybe he was out there like baiting one of those MAGA country moments, right? He was out there gay jogging. He's like, any minute now, they're going to show up with that clothesline and those red hats.
I thought, oh no, at any moment now I'm gonna get rustled by a bunch of tough.
Oh no, don't MAGA country me. Oh no.
I never understood that because again, based on my online experience, the biggest Trump supporters were black, Hispanic, or gay. And I mean, Cider's the one exception to the straight white male that I knew as a Trump supporter. I'm just perplexed. I know you're unique. You are unique, but then you're a
wait. What does that mean?
That means
You're
that you're
gay.
No, you're the only straight white male. I said that, Cider. You're the only straight white male Trump supporter that I know. All the other Trump supporters that I know. Well, Trump was a late convert. Rob was a late convert to all this. Trump. Yeah, once he went to that Hitler rally in Pennsylvania, and because they're all Hitler rallies, and
varying degrees of Hitler. Yeah.
Yes, and you were that random main electoral vote for the Donald.
The main Hitler. Yep.
Yes. So you see, all the other Trump supporters that I know are black, or Hispanic, or gay. I'm just puzzled by this whole idea that all these MAGA people, they're all these straight white guys. It's like, I know only one. I mean, and then Rob is quarter Mexican, so he might possibly get deported with me. So there's always that.
I'm white and potato. That's how Irish I am.
White potato.
White and potato.
Oh, so you also want the destruction of Israel because
apparently that's how it goes.
All the Irish, they're calling themselves the Palestinians. It's they're becoming more obnoxious.
That is a very Irish thing to do.
I literally just talked about this on Sunday night. I think it's Ireland, the UK, and Germany. I'm pretty sure there's more, but all three of those nations, the number one baby name in all of those nations now is Mohammed. Yep. So if you want to know just how screwed Europe is right now, that's your perfect indication.
Well, you have to
going out of business.
You have to remember that the former Prime Minister of Ireland was a half Indian gay man.
Yeah, they take that diversity thing a little too seriously over there in Europe. We bark a lot about it here, but they really took it too far to heart. They got a little too crazy. Well, but I want to point out something about this, right?
Well, before I forget, Cider, remember how seriously they do take it over there with the Pokemon sensors.
That's true. Yeah, Pikachu's right arm being in the air means he's Pika Hitler. But I want to bring up the logo. I miss that Y2K aesthetic. I miss it.
Oh, you mean the MTV logo here?
I miss the Y2K aesthetic.
Well, not only that, but they used to like change their logo like every few months, like with the season, because they actually had creativity at the time, so they just want to be
A
like
desire to please, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the last thing I remember from MTV was Teen Wolf. So,
the last thing
Which
I
one?
remember,
well, the TV show which I think was like, I don't know how long that show that lasted a long time.
Too
that
long. That lasted too long.
like I said,
You know how long it lasted, Cider? It lasted so long that the antagonist, his sexual orientation was changed from straight to gay because the actor who played him came out, and so they
Yeah.
decided they needed to change his
That's
character.
the too long part.
So I mean, but it's bizarre. I mean, he's an actor who played a character. He doesn't, it does
Right.
not have to be reflective of his
Here's
life.
the thing: is that if it's a gay character, if it's a gay actor, the character has to be gay. But get this, right? If it's a straight actor, the character doesn't have to be straight. It's really weird like that. It's
And again,
really
I
weird.
mentioned this before. This is what happened with Star Trek Beyond when they decided to make Sulu gay because George Takei was gay. And even George Takei said, you know what, that wasn't Gene Roddenberry's vision. I'm flattered that you want to do it to reflect me, but that's not what he wanted. Don't do it. And they still did it anyway. And then that was the last that we saw of that Star Trek franchise. And Beyond was terrible. And Anton's end was very tragic.
So Idris Elba, aside from Knuckles, has been the kiss of death to just about every franchise that he's entered into. Like as soon as you see him show up in like a number 3 movie or better, it's over. That's the jump the shark moment.
Like
when
what
Idris
other
Elba
things has
shows
he
up.
done? What other things that he's done?
Well, the Fast and the Furious franchise he got
Was he
into,
in
and
that
he
one?
was in Hobbs.
he was in the spin-off Hobbs and Shaw.
As soon as he shows up in the franchise, it's over.
But the character was like a robot or like a cyborg. It was the most idiotic thing. And
He was Black Superman.
Black Superman, eh?
And Ryan Reynolds was also in that Hobbs and Shaw nonsense.
Don't forget, Idris Elba is also a DJ too. He has a discography.
Yeah.
Oh my
god. Well, again, like once he shows up in a franchise, it's over. I mean, Knuckles has been
Star
so far
Trek
the only
Beyond.
time, right? It's the only time that we've ever seen him enter a modern franchise where he wasn't like the kiss of death, like reminding you, like, by the way, it's over with.
He's just voicing the character. He's not actually like physically there.
I don't know. He wears those
You know what?
mittens when he's voicing Knuckles.
If you want to kill off the James Bond franchise, you could have him instead of Josh O'Connor, whom people apparently are.
I was for.
I collaborated with other artists such as Genuine and My Blackground Family, Nas. And,
Well, I was gonna say Idris is probably the
Did you
kiss
say
of
Black
death
Brown?
for He-Man.
My brother
Rona?
shot a Hofstra, so Hofstra. So I got a little
Wait, what'd you say?
I said Idris Elba is probably the kiss of death for He-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He was in Thor. He was in the Thor films.
Got a good shot at taking that one home.
Do you think that little creepy Jewish guy who they're talking about being James Bond, you think they're putting him out there as a floater for being such a bad pick for James Bond that when they announced Idris Elba, people backlash against it?
I know Rob discovered that he's part Jewish, but I have a hard time thinking that O'Connor is like a definitive Hebrew name.
Well, I don't think that they're gonna go back on that. They want a demure tame Bond, and they've learned they can't do a femme Bond, and they can't do a black Bond.
Well, they might as well just then cast Tom Holland as James Bond.
I'm sure there was a conversation about that, but I'm betting the next Spider-Man trilogy that begins with Sinister Collection or whatever the hell that new movie is working on. Yeah, I'm sure that conflicted with his ability to be James Bond.
But look, I didn't like the Craig Bond films except for Casino Royale.
I didn't
don't know
either.
what exactly and all the songs are terrible. Well, he can't act, Maurice. He can't act. Henry Cavill can't act. There's that. He's beautiful to look at.
He plays like one
You
guy.
say that about every himbo actor.
Well,
That's the thing. They're just supposed to be pretty. That's it.
And
Well, Henry Cavill's too busy anyway with Warhammer.
A bit of a spoiler alert: Henry Cavill will appear in a particular list of mine in a couple of weeks. Just How many times will he pop up? That's the question.
But before we enjoy the commercials here, I just want to show you a little picture.
A commercial break for a commercial break?
Yeah, I just want to show you what Jennifer Love Hewitt looks like now.
No!
The
It's like a wax mannequin.
I will say this is the best that she's looked in a couple of years, so take that as you will.
And that she's had kids, I think, like one or two kids.
The lips.
I was gonna say she just kind of looks waxy. Like that doesn't look like a human being. It looks like
Plastic surgery would do that to you.
Spencer, you're at the top of that list, by the way. So I'll be stopping by San Diego soon.
Very, very good.
We'll go to a Padres game.
I'm about to say you're gonna like throw
San
down with
Diego,
Spencer.
Arizona.
If you do get in a fist fight with Spencer, please record it. Will somebody please record that and post it on the internet? Because I love.
No, I'm not going to get into a fist fight. We're going to just start bitch slapping each other, and I'm sure he'll enjoy it. I'm sure he'll enjoy it, Spencer.
Fisticuffs.
There's no way to wrap Carmen San Diego around Spencer. So like, where in the world is Spencer? Oh, okay, I guess it goes well. Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, but Garrett, then watching the Padres.
I will say this: you would not be.
I'll be your.
I will
chief,
say
Spencer.
this.
I'll be your chief.
Oh my god! Okay, now I gotta play this. Now I have to play this. Okay, hold on 2 seconds. Trust me, this is gonna be
Commercial break for another commercial break.
This is like literally like some autistic person is writing the commercials here. It's like no, I gotta play this first. It's gonna be great.
Imagine they start showing commercials inside of commercials. That's what's coming next. You wait.
It's commercialception.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do that already.
I absolutely have to show this. I will say this here. You will not be the first person to get knocked out at a Padres game. If you guys remember this gym from a few years ago, this is absolutely glorious.
Brawl. Hey, good scrap in the crowd.
See, I saw one at the Dodgers game recently, too. I don't know if... Oh, there's a different one.
Oh, Padres. Maybe I was completely wrong.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
He walks all the way up. Oh! Sleep!
Holy
Sleep! This is not the one that I saw.
Oh, good.
Oh, my God. Can we go back to the beginning, please? Listen, go back to the beginning. This guy, pause. That guy was sitting one section over in this blue polo shirt wearing son of a bitch who's here with his friend, by the way, right here. They're just having a good old day at the ballpark. Old buddy in the glasses back here. Oh, this has been fun. Look at this guy up here with the wife is maybe the wife and the guy up there. They're kind of intrigued to see what's going on. Padres guys said, hey, listen, I've been locked in my fucking house for 13 months. I'm going to come to a ball game and you're going to say dumb shit? I don't think so, pal. He walks over 45 yards, casually, eyes ready to go, not fists ready to go, though. Just outside, no, calm. What you got a fucking problem, pal? People smiling down here. They know something's about to happen. We got a camera out. We would like to see the alternate angle from this particular person. But what a moment here. We beat COVID. We are back. Old buddy here needs to watch out for right hooks. Bow! Buckled.
Not backstabbing for that, are you?
What? And then he gets tackled by everybody else, backpedals. Everybody watches this happen. What a Jeez. What?
He just pressed the off button on that guy.
Like you can literally just hear like the computer shut down. Do.
Yeah, the windows shut down.
Spencer, let's coordinate, Spencer. I'll be wearing my Cronenworth jersey. You can pick someone else.
I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's an angle of that's even worse. Can I find that angle? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh yeah. Ooh, oh god, that's even worse than the video we just watched.
Oh come on, we gotta see it now. Come on.
Yeah.
Stop teasing. Stop teasing.
There you can see the force of how he got hit. Here you go. Ooh.
Oh!
He's out.
Yeah, no shit, he's out.
How many guys are gonna? What are you meant to do to him?
I mean, you're just holding him at that point. It's like, what are you guys even doing? It's like if no one's like throwing punches, like if no one's getting in like cheap shots, it's like, what are you guys holding him for?
This is what? This is Coors Field. It says not
Coors Field, yeah.
You know, I went. Wow,
Jeez.
look at that. I'll say I went to Coors Field with Christian Toto, and that was actually a pretty fun game.
Oh yeah,
It was I think it was Philadelphia.
Oh my god.
Oh
That's that's something I'm pretty sure we're going to cover tomorrow night, and then I don't know why we would do something like that, but we are going to because this is New Year's. Back to the okay. Now we can actually go back to the commercial now. So,
Amy Smart.
Oh yeah, I knew a lot of guys who loved that Varsity
New
Blues.
Year's Eve Live is
I
on
didn't
the
quite
way thanks
get
to
the
M&S,
appeal of it, but
blatantly exploiting the new millennium.
yes, I get
By
that.
Gap.
Though
By
being from
DreamWorks
Texas,
Pictures.
it's not my
In
life
Dreams.
experience. But
Opens January
neither was
15th
Friday Night
at
Lights.
theaters everywhere.
Texas is a big place.
And
I
by
don't know if
Ford
you're
Mustang,
familiar.
a new breed of
yeah,
muscular Max
I've
reborn to
crossed
run.
the state. I've never been to Texarkana though.
And no, I know I'll never stand a chance. Here comes the jackpot question in
I don't know what that is. It's Liberace's illegitimate son.
Looks like he had a son with Elvis.
Well, Elvis learned some of the more flashy aspects of Las Vegas because of Liberace. I was sad when they closed the museum, but I never got the chance to go.
Did you ever have a dream you just couldn't forget?
How long have you had these visions?
All my life.
Did you ever go somewhere?
There's a town
that
covered
Robin
in
Williams?
water someone left to me.
You know you've been before. Tell me about the killer. Did you ever meet someone?
Oh, Stephen Ray.
Yeah. You couldn't.
It's
get
probably
out of
after
your
the Crying Game.
Get out of my brain. Get out of my brain.
Annette Bening and Robert Downey Jr. in Dreams. Rated R.
Oh, In Dreams, the Wes Craven movie. Yeah, I never saw it.
Dreams, I walk
Tim and Ed are neighbors,
with you.
sort of. You see, Ed thought
that,
Tim's hair was too long,
John
and
Corbett?
Tim thought
Corbett,
Ed's pants
yeah.
were too short. Then Tim brought home the new redesigned 260.
And by the way, I know that
Mustang
he's with
GT,
Bo Derek,
just
and
when
they,
Ed was
had a
filling out his
long-term
Boss
relationship.
302. Nice
I have
Mustang.
seen Bolero,
You
and
too?
yes, it's true. It
Wow.
is one of the
Just
worst
think if
films
everyone owned a
ever
Mustang.
made.
it's not great as kids would say.
No, Bolero.
Ford Mustang
There's a
GT,
part
built
where
to
I'm
last.
not sure if
How do you stop
what
a
was
rhino
his
from
name? George
charging?
Kennedy is
How-
dead.
Travel with Joseph Van Oss photo safari to Kenya's land of the Maasai.
How do you stop a rhino from charging?
And you'll see a culture and a wildlife like no other on earth.
How do you stop a rhino from charging?
But bring your Visa card.
How do you stop a rhino from charging?
Yeah, it's a Visa commercial, guys. It's not an advertisement for Animal Planet or a documentary. It's a Visa commercial.
There was another.
Hey, at least we had representation back then, right?
There goes Usain Bolt.
There was another community in Africa.
Oh my God! Remember these calling card
Yeah,
numbers?
I love these.
10 220.
I have an embarrassing story to talk about 10-10-2. So it was 10-10-220. I think it was like 10-10, like 9-8-1, one of these two. So I had used one of these because I saw the commercials all the time watching WWE. So I thought, okay, this is how people make calls, right? So I ended up 1 month racking up almost $200 worth of phone charges, not realizing that I could have just had a local call for free and not had spent all that money on the call beforehand. So yeah, got into a lot of trouble there. But to be fair, I didn't understand the concept of collect calling at 4th grade. So technically that was their fault. So
My first adult job was selling landline phone plans to people in a call center setting. This was my first adult job, and I say adult job because I was technically 17 and not allowed to work 40 hours, but let's not talk about that.
I actually just ended my landline, finally. It took a long time for me to give up my landline, but I have no landline now. So I finally joined the 21st century.
Yep, so here we go.
For all calls
And I
up
miss
to
my
20
rotary
minutes.
phone.
Now 10-10-220 offers savings around the world. Call most of Europe and it's just $1.99.
Do you still have a beeper?
And only 19 cents
No,
after
no,
that.
and luckily it did not explode on me.
Call Mexico and it's only $2.99.
Why does David look so pissed off at the Mona Lisa?
Yeah!
10-10-220. Great savings all over the world.
And you know, the nice thing is that I
My
don't think
job is to compare
the
products.
Statue of Liberty, I don't think you can copyright it.
it's not
That's why
often
you
that
can
I'm
have
surprised.
it in a
So
lot
when
of
Head and
commercials.
Shoulders went up against the leading prescription brand, I expected the prescription to be better, but it isn't. A study
The Chinese
proves Head
buy
and
it.
Shoulders is effective against dandruff. I found out there's a microscopic fungus associated with dandruff. and
Don't
Head and
worry about
Shoulders
all the
helps kill
chemicals
it.
we're putting in
Helps
your hair.
stop
It looks
flakes before
shiny.
they
That's all
even
you need to
start.
know.
Not even the expensive prescription works better. You may never see flakes again. I don't.
That is such a great
Wow.
commercial.
There's quite eye catch there at the end. You see that? I don't.
Mm-hmm. You don't have a problem, do you?
Jimmy.
You should have enough money, Jimmy.
This is the time
On
when
January 2nd, the hot and crispy fries at Burger King are
when you
absolutely
encourage
free.
the
People from all
Scottish
over
to
the world
leave.
will be there.
Oh, I remember. I remember when Burger King changed their fries.
No, seriously, they had their fries were so freaking good for this weird stretch, and then they changed the formula or recipe or something.
I mean, honestly, all the fast food places, I think with the exception of Five Guys, which is why their fries is like $15, everyone just decided, you know what? It's cheaper if we just get generic shoestring fries rather than the original fries that people actually came here for, and just make that. So you go to any fast food restaurant, you're basically getting like the $1 bag of like shoestring fries. They just throw it to a fryer and overcook them for 5 minutes, and then that's what they feed you now.
Yeah, I'll say that Wendy's is the one that I think has gone down the worst in quality. Like I went there,
In fries and nuggets have gone down tremendously.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, Wingstop still has good fries. I don't know if you have that up there wherever you guys.
I like their wings. I don't particularly care too much for their fries.
Their fries are good. I think their fries are still good.
I've never eaten at Wingstop, but it's the kind of place I would avoid if I didn't have any other, because it's like I love buffalo wings, but that's that's like I've had such a bad experience with Buffalo Wild Wings where it was just like, okay, they've never had good food. I mean, maybe there's something there that is good that I just haven't gotten, but I just think their wings suck. And Wingstop, whatever, I'll try them sometime, but yeah, it just seems like one of those places to avoid.
Wait, if you ever come down to El Paso, I'll take you there.
I don't think I'm ever gonna come down.
I know there's no reason for you to ever come down here, unless it's to drive me across the border as I get deported.
Yeah, if you ever want to break down to raw is, that's definitely where you want to go.
Yeah.
I want to see where the fictional shooting happened in No Country for Old Men.
And
And Sicario, don't forget Sicario.
Yeah, that too.
My mom had a thing for Benicio del Toro. Like, she found him very attractive.
Mr. Internet Wonder Boy. What? Over here. Over here. You think you got it all, don't you? Well, there's just tiny little voices.
I don't think his win for Jerry Maguire was a bad win. I don't know why so many people trash it.
Here it is.
Pepsi One.
New Pepsi One. Massive cola taste, only 1 calorie.
Is that thing still around?
I don't think so. They have Pepsi Max now.
They got Pepsi Zero now. They don't
Oh,
go with
okay,
the
okay.
one gimmick anymore. Yeah.
Well, they brought him back to promote Pepsi Minis. Remember that?
Folks at Larry's Auto and Truck Sales understand how
Yeah, when they
difficult
were
shopping for a
those
pre-owned
mini
vehicle
cans
can be.
come
Working
out,
hard to
and
find
little
you the
tiny
cleanest,
things.
high-quality
Walks out of a cloud of smoke
brands
and he
at
says, "Show me the
affordable
mini."
prices is just the beginning.
Remember the
the mini
days?
Pepsi.
Our commitment
Remember
to
the
you
days
is
where
a
you could just like make a
no
phone
pressure
call without
and
putting
no
in your
hassle.
area code?
A staff
Remember
with
those
over
days?
4 years
Oh, yeah.
experience
Wow.
that will
Yeah,
take
we're starting to
on
have to
every
do that here in El
question
Paso.
thoroughly and honestly with the respect you deserve. Located just seconds east of the Galleria on Route 211 in Middletown.
Middletown.
Good
As
meeting.
opposed to Upperburg
Or Duckburg.
and Lower.
His age to play with.
He seems to have fun playing over there.
Kind of like it too.
Those kids are up to no good.
Please.
No, we still have McDonald's.
This is my dad's gun. Open wide.
Bang, you're dead! Bang, you're dead!
I told you they were. That's a great Alfred Hitchcock episode. There's it. Bang, bang,
And
bang, you're
then
dead.
back to New Year's Eve. We're going to remind you about our unfortunate random child death. By the way, Happy New Year's, jackass.
This was right before Columbine too. That's what's fucked up.
Yeah.
Holy
like
shit.
April of '99 is when Columbine.
Back when people just put guns in the underwear drawer and didn't think no one would ever reach it.
I'm just going to put this rifle in my underwear drawer.
Yep.
Here's the instructions for a pipe bomb next to my socks.
Why are you buying Clorox and sawdust? Don't worry about it.
You remember when you just Google that stuff and people were like, yeah, that's normal.
You mean they have cue cards? You have to actually have cue cards for this?
Yes. They have
This
lines.
is so sad.
It's gonna be awesome. We do want to mention right here.
You mean this isn't spontaneous speech?
I love the white girl dancing awkwardly in the center there behind them.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? That's my kind of dancing. How dare you, sir? You see, this is the thing.
That's how people dance before twerking became like the natural cultural thing to do.
This is what people don't understand. I may be of Mexican heritage, but I'm really like the waspiest person in this entire panel. I'm
Look at the shoulder pad.
Hey, we're definitely not cold.
What are your names, ladies?
Francie, Amy.
Aha, you sound like maybe you came from somewhere.
Sound like
you
women?
don't want, yeah, you sound like you don't really want to be there.
You sound like you don't have a penis.
So good to have you here. Many folks are out here. I cannot believe it. Now,
Do you remember women with bangs? Remember bangs, guys?
Remember women without dicks? Remember that?
Yeah, remember that?
How do you feel about that?
They look like hey Cassie. They look like they're actually
Okay, I guess
average
I'll go with
people
that. Cool,
who
Waterford
are
Crystal.
just
Not
there.
bad at all. Can't wait to see that. But it's always sad to see the old one go. I'm not kidding. It's Waterford Crystal.
I'm just trying to see what shows are playing back
You
there.
look so relaxed in front of all these people.
Hey, there's a Cerberus back there. Soprano.
Something's going on.
Does anybody know how to say that?
I just say Sparrow.
I just call it shitty pizza place.
Yeah, mall pizza. That's what I call it. It was a mall pizza.
We still have one in our mall.
Sabaros is where you go where you want pizza and you're literally too lazy to go anywhere else.
But, well, wait. Ours had a brick oven. Did you guys have a brick oven at yours?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so it didn't suck somehow. It just was like
He
always
looks like
there,
Alice
so it
Cooper's
got rubbery.
illegitimate child.
Remember when you could fly planes through New York?
Yep.
Ooh, to become one.
Here's all the music videos that were filmed in Times
Wait a
Square.
These are all Daft Punk songs. Why are they playing Daft Punk songs over the top of these other people?
Well, remember in the late '90s, like house,
Ooh, R. Kelly.
house music and like dance music
Ray
was
of
like a
Light.
big thing in that time period.
Yes,
Oh
I
yeah.
feel
Right.
like I just
Ambient.
got home and I feel. Jimmy Page collaborated with Puff Daddy?
This,
Oh yeah, it's for that Godzilla movie. Remember?
No,
Godzilla '98.
I never saw that movie.
Diddy did a horrible ripoff of the Led Zeppelin song, and
Yeah.
it was terrible.
Kashmir.
That was
I think he stole Kashmir.
Daft Punk's Duff Funk from their Homework album that just come out that year. I love Daft Punk. They were great. I found them in Toonami. And I just went backwards from there. Really great group, but now they're gone. So it doesn't matter.
Now, I know that Cisco and Ebert, when they talked about Godzilla, they talked about Mayor Ebert and his assistant Gene. Cisco said that he found that very petty, and he said, "Look, people are waiting for us to be crushed by Godzilla. We couldn't even give them that."
You're gonna go as far as putting the people you don't like in there. Go all the way.
Hey Maurice, I'll do you one even better. Remember music videos?
Yeah.
Remember when those were a thing?
Let's check out what else is going on. Carson!
Well, you know what? Bob Dylan was making music videos in the '60s, and he actually invented rap. Have you ever heard Subterranean Homesick Blues? It's rap.
I have to go back and highlight this just for a second. Let me see if I can get it back on here because it's a sort rap. So here you see right here. I know it's kind of blurry, but you can't see it. There's a Pizza Hut.
Yep.
Right. Imagine being in New York City in Times Square, and you're so desperate and so lazy that you literally go to a Pizza Hut in the middle of Times Square, New York.
And it's
But the thing
frequented.
is,
Well, it's frequented enough that they have been able to afford rent there.
And I'm thinking,
Let's say that too.
I'm thinking to myself, it's like, do they even sell pizza by the slice at Pizza Hut? Because I never have they ever done that. So
It's like an airport location where you have to literally buy a medium pizza that's like $22. and like,
it's like I just want like
New
2
York-
slices. That's all I want.
Yeah, New York City, like places are open till like 1, 2, even 3 o'clock in the morning. Like I don't know about pizza shops, but it's like you can find food like pretty fucking late. And that's one of the best aspects of the city.
Yeah.
It is a city that never sleeps.
But by the way, there's a Tim Hortons around. It was a Tim Hortons. I don't know if the Tim Hortons is still there in 2025.
That might be the going out of business that we see.
What the hell is Leo Lindy's? Like, that sounds familiar, but I don't remember exactly what that is.
I don't.
All right, we're gonna see a little green.
Looks like a
Time of Your Life
fashion.
a little bit later, but first something cool.
Oh, it's a deli chain. And
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it closed in 2018. So
It's like all the women are wearing these one-piece dresses.
yeah,
I don't know where that came from.
Oh, Green Day before they were like
Green Day before everyone hated them.
I didn't know they existed before American Idiot.
Yeah.
I can't believe they made American Idiot into a musical.
Yeah.
They didn't have a choice.
And then
Well,
basically, dude just spent the last 10 years of his career whining about Trump.
Right. Well, before whining about Bush the whole time.
Yeah. Remember?
That's what
Bush
made
was-
it a musical.
Bush
I
was,
like Green Day
Bush was
before.
Hitler.
Yeah, I like Green Day before Bush was ever in office. So it's an unfortunate, side effect of just having bad music taste. But yeah, no, I think "Time of Your Life" was on Nimrod, and I actually did like that album. But it came out in like '96, '97, something like that.
Yeah.
That was one of my first sets I got, tapes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they made that whole thing like Bush was Hitler, and then Trump was Hitler. I'm pretty Hitlered out. Why can't they just pick? He's the new Pinochet. He's the new Franco. I mean, you have all these.
There were other even bigger mass murderers in world history.
Yes, you could have just picked them. I mean, you always go to Hitler. It's like you had Mussolini. You could have picked him.
This particular sound of music needs to come back. I wouldn't say Green Day's like delivery here, but like you know what I'm talking about. This weird punk ska sound.
I call it pop punk, but it's
pop
that
punk,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
It's really unique, and I feel like it only existed in this pocket time of like 97 to 2004,
Yeah.
and then it just vanished.
Because we were in that post grunge era where like grunge
Yeah.
had run its course, so they were trying to figure out like the next big thing in rock. So it was like either this or like new metal or like what was it, like the hard rock type stuff, like if you're like into Disturbed. Yeah.
What happened was like you had a band like Fall Out Boy, who they kind of rode the end tail of that with Fuel by Ramen and like signing all these bands, but then they became completely. I mean, they were mainstream at the time anyway. Really looking back, but
yeah, they were
became completely like a pop band, and it was like okay, whatever.
And their update of "We Didn't Start the Fire" is just monstrous.
I didn't even know they did that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, they did, and it's so disjointed because as much as Billy Joel may hate the song now, and I've never hated it,
I love it. I don't care.
It went in chronological order.
Oh,
Fall
really?
Out Boy Harry Truman, Doris Day, and then it goes all the way to Rock and Roll, the Cold Wars.
Now let me ask you this: is it better or worse than Limp Bizkit doing Prince's 1999?
Worse.
I don't.
No,
what is that?
I mean,
were you talking about Prince?
Yeah,
No.
Limp Bizkit did a cover of Prince's 1999.
Limp Bizkit did a cover of Faith, which is also really bad.
It's not as bad as that. We Didn't Start the Fire by Fall Out Boy though, because the Fall Out Boy version was clearly ordered by an executive, and none of the band members had like any tangential relationship with that song.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, the Billy Joel one, all the events are in chronological order. The
He
Fall Out
lived
Boy
through
one,
that.
Fall Out Boy just throws all sorts of things,
Because it's all ancient history to them. They have no connection.
But come on, Trump, 9/11, they throw all these things, and it's just like hodgepodge, and that's why it doesn't work, and it's just noise. They don't know it, and I don't know why so many people hate that song. I like that song, and because
Original, it was number one when it was born.
Yeah, well, it was original. Like it was number one for 1 week because I heard this in like 80s on 8. So it was good, and you learned a lot of history. And I got to see Billy Joel this year. He followed Stevie Nicks. I really just wanted to see Stevie Nicks, but Billy Joel was there, so I said, okay, might as well see him too.
I wanted to see Stevie's Nicks too.
Angle and met so many great people, and I worked with my friend.
Well, you should have seen her on Saturday Night Live.
It was
The
great.
first time I saw Saturday Night Live in years,
And I'm an aunt
because she was
now,
performing.
Congratulations, Kevin Williamson's
And
actually here.
yeah,
partying with
that
you,
was
All right,
that was
big
a
up to
great
you,
moment
Kevin.
in my
So
life.
of course we can check you on
Seeing
Dawson's
Stevie
Creek. Tell me
Nicks.
about the movies you have coming up. You just mentioned one. Is there another one?
Yeah, a movie called Go is coming out in March.
Go.
Go.
Doug Liman, who did the Roadhouse remake.
Scott Wolf and Doug Liman movie.
Ooh, Scott Wolf.
Single written
Wow.
by Kevin Williams.
Party of Five.
Yeah, the smaller version.
Katie looks
of,
like she's like 16 in this.
Yeah, she looks and sounds super young.
Get your groove
You
on,
know,
have
it's
a good
interesting.
time.
Scott Wolf
We're gonna head
was
back
like
out
the
to Dave
smaller
Holmes.
version of
Actually,
Tom
turn around, Katie.
Cruise.
He's right behind us.
Michael J.
What's-
Fox.
Aaliyah, what's that
Or
girl?
Michael
What's
J.
that
Fox.
there?
Well,
What are you
whatever.
holding up out there?
They did actually
That's a condom.
talking about remakes. They did a remake of Party of Five, only it was about an illegal family. Like the
Okay,
parents
I'm
were
done.
illegal,
Got him.
but the parents were, the kids were born here, so we had to sympathize with them. And I'm thinking, no.
Are they
So I don't think I've ever told you guys this, but I know quite a few of like illegal aliens who have lived in Washington State for years. You know what I mean? And like they know the score. You know what I mean? It's like it's just one of those things where it's like those are not the people that are going to be targeted, but still, you know what I mean?
You're going to turn them all in, aren't you, Rob?
No,
January
I'm not.
20th.
But that's not the point. It's just like life is
January
more-
20th, Trump's going to go to you, and you're going to start naming names.
Okay, when
Populate
Trump
the
was in
entire-
office in 2016, okay, our department's like director got fired by Inslee, the state governor, because he was giving information to ICE based on people with driver licensing information. It was like, okay, I guess this is happening right now. Yeah, we lost our director over that.
I wanted to highlight this because people are asking, oh my god, they look so innocent. So at the time of this video, Jennifer Love Hewitt was 19 years old and Katie Holmes was 21 years old. So yeah.
How old
you were
is
wondering,
Carson Daly in all this? Like, he's dating a 19-year-old?
at the time, yeah, how
Hey, good for him.
old? Yeah.
Well,
Carson, I think, was in his 20s, right? Or was he in his 30s?
Let's see. Carson Daly at this time period would have been 25 years old.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing good. I've got my kiss for midnight, but I'm more.
Look at all these other kids at the party. They look happy. They're well dressed. They know how to be. That white girl's just let know she's strutting her stuff like nobody's business. But
This is like Soul Train for white people. That's what it looks like when we're watching it right now.
Soundtracks and much more. And all right, so we have Method
But
Man coming up.
you see, they knew that they're there to have a good time. You're not there to tell us how awful the world is and burning things and tell me how evil I am for having a chicken. Every time I hear this song, it's like, isn't this from She's All That? Or like
We're
in
going
the
back in
prom?
time again.
La primera palabra es dude.
Dude. This is connecting to me. This speaks to me. This is my heritage.
Road Rules is heading to Latin America. An entire culture prepares.
It's all about raza.
God, I miss Road Rules.
Aren't they doing a biopic on Pedro Zamora from The Real World?
Actually, the creator of Real World and Road Rules, one of them is an ambassador for the Trump administration, I believe. It's Mark Burnett.
Okay. Wow, look at this. 9 Inch Nails before Trent Reznor won the Oscar. Or a couple of Oscars.
Yep. They're going to be studying this.
Oh, this is what is this?
Forces of Nature. Yeah.
Why didn't I think of that when I was unconscious and bleeding
Sorry that I know
from the
that.
head?
Remember when Sandra Bullock was funny?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she was America's sweetheart. Well,
I
You
never
still think-
understood her appeal.
Do you still think Sandra Bullock is attractive?
I think something might be wrong with you.
No.
Oh, well, I mean, she was perky. She was adorable.
But even in Speed, she's like not. You know what I mean? She's kind of
She
like
should
a
not have
frazzled-
won the Oscar for Blindside.
Oh, The
My
Blind
God.
Side. I never watched that movie, by the way.
No. Even I'm like, yeah, that's like uber white privilege there.
Got a new product here, and all I want to do is wash your hair. Hi, here in beautiful downtown Miami to find out what people think about new perk plus. I'm going to ask this lady, excuse me, ma'am, excuse me. Hi, could I ask you a couple
I'm just
of questions?
realizing
Do you mind?
how
Okay,
different
have you ever used a
guys'
shampoo and a
lives
conditioner all in
were.
the same bottle?
Like I've never seen these commercials before in my life. Ever. Not a bit. I've never heard of Perk. I don't know what the hell this is.
This is the closest thing to a time machine you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's like I'm going to an alien world though.
Me and Snyder were born the same year. I'm like, why don't you know the same damn references I do? And it's like,
Yeah, right.
different people.
Because he's in Maine and they didn't get television back
It was
there.
green.
Back then.
Plus
Oh
it was
my
green.
God! Did anyone use Perk? I used Perk when I
I
was
did.
younger.
Just because it was what was available.
Feels great. Feels
great.
Never seen it.
I mean, I can feel the volume.
Did it give you good results, Rob?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know, I have pretty short hair my whole life.
Yeah, Rob, you're
No
goth. I
complaints.
get it.
We can wash your hair. We can change your mind. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Did you have some strange white
bastard
guy
looked
run
like-
up to the theater, run up and get, wash your hair? Hey, it's the guy.
Whoa.
Hey, Bones!
Oh, and David Arquette.
He's got one of those
Hey,
Hamas
look,
figures.
they have phones outside, and you put money in them.
Hey guys, remember beepers? Remember when beepers were a thing?
Yes,
They
my
still
mom
are in
and
the
my
Middle
dad.
East.
My mom and my dad had beepers.
Look, yeah, they're still big over Beirut.
Jimmy, this is for you. What's this? We've all kept 10.
We're sending you to America, Jimmy.
We want to get rid of you, Jimmy.
You sure you've enough
We
money?
don't want you here in Scotland.
On January 2nd, the hot and crispy fries at Burger King are
I miss old
absolutely
school Burger
free.
King fries. Those were amazing.
Now, has anyone connected how racist this is yet?
No, not yet.
An Irishman being sent to celebrate the change of a potato snack?
Why? Hey, Cider. Did something happen to the Irish involving potatoes?
Something very unique happened. I don't remember what, but it had something to do with people being very hungry.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go Google it real quick. You guys talk about yourself.
Yeah, right. The Irish potato famine. Yeah.
The
It's a little
Great
funny.
Potato Famine.
Oh my God!
Yeah, right. It kind of didn't. By the way, it's now a joke
And
for Burger King.
you know who caused the potato famine? It was the Jews.
It's like
It's always my people.
Yeah.
They're
It's
to
like
blame for
falafel.
everything.
I thought it was the English, but okay.
It's like the
No, it's always the
falafel
Jews.
store trying to make a Armenian genocide joke to advertise their falafel store opening up.
Oh God. By the way, I forgot not this commercial, but the one that played. I haven't seen this commercial in like literally almost 30 years.
Free fries.
This commercial, I've never noticed this. What are they selling?
Why did we adopt a bear?
You know, I've had I've had a lot of things explained to me at work by my I guess Zoomer.
Gotta have sleep.
Oh yeah, Juicy Fruit used to have amazing
Nothing
commercials.
tames your craving like that
Yeah,
mouth-watering
I
fruit
had
flavor.
first off I kept getting corrected that it's not Twinkie.
Juicy fruit.
Timothy
Gotta have
Chalamet
sweet
is
gum.
not a Twinkie. I kept calling him that, and they made fun of me
Twink.
for it. Yes, I had Twink. Then I was told about Twunk, Cub.
I'm so tired
Bear.
of gay culture. I'm so tired of gay culture.
I found out I
Stop.
was told I was an otter.
Do I have any normal friends, or is this it?
This is it.
I did not know what an otter was. I had to have that explained to me, but apparently I
I
am
don't
one.
even know. I don't want to know what an otter is. I know
Yeah.
what a bear is, and I know what a twink is. I don't need to know.
I found out a
anything
twunk because Aaron Taylor Johnson is a twunk.
else. I don't
No.
need to know what that
He's not
is.
quite a twink, but he's not quite a hunk, so he's somewhere in the middle.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this world? What have they done to us? What did they do to
By the way, he was the worst part of Nosferatu, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Like every line delivery that he gave was just like melodramatic and over the top, and
Yes, look, I said that in my review. It was like they weren't like really theatrical, but they were mannered, and they just seemed very stagey.
And Lily Rose Depp, I do think that she gave it in some parts a very good performance. In other parts, it's like, oh, she's still a model pretending to be an actress, where
You
she's like, it's just not there.
You didn't like when she was going into those conniption fits?
That's something which completely ruined her performance as a whole in the movie as a whole, where it's like she's doing her best Linda Blair impression from The Exorcist. It's like, why are we doing this?
Exorcist to the Heretic.
And then, by the way, this movie, I just want to point out, as a little girl, she promises herself to Nosferatu, and like for 2 hours, he like mind rapes her. So like, who is this movie for? Like, that's what I was like sitting there thinking. I'm like, look, I'm open to vampires and like freaky shit, and like seriously, I love this.
Is this technically a Christmas movie too? Or we'll throw that into the basket, all the other ones?
It's just like, what is this? What are we doing here? So,
look, if you really wanted to see a good version of Nosferatu, watch the Werner Herzog version.
Yeah, it is.
Which you could actually see. That's a positive for me. I spent the whole movie wondering, like, what am I seeing? Like, literally, what am I seeing? I can't see much.
But even the procession of like the rats into the city is so much better in the Werner Herzog movie versus this one.
Yeah, and you know, it helps that Klaus Kinski was literally insane.
He's a crazy person, but he was a fantastic actor, you know.
Yes, and you do need to see My Best Fiend if you haven't. It's a fascinating. Yeah, it's a fascinating. I mean, it's part of the box set for the Herzog Kinski.
Oh, is that the thing that's about their working relationship?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I really want to see that.
Yeah. And Fitzcarraldo is actually very optimistic.
Hold on a second. We're pull this. First of all, that talk about racist things. I'm pretty sure that may be racist, but outside of that, let's look at here real quick.
So this is from a Twitter user, and this is Goku as a TV host presenting the 1994 New Year's special with Maru-chan. It's just a couple
ramen.
Huh?
Maru-chan is a brand of ramen. Is that?
I don't know. I've never heard of Maru-chan as a character, so we'll have to see.
マルちゃん早くして皆さん明けましておめでとうございます
Oh, good. They put in Spanish, so I can
ど
understand.
うしてこんな朝早くから特売やるのさ正月くらいゆっくり寝かしとくれよマルちゃんもう始まってるよ皆さん明けましておめでとうございます本年もよろしくお願いいたしますそんじゃあ最初はとびっきりの最強対最強だオラを倒そうとやってきた敵がクーラってやつなんだけどそいつがえれえ強えやつでやられそうになっちまうんだ
But I just want to point out that this is very rare to see Goku out of his regular outfit, and so it's
trying
very
to be a normal person among men.
Well, it demonstrates the ceremony, and it went a little quick there, but Maru-chan is remarking that this broadcast that they're a part of that's supposedly live in their setting is happening on American time, not on Japanese time. The New Year's has already passed for them, and she's remarking that this is annoying to have to do this for others. So Goku's like, don't be like that. And so he wants to talk about his movie. And I just find it funny that this exists, that they one day they decided, hey, Akira Toriyama, can we turn Goku into a New Year's Eve host for Americans?
Well,
By the way,
why not? We beat them in the war.
Well, the Nerdigans just noped out of here. Didn't even bother saying goodbye. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see you later.
Celebrities, all the live music, throwing the party that only MTV could throw. Oh man, well, I don't know what that was.
That's Willie Nelson.
Yeah, neither I.
That hat, boy. Okay.
They're like something Jamiroquai would wear.
Yep. And they wanted to talk to you about virtual reality. Yeah. There's a great meme of where he's sliding with his hand out, but there's a picture of a police officer with his gun on his hip, and it looks like he's sliding up to grab the gun. It's so funny.
Well, remember when that video was innovative?
No, I was a baby.
No, I was a baby.
I don't remember much. I don't remember any of this. I've never seen any of this. I had CBS's New Year's Eve special. That's all we had.
The one thing I love about rappers is that there's only one rapper artist that anyone's paying attention to, but there's like 10 other people on stage, and half of them have mics, but you don't know who they are.
Well,
occasionally say something.
That was pretty much the case when we saw what is it was it NWA movie?
Yeah.
Like
Straight Outta Compton.
Straight Outta Compton. You really just focused on Dre and Ice Cube and Easy. You didn't care about the others.
Paul Giamatti was the best part of that movie.
Did we even get anything about the other two members of NWA?
No.
No, it was just about Dre and Easy and
Ice Cube.
I know people who love that movie. I would say it's good.
Nobody cared what DJ Yellow was doing at that point, huh?
And you see, for all the grief that I got about suggesting Barry White for the Hall of Fame, NWA are in the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Eminem is in the Hall of Fame.
You're racist if you say anything against it. Why a bunch of rappers are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Dolly Parton's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Like you guys do realize there's other genres of music that you guys can.
Yeah. And even she was like, why was I even nominated?
Exactly.
I mean, I can understand Johnny Cash.
Yeah, I mean there are artists who kind of transcend, who work in different genres. But
I didn't know that Johnny Cash was such a big influence on Bob Dylan.
Oh yeah, and I like country in a big part because of Bob Dylan, Waylon Jennings, people that kind of go over to folk a little bit. You know what I mean? That weird that mix between country, Americana, folk music. I mean, it's all somewhat related. It just comes down to style and culture.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I do enjoy bluegrass. And not many Mexicans can say that. That's why Trump needs to keep me in America, because I like bluegrass. Bill Monroe's my homeboy.
Or maybe we'll just toss you guys over simultaneously.
Well, probably could. I was explaining to my coworkers that midget tossing was a thing.
All I can think of is that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where they toss that midget at the the dart.
I actually, I'm not saying anything against Dolly. She's a legend. And I actually, when I saw the Wolf of Wall Street, I was curious about how many F's there were. So it's like I literally ran out of ink tallying the number of F's in that movie. Sometimes they would go F-A-D-F, F-A-D-F, F-A-D-F.
I think it set a record. I think it was one of those movies. If it wasn't that one, it's one of Scorsese's movies that set the record for how many.
Yeah. Margot Robbie, was she in that?
In the Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah. That's the movie that gave her a big break.
Yeah.
That's apparently. Gabe loves Scorsese, but that's the one thing he remembers about Wolf of Wall Street, Margot Robbie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she was naked, that's why.
Yeah. And that's the only thing he remembers about The Big Short, Margot Robbie.
To be fair, that's more understandable.
Yeah.
How much then?
What happened there? Did he jump? Yeah. Holy mackerel. That was awesome. We're going to check in with Ananda right now. See if the party's going.
Two of them holding hands, like a nice little high school couple.
Yeah.
Well, she was just out of high school, so it makes sense.
That woman's boobs are gonna fall out any second now. That was a really dangerous camera angle, buddy. Whoa! There was no 7-second delay back then either, fellas. That would have been right there.
3, 2, 1.
Yay!
Okay, how we jump into this?
is MTV recycling the entire year of 1998.
It's the Virgin Spring Break tour.
You will do anything.
Remember MTV Spring Break?
I do. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, and that brings
Danny
me to my
McCarthy
final
and
thought.
yeah,
Jerry Springer and Carmen Electra,
I remember Carmen Electra.
Pauly Shore.
Dave Matthews.
And the winner of the first ever MTV Wannabe
See? I do
DJ
remember this.
contest is Jesse.
Yeah, because it was popular.
What is an award show like this all about anyway?
I never understood Sugar Ray's appeal, except for the girls. Yo, MTV Raps.
Yeah.
Tim Brewer.
Father of mine,
over.
tell me where have you been? You know what?
There was it 100? Was it 180 minutes? 130 minutes?
Remember when Buster Rhymes was in a Halloween movie?
H2O, Halloween
Yeah.
H2O.
It's tearing up my heart when I'm with you.
I'm feeling a little nostalgic now.
Yeah.
Randy!
Are you getting any Xbox memory unlock achievements right now watching this? Yep.
Oh, Diddy.
Oh, Diddy.
The Funk Soul Brother. Check it
Oh,
out.
I wonder what he's doing right now.
Wait! Whoa! That was a topless lady.
Sorry, my computer decided to restart. For some reason.
Real quick before we jump back in, Nerdy, do you remember MTV Spring Break? Don't you?
Yes, of course I do.
We're literally like recycling all the days of like I said, Jerry Springer and Carmen Electra and Pauly Shore and all the other debauchery that happened during that time period.
Yeah, those were some good days. I always wanted to go.
Except for you were like 13 and you just couldn't.
Yeah, that really sucked. But then you heard all the nightmares of the nightmare stories of date rape and shit that happened.
Well, that was Woodstock, right?
I mean, well, Woodstock, but there's a lot of things that went on at Woodstock. I mean, let's do a music festival that's all metal and rock and all like really angry music. Let's put 100,000 people in the middle of the summer in New York, give them limited water and bathroom resources, and expect them not to go crazy.
It was in Miami in the case of Spring Break.
Yeah. I think back in the day, MTV frequented. I think it was Key West, Florida, was where they would do commonly the most spring break things.
I thought they did South Beach. I thought they did South Beach.
It was primarily Key West. Like it may have been South Beach that year, but I know primarily Key West is their destination.
It's funny because Key West is incredibly gay, like incredibly.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's parts of South Beach that are as well, but it's just Key West is like that's the party spot for that crowd.
Yeah, don't go to Key West in 2025 based on what you saw in 1994. It's not a good idea.
Same goes for Miami.
Yeah.
Well,
and honestly, New York City.
Yeah.
At least the Birdcage was telling you, hey, South Beach is kind of gay in 1996. So there you go.
South Beach is still gay.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Wouldn't Key West be the first thing that Cuban exiles would go to? I mean, like they would see. I mean, it's the closest point to Cuba.
You would know, Rick. You know.
Well, geographically, Key West is, I think, closest to Cuba.
Yeah.
Back when I graduated college, it was.
I've only been to Disney World, okay, in Florida.
I haven't even been to Disneyland, and I lived in California like all my life.
He's doing some sort of Alice Cooper type deal there.
One thing I have to say, white guys in the late 90s, they love top hats because there's like the fifth white guy in a top hat in his videos.
I wonder if we uncovered all the stones, yo. Cars, love, man, back to you.
He's so out of it.
Yes, what's going on, baby? Do you?
I've told you the story. MTV absolutely despised that. They were literally counting down the days that they could let him go legally with no blowback. Like that, they're just waiting.
But why? I mean, I kind of get why people voted for him, but
Yeah.
why?
I mean, like I said, he put it this way, he looked like a fan who got a job on MTV, and that was kind of the whole concept of.
He looked like a hobo that got a fan job.
Yeah. It was like, man, this guy went from sleeping in his car to being a VJ on MTV.
And yeah, he had that kind of personality. He's You're excited to see 98 Degrees? What is wrong with you, girl?
Probably like Nick Lachey or something.
That girl made out with at least 6 people during this event. There's no way. Just put that out there. Those 2 are wasted.
Hey, she might have grown up to be a
I
nun.
wonder if we uncovered all the stones, yo. Cars love, man, back to you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure her daughter has an OnlyFans right now.
500,000 people in Times Square. You can still pick out Jesse. We've got so much more coming up here.
I'm excited about Limp Bizkit and Ringing in the New Year.
We're like less than 20 minutes away. Don't want to go anywhere.
You know what's hilarious? Watching these 2 in this video here, knowing that literally in 2 years he dumped her and went with Tara Reid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't let the seat for you. Carson Daly got around in the 1990s. Just throw it out there.
Keep it here for MTV's New Year's Eve Live, baby. It's a live party and we ain't done yet. That's right.
To enter MTV's Make Your Resolution contest, call 1-888-222-5544. Call the number right now to make your resolution come true. Please.
Who wants to take the
Make
plunge?
it come true.
Let's see if this number is still active.
Get off everyone's attention. Jimmy.
Back to the potato famine.
What's this? Revolt Chapter 10.
You're sending it down.
Come up with the cruelest joke we could possibly come up with.
You sure you have enough money, Jimmy? I don't need any.
On January 2nd,
Make sure you get the salt of the France left.
I miss old school Burger King chicken tendies. Those were so amazing.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Same with Carl Jr.'s chicken stars. Oh my god, those were so amazing. And now they
I wonder if someone's selling their Burger King Kids Club card like on eBay somewhere.
Great at stopping odor.
I know they're selling. I know there are people selling like the bags and wrappers and stuff.
Solid that goes on clear.
People are collect
No
weird
white
things.
flakes. So you can stay dry without the white mess you get from some other antiperspirant. Guaranteed. Or call 1-800-PROVE-IT and Old Spice will buy you a stick
Old
of
Spice
yours.
commercials are
So
not
take the
were
challenge.
boring back then.
This is more than just
Yeah.
an antiperspirant. This is the high endurance of antiperspirant.
I don't know if this is specifically like a San Diego thing. Did any of you guys ever go to a Nutcracker play where you guys live?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very common.
Yeah. So I went. Dude, I vaguely remember going there once, but I realized that the theater plays were not my bag. That was just a long time ago. But I do remember going once.
So real quick in the chat, Old Spice existed in the 90s.
Yes.
So I have a newsflash for you. Old Spice has existed since your dad was alive. Actually, I don't know how fucking old you are. It's as old as my dad is. Okay, so like that shit's been around for like 60 years.
Yeah.
As a product.
Yeah, the commercials just
it's
weren't
not-
at school until more recently.
Yeah, Old Spice was created in 1937, so it's been around for just a little bit.
Wow.
It's been around for as long as our
It
grandpas
really
were
is Old
alive.
Spice. Okay, so just take their word for it.
Well, to the ballet question, I'm from a very cultured family, so I've been to ballets, musicals, the whole shebang. So yeah, and I would say, and I've been to an opera as well. But yeah, I like going to I like Broadway musicals more than ballets. They are more entertaining.
He said he hated that period.
Yeah, Leslie, I'm with you too. I played in symphony as well.
For most anything that ails your stomach this season, give it teeth and goodwill.
Oh, but this isn't the good Pepto-Bismol commercial.
I think it might be a supportive mom. Joey counts on me to be there for the whole game. Even when
Oh,
I have a sore
I
throat.
guess I don't know if he's watching, but watching this hockey commercial. Happy New Year to Christian.
So I count on Chloraseptic.
He's
Fat
got a
space
lot
gives
of
me
kids
fast,
in this. He's
long-lasting
got his kids in the
relief. I
hockey
don't have to
thing.
miss a second of the game. Chloraseptic, 5 sprays for instant relief.
Yeah, that does do
Yay,
shit.
Chloraseptic.
Your personality needs layers. Your face doesn't.
Oh my god,
Is that Tyra?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Concealer.
Before she went crazy and started yelling at people.
Before people
Oh, she was
started
crazy
hating.
now.
Before people started hating her. Yeah.
One step when you're done. 3
Yeah,
times
sorry,
of
I
help
just
in one
opened
quick
up my
hit. Hey, doesn't that beat a lot
my
of
Bud
stuff on
Light.
your face?
Yeah, in a couple of minutes, I'm gonna go get my drink out of the fridge.
Yeah, but no, I wasn't expecting the foam to just kind of foam out, just kind of explode here. But the reason I got this one is because it's a UTEP themed one.
Big dessert.
Thanks to
Dawn, I won't.
It's a UTEP themed one, and so I really wanted the can. So I figured since I've got all of this booze, I might as well just have it for New Year's.
No worries here.
I still have a couple of nice
With Dawn, I don't miss it.
the shiners or something like that
Takes grease
for
out of
the
deodorant.
Oscars.
Today is December 31st. By January 31st, your teeth can be dramatically whiter. Remarkably
I
whiter
need
in
to
just
be
4 weeks. Dazzling
boozed up
white
for
from
when,
Lambert.
like I said,
A
Amelia
beautiful,
Perez
whiter
wins.
smile. Safely. Dazzling white tooth
Song,
Probably.
proven.
It probably
actress.
will not.
I don't think it's gonna get nominated.
Stranger things have happened, really. I mean, so many people have been touting it as, oh, this great. You know what? I don't get the appeal of that movie.
Apparently, Wicked has even more content that was supposed to be in there. And it's coming out in the physical version.
Rates are lower than the national chain. Johnson's Toyota.
More than you'd expect from a car dealer.
There is only one tradition, like Italian Suits by Bianchi and Fine Italian.
Yeah, that
Clothing.
cracking is coming
There
from
is
your
only
mic
one
here.
Simone's International
Oh, it is?
Fashions.
Yeah.
There is no need to go far to discover the passion for quality and tradition of craftsmanship. An uncompromising style.
Well, I mean, at least that we haven't done the Wicked sing-along.
There is only one Bianchi.
Oh,
and there
yeah.
is only one
They tried to
Is
put
it
that
better?
over.
Italian Suits and tuxedos.
Yeah, now it's better.
Simone's
They tried to
International
put that
is
over,
open
and I was
road
like,
across
I'd
from
rather
Costco's
just
on
jump off of a bridge than sit there for 3 hours at a Wicked sing-along screening.
I would not do it. I would hate it so much because I have relative pitch. So I would hate the out-of-tuneness. It would drive me nuts.
I would rather nay into oncoming traffic.
Well, I went to a Sound of Music sing-along.
Road Rules is heading to Latin America.
God,
An
now I
entire
want to watch
culture
Road Rules.
Premieres Monday, January.
Isn't one of the isn't a star from Road Rules going to be like the Secretary of Transportation or something?
No, that's the creator, Mark Burnett, I think.
What do I pay
I thought
No,
no,
what
Mark
of
Burnett's
them?
the ambassador. Who was it?
No,
Oh, God.
one of the people of Road Rules, or yeah,
Who's
the guy that's married to Rachel Campos.
Oh yeah, there
Wait,
it is.
who is
Your very last
what's his
view of
name?
Times Square in
That I'd be able to tell you.
He was a congressman.
How many people?
Oh,
as Dave mentioned earlier,
you're right.
85%
I can't
of
remember. I
Americans
know
voting
who
there.
it is,
The
but I
New Yorkers
can't
don't even
remember.
bother.
Can't remember
I
his
just
name.
know that he's married to Rachel Campos, and they have like 3,000 children.
We have the best party going. We're right in the heart of Times Square. Live music, cool celebrities. Welcome back to MTV's New Year's Eve Live. I'm Carson Dale.
Where are
and
the
I'm
cool
joined
celebrities?
by The most awesome co-host in the world, Jennifer Love Hewitt.
That is the
Talk
cool
about
celebrity.
Music as it gets
Oh.
louder in the room. My favorite record of the year. He's our house DJ tonight, Kid Rock. Devil Without a Cause. This guy's amazing. Look for him in 1999.
I want to guess you're the
Yeah,
show.
remember when?
Kid Rock has not changed his attire in 25 years.
Beastie Boys?
Hello,
Remember
Nancy, awesome.
when he was saying that he was going to run for like
Amazing.
senator
Little
of
classic.
Michigan?
Yours. Yours would be like
Lord,
Lemon
I
Pie,
wish he
Beastie
had
Boys,
run just so
and
we could
Critical
have
Compass,
him as
NWA.
a senator and just see how completely crazed Congress could get.
And Everclear.
Some good picks there. Lauren Hill had a huge year as well. I know you're not going to be able to know Dave.
Lauren
Holmes,
Hill,
but I
before
love
she went
music.
crazy?
Dave, I want you to
Yeah,
explain the
She
first
was
couple
always
of your
crazy.
picks for the top 3 records.
There is no she went crazy. She was always crazy.
Does it? I am taking your butt to the record store first thing Monday morning.
And I'm going to get you
Record
these 3
stores.
albums.
Wow,
That's
okay.
Your late Christmas present. Okay. Now, Golden Smog was a super hot one this year. That's a super group. It's a rock and roll super group. Members of Wilco.
Oh,
Jayhawks,
to answer your
Run,
question,
Rusty, Run.
Rick, Sean
Goodness,
Duffy
people
was
are throwing
Real
stuff.
World, not Road
Star,
Rules. He was
Soulfire
on
made a
Real
great record
World
called Good
Boston.
Tales. There's also a guy named Josh
Oh,
Rouse.
okay. Well, didn't they
He's a
do
singer
like a
songwriter from
crossover?
Nashville, Tennessee.
And they did Road Rules All Stars, and that's where he met his wife, Rachel Campos.
Also, additionally, a third big
Yeah,
one,
because
new
I'm
rappers,
pretty
maybe
sure
you've
they're
been
going to
brainwashed
do a
to,
Pedro
beautiful
Zamora
pop record.
biopic, and she was
Go
on that
and get all
Real
3.
World.
People
Was it
at
San
home, do yourselves a
Francisco?
favor. Make yourself a good 99 with those 3. Aaliyah, one of
Yeah,
your big ones.
he
for
was in
that.
the Real World San Francisco. It was with
Yeah,
that.
she was Real World San Francisco, and Real World San Francisco was a huge season because that was the season where one of the housemates had AIDS.
Yeah, Pedro Zamora, and they're going
Yeah.
to do. I think they're going to do a biopic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about them doing a biopic because of how huge that was at the time.
Let's go to Jesse. Let's go back. Where's Jesse? Where you at, Jess?
Let's go back to Jesse, the guy who I had to fight to get my job. Why is he adopting a British accent?
And I did see him at the time zone. This New York City.
This woman is like stunned by him. You see her look on her face.
Well, remember the other girl was like actually matching his like drunkenness, and like this girl's like stone sober, and she's like, "What the hell?"
She
is wrong
literally
with this?"
just got. You see that wind come up on her? That was his drunk breath hitting her.
Isn't that the girl behind? Isn't it behind her already?
And she's looking around like, "Are you sure this is MTV? Like, are you sure?"
She's looking at the producer like, "Is this the guy? Are you sure this isn't the hobo?
Is it a joke?
You sure it's not a murderer?
Block 44th to 45th. What a great place to be doing what we're doing tonight. A few friends.
Am I safe right now?"
A little hang for the new year. We're having a good time. Love Hewitt and Carson. Now, Kid Rock we mentioned is our house DJ. He's doing a great job of holding it down. Let's see if we
Is
can
he
go there and
really?
actually talk to him. We can hear him. Kid, can you hear me?
He's totally doing that.
Yo, see him kicking some hot tunes right now.
You know, didn't he segue into some country?
Yes.
He had a country hit.
Yes, I think he started off with hip hop and then he segued into country like later in his career.
Yeah, he sampled Sweet Home Alabama. I know that.
Yep.
And then he did a duet with Sheryl Crow.
Picture.
You know, Wokies nowadays would say that Kid Rock is racist because of his cornrows.
Well, they say he's racist because he supports Trump now. So.
And she got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Sheryl Crow. I don't know if it was this year or last year. I remember. I think Dave Matthews Band was too. And the curious thing about Dave Matthews Band is that they're the perfect college band. I think you start listening to them when you go to college, and as soon as you graduate, you stop listening to them. But I have bumped into their station on Sirius XM, and I'm going, it's not that bad. I came close to getting high at the Dave Matthews Band concert, but it was by secondhand smoke.
Okay, you literally are Michael Scott in real life. Like, holy shit, dude. Sorry, that was an Alicia Keys concert, but still.
I've been told stranger things, Rob.
Okay.
I want to play this here because Leslie asks what happened to the hobo in the top hat. This is what Jesse Camp looks like. This is what he looks like today. Here's a video of him in Limp Bizkit somewhere. So nice. Yeah, I can't.
Oi!
Oh my God! What the hell is he wearing?
And that gray hair. Oh my gosh. He looks like Robotnik's illegitimate child.
He looks like a hobo.
He still looks like a hobo.
He looks more like a hobo than he did in 1998.
He looks like
Dr. Wiley.
He looks like a hippie a hipster hippie in like Portland or in Seattle. Don't you think so, Rob?
He looks like he could have played Robotnik's son.
That's what I just said.
He looks like Leo from that 70s show.
And look, he's at Y2K. He's at the Y2K party.
Yeah.
That must have been a really boring party if he's like the main host or like the guest of honor.
No, bro, he looks like he would be drinking like a Starbucks coffee somewhere in Portland and Seattle with a doobie and just chilling. That's
Let's see how this works.
Interesting looking man. I am here in Phoenix, Arizona. You know why we were in town? We were checking out that lady Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake!
Why does he sound like Nick
Lake
Ricada?
rally where she's going to be speaking in person.
Oh my god, I should include UC Berkeley on the list too, because I could see him hanging out outside UC Berkeley.
It's like Sam Elliott on death. Is it? He looks like Nick Ricada if Nick Ricada got lost in the wilderness for like 6 months.
Yeah, right.
That's
Hey
why
guys,
I
I'm
said.
back.
Well, that's what I keep saying. Well, that's what I keep saying. He looks like someone that you would see outside UC Berkeley or in Seattle or in Portland. He really does.
Oh my god.
Very special guests here.
Very intelligent, very passionate, loves America.
No, she's not. No, she's not.
She's about 10 thumbs up to 1 thumb down.
Fast forward to 2022, seeing her.
Oh my gosh,
completely
that's
in
why Carrie Lake
opposition
lost.
of what I do and what our community does.
See, this is how delusional the other side is.
Go carrier.
They don't have a homo.
So there's the border, there's the fentanyl.
We did it.
Yeah, so that's what Jesse's doing these days. He's still alive. So I mean, that's the benchmark. I mean,
They haven't. He didn't get on that good meth or that good stuff yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's such thing as good meth.
Well,
I'm talking about pure meth, not like the diluted shit. That's what I mean by good meth.
I'm glad that I've improved my lot in life. I went from being the real Scotty Smalls to the real Michael Scott. So things have improved for me.
Hooray for you, Rick.
Yes. I am Scotty Smalls in real life, and I'm also Michael Scott in real life, except nobody ever wants to make me the manager. I'm only the manager when the other manager is not there.
That would be great if Rick finds a job at a printer paper manufacturing company as the manager.
In Scranton. Now, the thing is, if I were to get that job, I would hire Joe Biden because he's from Scranton.
No, hire us all up there and we'll make the office a real thing and we'll get paid to run that office while we film the shenanigans that happen inside of it as we get frustrated being a printer paper company in the year 2024. I imagine there'll be a much different show in this setting.
Well, I only saw a few episodes, so I'm not too familiar with the show.
My career skill set literally is what Pam Beasley's is, which is like a glorified office receptionist. Who, that's literally what I am. That's what my skill set says I am. So there you go.
And I think Jacob would have a wildly different opinion of hentai than his predecessor. So.
I'm trying to
slightly different here.
So I'm trying to find the gym to Rob's Pam. So all right, Spencer, I'm making you gym. So you and Rob could, go off together. And sorry, I'm dumping you, Spencer.
We are almost close to the new year here. I
feel like Katharine Hepburn all of a sudden. Every time I say Spencer's name, I always feel like I should inflect like Katharine Hepburn. Thank you, Spencer. Spencer, where are you? Where is Spencer, by the way?
I got a viral, interesting way we're gonna end the show. But real quick, I gotta go get something to drink. So I'm gonna leave you guys with the rapping styles of Bill Cosby.
God!
It's considered as a little intermission.
Zooble, zip zap, zooble.
Kids, listen to the rap music. Kids, listen to the
rap zap, zooble, zooble, zap.
What do you like to play? Pokemon. What do you like to play? Pokemon. You see, the kids, they listen to the rap, which gives them the brain damage. You see, with their hipping and the hopping and the pipping and the bopping, so they don't know what the jazz is all about. You see, jazz is like Jello pudding. No, actually, it's more like Kodak film. No, actually, jazz is like a new coat. It'll be around forever. What's the difference between me and you?
Nerdigans, the court is having a real hard time.
Come on, little fella, you like a jump rope. What do you think candy is made out of? Pokemon. No, actually, candy is more like Kodak film. See, here I go, down the slope. Oh, I'm going zip-zop, zoom-a-da-bop. So
like you.
Do you remember what he looked like? I had an uncle named Stewie, and he used to sell bicycles. What you got there? A big stupid doo-doo head.
I've been to San Diego. Petco is my second favorite park. Right after, Kaufman is still my favorite.
What the hell are you talking about? I just got back here.
Well, I'm talking about when Spencer and I go to Petco.
Oh my god, you're still talking about Spencer? I've been gone for like 2 minutes. I went to go take a leak.
Gone for like 8 years, Rick. He was gone for 8 years.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end the show on a great note. We're gonna do something that nobody else is doing on the internet right now. We are the only person who are going to do this. So it's a brilliant idea, 5-star idea for me. We are going to celebrate reigning in 2025 by watching people reign in the year 2000. So that's how we're going to end the
year 2000.
So here we go.
This is what's going on. Moments from now, that ball's going to drop. What a crazy time.
And it is matched up in sync to the time period that we are in now.
People, as far as you can see, all the way up the street. It's amazing.
So this is New Year's for all you guys like celebrating on the East Coast, West Coast.
Wait a minute, that's Nick Lachey, right?
He'll be pushing the button that's going to drop.
I think so, yeah.
Is that Jessica Simpson? In the year 2000. Now, do you guys know
I don't know if he was dating
Jessica
Jessica Simpson at that time.
Hit the year 2000? Just more of the same. You know, I know 98 Degrees is going back in the studio. I'm sure. I mean, right when we hit 2000. Oh, heck, I'm getting a kiss. I'm getting a kiss. All right, then I'm getting a kiss from this guy. Something's got to happen.
And
let's go to you.
she couldn't remember the words. So she literally asked them to start again, and they ended up cutting that part.
When these two people joined the family.
Wasn't that Ashley Simpson?
Yeah, that was Ashley Simpson.
Ashley Simpson wasn't performing 9 to 5.
Oh, no.
Dolly Parton.
Any man, woman, or child would give their left foot to be out here right now in Times Square.
No, they would not.
Not in 2025.
Right here in the center.
It's still crowded. I posted the link to footage of.
Yeah, I do have it up here.
Is that still Dave Holmes?
I believe so.
I don't know who the other people are next to him.
Excellent. We're happy to have you here. We got over 1 million people in tonight's crowd.
Who are these two?
Midnight on their mind.
They're just fans, Rick. They're just people.
I'm in the DJ room, man. It is out of control in here. These people are partying, and we are ready, Dave. I got Cisco.
We're here at Sbarro Studios here, jamming out.
Oh, is there free pizza?
I should point out that it's only 10 o'clock here. It's going to be 10 o'clock here in El Paso, so I've still got a couple of hours.
You guys are being light.
Am I the only person who likes 90s dance music?
No, I like 90s dance music.
Yeah. All right. Eurobeat's better.
Discover card, which is dead in 2020.
So, to set up the stage here, 6 minutes away from New Year's Eve in the year 2000, people actually thought we were going to die, like in 6 minutes at this moment in time.
Is that Cisco?
That's Cisco and Tyrese.
Oh my, that's a combination you don't see every day.
That you haven't seen in 25 years.
You know, one of the most traumatic things I've ever seen was when I was forced to watch Glee, and they did the Fong song. It's like, what am I watching?
Is Kurt Loder still alive? He's not dead, is he?
I'm not sure.
And it's just the most amazing thing. It's like a rocket into the future. It looks like Blade Runner in Times Square. Is this great or what?
No, it doesn't look anything like Blade Runner.
He is still alive.
Oh my god, that's Kathy Griffin?
That's Kathy Griffith. I know who the other guy is, but I can't remember his name.
Get your ass here. Missing the party, you're raving unto, etc., etc. This is cool. You know, I think I'm the only.
Yes,
her voice never sounded good.
Even back then, she was not attractive. So
he still has that weird thing. That weird floating thing.
The Father Time parade.
And the Sbarro is still there.
Yeah, they didn't take it out.
Something else after this? Will there be other parties? Kathy, I know
No, we're gonna take a lot of drugs. Pass out.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many people in that crowd are dead now. So that's how my mind works.
Yeah.
Carson, are you there?
I'm here.
No, he died.
You see, Rob's thinking about dead people.
Is that
I just got
Tyrese?
Spencer on my mind.
No, that's Christina Aguilera.
Oh my god.
So here's how much of a pimp Carson Daly was. In '98, he had Jennifer Love Hewitt. In '99, he had Christina Aguilera, and then in 2000, he had Tara Reid. So
yeah,
literally
Tara
a different girl.
for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I was made to watch for less. I was dragged there.
Going absolutely insane. I can't believe it. We got the.
And I'm thinking.
Christina Aguilera looks great for her age. Have you seen her lately?
She's had a lot of work done recently. Let's put it this way. She looked better than she did a couple of years ago.
Oh god, yeah.
She's gone through a lot of phases. I mean, she was ex-Tina for a while, and then she was trying to do like that 40s throwback style.
I like how none of the women are rail fans. I really appreciate that. Nobody's hip bones are poking out.
Who's the other person? Is that there are 4 people, and I only recognize like 3 of them.
One of them may or may not be Jessica Simpson.
That's sadly we're not sure.
Yeah, I think that's Jessica Simpson there.
All right, let's go somewhere else now. Take it away.
I was 10 years old when the year 2000 happened. I think I slept.
At this time period, I would have been 11.
Old man.
Of course, Gaga's performing Imagine in Times Square.
Oh, more reason not to watch.
How did Tyrese not know that in a few years he'd be flying off into outer space in a Pontiac Fiero?
Yeah, right. Well, this is before Baby Boy, so this is.
Did you see that?
Oh yeah.
Did you see that? She grabbed onto him. He turned away. He's like, "No, bitch, not even on the Millennium."
I am not drunk enough for this.
Right.
Yes, that's the perfect
He's
song
embarrassed
for.
now.
That's the perfect song for New Year's. Imagine.
Yeah. Of course, Gaga's the one performing it, so yeah. Go. I was gonna say something very unflattering, and I'm not going to.
That she's a witch? You keep saying that. And none of these people are worried all the lights are going to turn off and that they're going to be dark.
Studio at MTV, waiting for a historical moment to happen. And it's just hard to describe. I should let the picture.
Oh, I see Ted Koppel here.
Wow.
Confetti is dropped.
He's still alive.
1 minute.
1 minute warning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, my dancing has not improved in all these years.
It's just insane. I don't even know how to
I
describe
disprove
it.
the idea that Hispanics have good rhythm.
Because we get down to
Hey, it's Giuliani.
Hey, there's Giuliani.
Before he went insane.
Yeah, before he was styling his hair with motor oil.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25.
Oh, the tension. The tension.
Anticlimactic.
20 seconds.
Oh yeah.
To the new millennium, MTV style.
Is this the end?
There it is. It's midnight, everybody. Happy New Year.
Well, to the East Coast people, Happy New Year.
Kayfabe, Rob. Kayfabe. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, everyone.
To the East Coast, Happy New Year. We're still in 2024 here on the West.
We are here too. Happy New Year, Spencer, wherever you are.
We went back to 2000. We're starting over because we fucked up along the way. Now we gotta do the whole thing
And
all
look,
over
you know
again.
what? All of them, they see the lights are still on. They don't care. They keep, all this like Y2K thing. The lights, I mean, they're like, yeah, we're still dancing.
Well, also, we're in the year of the snake, by the way. So, 89 babies, we are back.
The year of the
That is
snake?
such a weird, yeah, the Chinese zodiac. It's such a weird zodiac, man.
It
It's so
is.
weird.
But yes, we are in the year of the snake.
Oh, I thought that was like a Trump reference.
No.
Nope.
Well, Trump
This
is a
is-
snake, baby.
I love you, Donald. Please don't deport me. I
Oh, the year I was born was the year of the snake as well, 1989.
Yeah, 89.
Oh,
If
there
you're an
you go.
89 baby, you're a year, the year of the snake.
Yep.
88 was the year of the dragon.
I was born in the year of the dragon, and it's funny because when I read in the Bible, I now know that the dragon is Satan, so I don't know how to take that now.
You should do a
Well-
Bible episode on yourself then.
Your dragons are different. Their dragons are good, are helpful, and they're guides, and they act kind of like guardian angels. So.
You are the Puff the Magic Dragon of the dragons. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Spencer.
Absolutely.
When we hit Petco Park, Spencer, I'm gonna do my Catherine Hepburn impersonation for the whole game.
Oh yeah, apparently this year it's the new generation. It's the beta generation. You're born in 2020.
Yeah.
They really did that to those kids.
Yeah.
The next 14 years, everyone born in that generation is going to be known forever as Generation Beta.
And the alphas will pick on them.
You mean it's gonna be just generation bitch, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's gonna be.
You're part of the bitch generation.
I feel so bad for them.
Whoa, the cord!
Oh,
I consider every
Runner
generation
tap.
after me to be beta. So.
All right, I'm gonna bounce out, guys. But
Happy New Year, Robert.
You don't want to stay for no doubt?
no, it's been a fun 5 hours though.
I gotta go too. I gotta go grab my dinner.
You guys have a good night. Happy New
Well, hold
Year.
on a second. Do you want to just want to go ahead and sign off now, and I can promote you
gone.
guys? Ah, you
Not
son
really.
of a bitch.
I don't have anything to. It's all good.
All right,
Everybody knows to follow me on my Twitter.
All right. We'll
But-
see you later,
Yep.
Rob. Thanks, Drew.
All right. Oh, perfect song to sing. Because everyone thought the world
Especially,
was dead.
yeah. They're like, hey, we're not dead yet.
You know, that was one of the bad moments in Maestro when they actually played this song because it has Leonard Bernstein as one of the lyrics.
Yeah, by the way, like I know everyone's watching like the actual ball drop in 2025 right now. Like I said, this one we're watching now looks far better than the one they're doing right now. It's kind of sad.
You know, I used to be able to do this whole song. No fear, cavalier, tournament of lies. Offer me solutions, offer me alternatives, and I decline. I used to do the whole song.
Yeah, but did you do it in the cadence of Gwen Stefani? That's the important part here.
No, I couldn't do it that way. But I can do I can do that what you're waiting for. I can do that in her cadence. And you know what? I had to when we watched The Aviator, I had to explain to my friends who Jean Harlow was because of course nobody knew. And Martin Scorsese did not know who Gwen Stefani was. He just saw her in a billboard and he said, I want that girl for Jean Harlow. And Leonardo DiCaprio was like, you don't know who Gwen Stefani is? No, of course Martin Scorsese's not going to know who Gwen Stefani is.
Apparently, people are upset at the ABC New Year's because not only was the ball drop late, not on time, but then the first sight that they saw was two men kissing each other on ABC. So that's how we're rigging in the New Year in 2025. People.
So they were watching Andy Cohen.
Yeah.
This was Mike Mills who sings this part. Did you know, What's the Frequency Kenneth was inspired by an incident that happened to Dan Rather, where some random guy just came up to him and brutally assaulted him and just kept screaming, "What's the frequency, Kenneth? What's the frequency, Kenneth?" to poor Dan Rather, who had like obviously no idea what he was talking about. And I don't caterwaul, by the way. My voice is beautiful. I am beautiful. You are all beautiful. Good.
Happy New Year!
Even the orchestra is beautiful. If you like, I could sing cabaret.
I miss the days where like No Doubt was actually like a ska band and not like whatever the hell they became after 2001.
Well, ever since they
like those garage type band-aids.
Ever since they covered "It's My Life," I think that's when they kind of went off.
I think that's exactly where they peaked. It's like if you go back to like Limp Bizkit, it's like they peaked basically in 2001 and they never recovered after that. I think that was the peak of No Doubt.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gwen Stefani's done pretty well for herself. I mean, she's doing? Isn't she doing like country with Blake Shelton?
I recognized her. Okay,
yeah,
that's who that was.
She's doing The Voice. And then she's selling some Catholic app, I think, or some prayer app.
Got divorced from Blake Sheldon.
I thought she married Blake Sheldon. No, Miranda. No, he left Miranda Lambert to marry Gwen Stefani.
Oh, that's what I got wrong. He got divorced. My bad.
No, she divorced Gavin Rossdale.
Okay, so she did
from Bush.
They're all sleeping around, and it makes sense like later on.
What a strange pair, right?
So apparently this was the real ball drop. So this is the real footage from moments ago. So
presented by Kia, a non-American company.
Yes.
Well, they're all taking over.
Yes, the Koreans are in fact taking over.
Except in coups. They can't do a coup right.
Wow, this really was lame. Like, that's it?
Those are two men?
Yep.
No, that wasn't the two men. This is from RT, so this is a different feed on there.
It was Russia. Oh boy.
Yeah. We all know how Russia feels about the gays, so yeah, you definitely weren't going to see that on RT.
You know what? That was kind of lonely out there. It looked pretty sad and empty, Times Square.
Well, you run a risk of getting shot if you go out there, so can't blame them.
But what are you talking about? I mean, we have the most beautiful thing out there in New York.
Oh no, you missed it. That mayor came out and he admitted that the whole city is a complete battlefield, that it is not safe. They brought back the Guardian Angels. Those are the guys that used to ride the subway wearing the red jackets and red berets in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. So they're back doing that stuff. Unfortunately, they weren't around today to deal with that guy that got shoved into the path of the subway.
Well, I mean, they're just starting. They're just starting.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Is that that's how far it's gotten? We're at the point now where vigilantism is going to start cropping up around the country. That's not going to be pretty.
To the New Yorkers, you all were fine when all the migrants were here in El Paso, sleeping on the streets near the Sacred Heart Church, and you wanted to be sanctuary cities, and now we've made your wish come true. So stop kvetching.
I'm trying to get video.
So now it'll be curious. Are we still going to see the drones in the air after this? Because the whole thing was that there was.
Oh yeah, that's not going to stop.
I'm thinking, Cider. Maine is pretty empty. You could hold a lot of migrants out there.
Nope. Part of being empty is that we don't have any infrastructure to support putting new places up.
So. No. You could house them and give them some blankets.
Well, there's this neat part in the center of America that's darker than North Korea at night, and that feels like probably a safer place because it's more connected to the rest of the country, as opposed to the furthest reach in the east, where like Newfoundland is where they're going to, New Brunswick, excuse me, is where they're going to be doing there.
Now, I don't think Spencer should dismiss me so quickly, because once I get tossed out of this country, he could have my house. Just saying there, Spencer. Once I'm forced out and have to live, find some of my distant cousins over in Juarez, you could all of my house could be yours, because obviously El Paso, which is like 70% Hispanic, we're all going to be tossed out. So it's going to be pretty much a ghost town.
Well, all I'm going to say is that it'll be a sad day when we no longer have to hear about Rick's jokes here on the podcast, because he got deported to Juarez and he'll never be allowed to come back again.
That is coming close because of the new schedule. It's going to be we don't want prenup. No prenup. I'll say that it's going to be difficult for me because obviously the scheduling is going to be difficult. By the time I get out of work, the show will be over. Unless I'm off.
Nothing would surprise me at this point, JAC. That's all I'll say here. Nothing would surprise me anymore at this point. Here's the Times Square thing.
This is the Kiss thing?
I don't know if this is the Kiss thing, but I know this is like the Times Square thing. This is the longer version of the video we just saw here.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Planet Fitness. Why do we let Planet Fitness sponsor New Year's Eve? It's like, get out of here. You guys
Everybody's New Year's resolution.
You guys get free pizza on Fridays. Like, you're not a real gym. Shut up.
You know what? I don't see Sbarro.
Pizza Hut's gone. Leo Lindy, I don't see that one anywhere. Didn't the mayor get arrested?
Oh,
there it is.
Oh, it's so brief. It's like, but
didn't the mayor get arrested like 2 months ago? What happened to that?
It just looks so sad. I mean, there's no enthusiasm there.
No. Because you know what, Rick? It's all gay now. That's why it sucks. Everything is gay.
If it were gay, it'd be very...
In 2000, everyone wasn't gay. They were all happy.
No, I
They're
mean,
playing a song from 80 years ago.
It would be happy and jolly and you know flashy and colorful.
I almost sounded like Trump there. It's like 25 years ago there were no gays. Everyone just had purple hair. And Carson Daly banged all the young actresses. It was a great time.
It was a tremendous time for America.
Yep.
Carson Daly had a new girlfriend every time the ball dropped. He broke up with them as soon as 12:01 a.m. on the next year's shot.
Now you look at New Year's Eve and it's just Planet Fitness all over the place. It's like, what's that?
You all think I'm being absurd, but I do know people who are convinced that if they go out of the country for a vacation, they will not be let back in because of their ethnicity.
And you know what? If they don't get let back in, good.
Oh, good. Jacob.
We're not letting any of them back. You're staying forever.
That's cold. That's cold.
Planet Fitness Castle.
Yes.
Oh,
look,
those guys got engaged.
Oh, yay.
In front of the Kia.
Yeah.
What is it? Just Korean cars, and Planet Fitness, and gay people. What is this? What has happened to my country?
Why does this look like it's France, not America?
I'm gonna drink more of this till it all goes away.
But you know,
we didn't get engaged.
This is a very small problem. Look, you don't take your kids to this. I mean, this is just sad. It looks very.
It's not the location for like a small child, especially if you're there early and you have to be there for hours. It's like it's not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean,
he can run around. Then you can watch him. You can't keep an eye on him here. Look at all the Korean people on the screen surrounding them.
Nobody. I mean, they seem to be going through emotions. They don't look happy.
Captain America: Brave New World.
Yeah, that's definitely going to come out.
Yeah, that was not another $18,000 to put that banner up there during New Year's. Not at all. I like how everybody's wearing their ponchos in case a Gallagher concert breaks out.
I'm pretty convinced that most of the people listening to this have no idea who Frank Sinatra is.
I mean, this is 25 years after the video we just watched for like the last couple of hours, and it just looks toned down from where we were. How do we get worse?
Well, Biden is just responsible for so much. We can blame him for this too. But just looking at it, it just looks so boring. It looks sad. It looks unenthusiastic.
But back then, we contained the gay people to Sex in the City. They were on Sex in the City, and it was great. We had them contained in one location. Everyone was happy.
One of the scariest things I ever saw was when my mom took me to see Sex in the City 2, and then Liza pops up. She was singing Single Ladies.
Oh my God,
after a while, there were like 2 or 3 Liza impersonators, and I couldn't tell which one was the real Liza and which ones were like the impersonators. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen in a movie. I mean, forget Misery, forget when she's whacking his feet. That was not as scary as Liza in Sex and the City 2.
There's only so much of present day I can take. I'm going back to No Doubt here so I can lift my spirits up. So To take us back to 2000, Gwen.
What song is this?
I thought it was what was it? Sunday morning. I was gonna start marking out.
When is the reunion tour?
Yeah. Look, I know that there's another like big New Year's Eve thing going on in Nashville, and the Nashville one technically hasn't happened yet because Nashville's in Central Time, so they'll get theirs in like 45 minutes. And I don't know, it seems kind of like all the cool people just moved to Nashville, and New York is whatever New York is. I mean, look at this. They got pyro and fireworks, and they spent money.
And yeah, you see, this is the thing. I'm on Mountain Time, so it's only 10 o'clock here.
Oh, I wonder what Cider's doing right now.
What?
I said, I wonder what Cider's doing right now.
Oh, I got a message from my internet daughter.
I think Cider is
Sorry.
Cider is making some beds ready for some migrants. Cider, can I hide out at your house once Trump gets president? You know.
I don't know if you're gonna want to. It smells like beef.
Yeah, do you want to take El Paso refugees over there in Maine?
Well, to be fair, I'm Mexican, so I should be,
Rick,
accustomed to a lot of.
You do understand, like you could just keep going and go to Canada. I mean, it's not that far away from where Cider is.
I will go to Canada once Fidel Castro Jr. is voted out and you get that Pierre guy.
Well, it'll be America by then.
It'll be the 51st state. But it's a very large state. And
it'll be the largest. It'll be bigger than Texas.
Yeah, but as large as that state is, it's only going to get 2 senators. It's going to get a whole bunch of Congress people.
Yeah.
Jay's here. My 2 favorite No Doubt songs are Sunday Morning and Hey Baby. Those are my 2 favorites.
Is Hollaback Girl No Doubt, or is that Gwen Stefani?
Yeah, that's Gwen Stefani. That's what she gave up on her band for like 10 years to be a solo artist. I said No Doubt is another band that peaked at like 2003.
And the only movie she was in was that cameo in The Aviator. I really wonder if she knew who Jean Harlow was.
But I should have thought of that before we kissed.
I liked Rocksteady, so I will slightly push back against that, but I will say this, it wasn't that far afterwards.
You know, I saw when I saw Captain Marvel, I saw it with my commie friend, and even she was like, when they started playing "I'm Just a Girl," she was like, "Nah, that's just overkill. That's just like too much." When they did the climactic battle.
No doubt. What a great way to ring in the very first performance here in the new millennium at MTV. How awesome is this? Really?
She's amazing. I love her hair.
Her hair. Gwen's hair is awesome.
If I was not a pop singer, I swear to God, I would
do that.
be the lead singer of a rock group.
Oh, come on.
totally
Look at your hair now. It's close.
Well, I like.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Whoa, that was some catty shit right there. That was catty shit. If I wasn't a pop singer, whoa!
If I wasn't a pop singer, I'd totally do that little rock thing. It's like, okay, whatever.
Wow, Carson. She was like, "Not this year, baby. We're making it to 2001 together. You're not dropping me off for Gwen Stefani."
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, Gwen Stefani was. I mean, she did like wreck the marriage, didn't she? Wreck Blake Shelton and Miranda Lambert's marriage, allegedly. Allegedly.
Who knows?
Allegedly.
But probably.
Allegedly.
By the way, I didn't officially mention this earlier, but Kurt Loder is in fact still alive. He's 79 years old. So there you go.
I think that was mentioned in the chat.
Well, I must have forgotten it already.
Oh, come on. You're not even that boozed up.
I mean, this is almost done, bro.
Absolutely. What a fantastic job by No Doubt ringing in the new year. We could see people with their radios listening to the performance. And how about that drummer, huh?
You see, but here everyone looks happy.
It's all about working in your underwear from now on.
I mean, they should be because the lights are still on.
And the celebrations were actually good. Like, they spent at least $1 million on fireworks.
Response out here, happy.
Well,
I mean, it was crazy. The energy
there was
unbelievable,
no guarantee that the fireworks would go off.
It was
all the
cool,
lights
though.
were going to
What
go
a
off.
blizzard of confetti and stuff though coming down.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, people are still partying all around the world and right here in Times Square. So party on, all you party people.
By the way, I used to watch this on the West Coast every single year, not understanding time zone difference at that time period. Realizing, oh, by the way, by the time I was watching this, it already happened like 3 hours ago.
Right now. I've never seen so much tongue swapping in my entire life.
It was pretty amazing. And I want to thank you.
I've never done all this tongue swapping.
All right.
I'm innocent.
No doubt. What? And there's.
Shoulder to shoulder, people at elbow room. Pretty sure people weren't getting stabbed.
Where is this go now?
Ananda Lewis? I don't know what she's doing right now. I guess we'll look her up too.
All right, thank you very much. We look at the new sights and sounds of a new millennium, the year
Did you hear him? He's like, all right, that's enough over there. You keep it down, all right?
And even though we just rang at midnight, we're not done yet. We got some more partying to do. You know what I'm
You and me have some party.
Still going off. We got another performance.
They
from
have
No Doubt. It may be a
She
new.
was a Musketeer, so was Brit, so was JT, so was Ryan Gosling. So like a couple other people from NSYNC were like in the Mouse Club, right?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have any good news to report about Ananda Lewis. She's still alive for now, but apparently over the last 4 years, she's been dealing with breast cancer, and apparently it's gotten to the point where she's pretty much accepted that she's no longer going to fight it. So that kind of sucks.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So I'm blaming Rick for asking that question, for us having to figure out what happened to her. So
I asked about Cisco, not Amanda Lewis. So I asked about Cisco.
Cisco, yeah. I have no idea what Cisco is doing. Had Cisco even had a hit since 2000?
Not since the song.
Yeah, that was before 2000. So
see, I don't know. I mean, I still wonder about.
I remember late 90s pop culture like it was yesterday, Rick.
I don't.
Yeah. So, like I said, we're coming up on 5.5 hours here. So, unless you guys want to stick around, we'll get ready to wrap this up here and get out of here. Like I said, I just wanted to do a show tonight because, like I said, I knew with the holidays there was going to be a lot of people probably not doing much. So, it's like, hey, let's just come on here, have a good show. We had a good. This is just in case you guys didn't realize, the longest bar room that we've ever done ever. We're coming up on 5.5 hours. Which
it's a good way to close out the year with the longest podcast, and probably one of my last podcasts, separate from my deportation. The work schedule is just impossible, but I understand it.
Yeah. So a few things to note here before we completely wrap things up. As I said, starting next week, we're going to stay on Tuesday nights, but we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. because obviously if we start a little bit earlier, guys won't have to be as tired out, especially all you East Coast guys don't have to worry about staying up as late. Then it gives me a little bit more time to kind of edit up the show and put it up on YouTube, stuff like that. So it helps us out, helps the panel, and it helps me out too, putting more content up by moving it to 8 o'clock. So next week we'll be going at 8 p.m. Starting at that time. Then, of course, this coming Saturday, we'll be doing episode 99 of the Saturday movie club. We got the best movies of the year. My confirmed guests so far, Chris Gore is going to be dropping by. Christian Toto, Sarah Hargett's going to be joining us there. I believe Paulie of Latino Slant is going to be joining us. A few other people are going to be joining us talking about the best movies of the year. Then, of course, next Saturday, episode 100, we'll wrap things up talking about the worst movies of 2024. So that's what we got coming up the next couple of weeks there. I have the Bible Lens on Sunday. For the next 2 weeks, our good buddy Tiny Won't Be Boxed will be joining us. We'll be talking about Judaism. We'll be talking about the Jews. We'll be talking about the Messiah. And then, of course, we're talking about biblical prophecy on that show in the next couple of weeks. So I'll get to talk with her. And very, very interesting backstory with her. So I'm really interested in speaking to her in the next couple of weeks. And then, like I said, we'll be back here too. So we got 5 more minutes left. I think we should end solidly on a 5.5 hour mark. So we'll watch just a little bit more of this. But yeah, that's all the news that I got coming up here. Do you guys want to promote something you guys got coming up here too?
No, I've got more reviews coming up, and I'm hoping to. I will be in the worst of. Sadly, I will not be in the best of. So that's pretty much it. Happy New Year, everyone. Hope to see you soon, Spencer. You know, I know you're looking forward to it.
God,
and,
just get a room already. Jesus.
Yeah, and Cider will put me up for the next 4 years while he hides me somewhere. So thank you, Cider.
Underground Railroad at this point.
Yes. Thank you, Cider. You know, you'll be able to sneak me in and just cross me into Toronto or wherever godforsaken place Maine is nearby. So that's pretty much it.
Montreal.
Well, no, geez, my French is very limited, but I'll do my best.
Well, if you just talk like this, you'll be perfectly fine, and they'll think you're very, very French, and they will not ask any question.
If it's any comfort, I know several Kids in the Hall skits, so maybe I can communicate.
You'll be fine as long you just go to Tim Hortons, ask them for a regular coffee, and then talk about Kids in the Hall. They'll think you've been there your whole life, especially with that headset.
Yes. So that's pretty much it. So I'll see you like in a couple of weeks.
All right. Well, since before we get out of here, I just realized I'm going to commercial break on this. I do want to check out some 2000 commercials here just for the sake of going back. So I'm going to play this.
Millennium, but we still have some more business to attend here, right here at MTV's Too Large. We'll be right back live from New York in Times Square. We want to wish everybody a very, very happy new millennium. We'll be right back.
Let's go run into Celine Dion.
Welcome to a very special edition of MTV's Prominent Players of the Millennium. This timeless episode takes a look at the star-crossed souls of Moses and Madonna. Moses was the chosen one. Madonna was in a league of their own. Moses spread the Red Sea and released the Hebrews from bondage. Madonna released Sex, a 128-page spread filled with various acts of bondage. God gave Moses the 10 Commandments. Madonna sang Papa Don't Preach.
This is a real commercial.
In Exodus 32:19, Moses was so enraged with the Hebrews he smashed the tablets on the ground. In 1985, Madonna's husband was so enraged with a photographer he smashed him on the face. The Hebrews endured slave labor until Moses delivered the word of the Lord. Madonna endured 12 hours of labor until she delivered Lourdes. MTV thanks you both for living so large.
They didn't live inside of the same millennium. Oh, wait, they did.
The future is
well, I mean, if you count the 10 Commandments movie, then yeah.
No, they didn't. Moses was before. What the hell am I talking about? Moses was way to hell before Jesus. What the hell am I talking about?
Moses was like literally like 500 something. No, actually, part of that is like what 1400 years before the birth of Christ.
Excuse me, people. Do you not know that Moses and Jesus were both Muslim? Okay.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Oh God! Please don't start with that. I'm gonna turn this into like a 2-hour episode.
Too.
I'm literally gonna turn this into a 2-hour episode of the Bible Ends right now. If start on this.
I gotta go to sleep. No.
Sorry. Just wrap this up.
And when people brought up NSYNC, unironically.
Yeah.
It all adds up to the 1 millionth video ever played.
And this was like right smack dab in the middle of all that bubblegum pop nonsense of the 2000s and early and late 90s.
On MTV.
MTV's Too Large New Year's Eve party is coming your way thanks to Pepsi, the joy of cola.
Like Daft Punk apparently was the sound of the future.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toes tapping, check your pulse.
Hey, Chef.
Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
high-pitched job.
At midnight on December 31st, this is what could happen. No TV, no transportation, no electricity.
Haha, idiot! It's already the new year.
Trojan condoms, the most trusted for a most happy.
Remember when they used to advertise
I had
condoms?
a wake-up call. I was really overweight, unhealthy. I wanted a good life, and I needed a healthy way to get there. I lost over 50
They knew who
pounds
was up
on a
this
slim
late.
Oh,
fast
no,
food.
please don't let
Yeah,
this
it's
be.
like I have a new lease on life. I'll drink a shake, you know.
Oh,
at least
okay,
once a
thank
day.
God. I
My
thought this was gonna be a
energy
Subway
level
commercial. It's
right
like,
now,
oh no,
I'm
abort,
at
abort, abort.
11. Slim Fast. It's got your vitamins, minerals. It's got your calcium. The
Yeah, I've
nutrients that
lost
you need.
about a good
It's been a great ride.
It's got your
Slim
nose.
Fast every day.
You can't have it back.
Don't wait another day. Do it now.
That is true.
Every day brings something more
The Hanson brothers.
that you just can't wait to
And you see,
explore.
you had diversity in commercials without having to force it.
Yeah.
Well, with the exception of Rick, obviously, the kids that are in these commercials are like literally our age
Creamy
now.
Jif, you'll find the peanuttiest taste of any leading creamy brand.
She's just smearing peanut butter all over the computer screen.
Hey, peanut butter's high in protein, bro.
Thanks, honey.
These razors, tampons. Tampons? Man.
What is this, Tim
Honey,
Walt?
how about these tampons?
It's pretty amazing what guys will do for the touchable beauty of finesse hair.
Do you want regular or super?
Finesse. A girl could get used to this.
Big sale.
Now that everybody knows about
Why is she laughing? They expired?
Again. He's here.
That's a joke.
I can't retire.
All of
I'm
these
not
people
retired.
are dead.
Tell folks they've been
All of these people are dead.
No, that is not
Very
true.
Because
The
it's
guy
twice as
in
long
the
as a
blue
short single
suit,
roll. Double. And
the blue
stronger and
tuxedo,
more absorbent.
he is still alive.
He's not retiring.
That is David A.R. White. He does a lot of Christian movies.
Being a volunteer fireman is tough enough.
He's in
With
the
a cold,
God's Not Dead movie.
It's tougher.
What's up with you, Sparky? I don't feel so hot.
Forget that. It won't extinguish headache, sore throat, and
Fever.
like non-drowsy Dayquil.
No. What are you gonna do? Cough out the fire? Here.
That's good stuff.
You need some chili.
Multi-symptom relief.
All right, we're gonna give you some chili.
Non-drowsy
We'll
Dayquil.
give you some nice, good Cincinnati chili.
Dayquil. The non-drowsy, congested, stuffy head, sore throat, coughing, aching fever. Be a hot
He
shot.
wasn't
with the
sick
day
while
meds.
they had to respond to a fire.
You can look, but not touch. I wish I could live Dickie's life. Anything can happen. Matt Damon, Gwyneth Paltrow, Jude Law, the talented Mr. Ripley, rated R. Now playing.
That's a good thing none of those people are relevant.
Exploding on the scene
Not
with
a
the
bad
hottest
film.
southern hip-hop artist is Hip-Hop
I'm
Decades,
reading
the
this
Hot
book.
South, featuring multi-platinum and gold artists, including Fat Pat, C-Lot, 3-6 Mafia, Master P, C Murder, Goody Mob, 8 Ball, and
That's
MJG.
Academy Award
It's the
winning
No Limit
3-6
Soldiers.
Mafia.
South Park Mexican, Mr.
They
Mike,
won the
Silk
Oscar.
Shot,
people.
Mystical,
Okay?
Lil
Show
Kiki,
a little respect.
True, Mia X, Kingpin, Skinny Pimp, and more.
We literally
Hip-Hop
never had any of
Decades,
these.
the Hot South.
I've
The
never seen
album
any
in
of them.
stores
I have
now.
Never heard of
On
these.
priority record.
I have no idea who any of those people are.
You guys have never heard of the No Limit Soldiers?
No.
Nope.
Getting your CPA will be a real challenge.
A quick little story because this actually is funny.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, God, exactly. So Master P, and who's the leader of the No Limit Soldiers, was a big thing in the late '90s. They were so big that WCW, that was still around at this time period, brought them in to originally perform and then actually make them a pro wrestling group for a short period of time. The idea was that we're going to put these black rappers in a stable against a bunch of white wrestlers who they were called the West Texas Rednecks. And they were going to create a song called Rap is Crap. And they were supposed to be the bad guys. The song became a mega hit, and the racist white rednecks ended up being the baby faces, and the No Limit Soldiers got booed out of the building. They completely understood how many people despise rap, especially in that community of pro wrestling fans, especially Southern pro wrestling fans. So yeah, that was a thing that actually happened.
Womp,
No,
womp.
let me see if I can pull this up here. Okay, so a new ending to the show. I'm just gonna play "Rap Is Crap" by the West Texas Rednecks and Kurt Hennig, who is dead now. Unfortunately, he passed away a while ago. But yeah, and JC brought up there, Mr. Perfect. This one, exactly right. Oh my god. Yeah. So this was, like I said, they were supposed to be the bad guys. People were supposed to boo this, and then it became a smash hit. So we're ending this show with listening to "Rap Is Crap." What makes this even more hilarious? Kurt Henning's from Minnesota. Just throwing that out there.
In fairness, Greg Allman, I think, said the same thing.
Yeah. But like I said, that was like a meme song for a while. Then it just became like absolutely legendary. So that's it. That's how I think it's a good way to end this night. Thank you very much for joining us here for your New Year's Eve spectacular. Once I get off of here, I'm probably going to lay down and watch some more New Year's Eve of 2000 because I don't know what the hell that 2025 one was. That would suck ass. But thank you everyone for joining us. Thank Orange Hat. Thank Rob. Thanks Nerdykins for joining us. And then of course you two. Thank you for joining me for all of this show. To everyone who's here in the chat, I thank you guys for watching us on YouTube, on Rumble, and on X. But now it's time to go ahead and hit the outro. The guy, this guy down there did the outro song for this one. By the way, do you still have the full song for this one?
Maybe.
We'll work on that off there. But outside of that, adios, good night, and goodbye, people.
Get my room ready.
Okay. Oh. Making your way through the daily grind takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to tune away? All those nights when you're feeling low, the rent is overdue, and your coffee maker's broken, your luck just seems to skew, and your boss is always on your case. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. Roll out of bed and you feel the dread. The morning's looking bleak. And your internet is down again. You haven't slept all week, and your car just broke down on the way. Be glad there's a place online where you can feel at ease. In the Barroom Podcast, friends, we share our thoughts and tease. Every story shared, every laugh so free. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. So here's to the moments we all hold dear, in this barroom of the airways with friends so near. Every story shared, every heartfelt cheer. It's more than just a podcast, it's where we steer. I still don't feel like I know how to shoot these things.